Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yes, this is the moment we've been waiting for. Stop one, stage one, Papendal, Netherlands. This beautiful day here, we're about to start the BMX. This is Jason Richardson, and I'm sitting here with Sammy Cools, your Olympian from the 2008 Beijing Olympics. How you doing, Sam?
Good. Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure. It's good to have a fellow pro up here on the mic for the UCI BMX Supercross World Cup. We are so excited to be here and start this party. Here in the Olympic Training Center, there are 550 athletes that come here, and it is on a nature reserve here in the province of Gelderland. We are in Papendal, which is east of Arnhem, and apparently there's some battlefields of World War II, and there will be a battle going on this weekend here on the BMX track, that's for sure. As you can see, this beautiful day, beautiful track, wind blowing just slightly, but that doesn't matter because we have some professionals out here that know what to do. As you can see, these beautiful forests, streams, and here at the Papendal location. This track is 400 meters long. It is a replica of the Rio 2016 Olympic track, and it is making for some great racing here today. I tell you that this track definitely has seen some champions come through, and we're definitely going to see some more champions come through again. Round one at 2 o'clock, and then we have a new format, and then after that, the people who did not get out of round one will go to the last chance, and they will be at 3 o'clock, and then at 3:40 into the 8th finals, then on to the 16th finals at 4:40, and then the 8th finals for the women and men, and then the quarterfinals for the women and men as well. On to the semifinals at 6:20. The women's final will be at 6:55, and then the men's final will be the final of the day. So we have a lot of racing planned. Today is a beautiful day. As we said before, it's sunny, 15 degrees Celsius. The wind is at 24 kilometers per hour. It shouldn't affect the riders too much, although I hear in practice the women might have had some trouble down the first straight with the wind. In 2016, Laura Smulders took the win along with 3 of the 5 events on tour, making her the overall champion. She's always been a strong contender here at this track and someone to be reckoned with in women's competition. In the men, Corbin Schraw started strong with a season-opening win in Argentina and topped the podium at both U.S. legs at the end of the season, landing him with the overall Supercross crown. The World Championship saw 2 repeat winners in the elite class, with Mariana Pajón and Joris Gaudet taking the titles. Mariana also took home the gold in Rio, turning a nightmare 2016 Supercross season into a dream. Connor Fields fought a great race to win the gold in Rio, as we see him blasting out of the gate right here in this sequence. Mars Strombergs won here last year, but he's not here this year, so the field is wide open for the men. There are a lot of Dutch riders fighting for the crown, hoping to win on their home track. So the standings. As of last year, Corbin Schraw, David Graff, Maris Strombergs, Ezekiel Torres, Carlos Ramirez, Sylvain Andre Torre Nijhag, and Renaud Blanc were the top 8 men last year in the Supercross series. The top 8 women: Laura Smulders, Brooke Crane, Simone Christensen, Caroline Buchanan, Elke Van Hoof, Yaroslava Bondarenko, Judy Bao, and Danny George were the top 8 last year. But this year it is wide open for the men and women, and everybody looked hungry in practice. Again, the track length, 400 meters, a copy of Rio 2016 track. UCI BMX World Cup host since 2011, home of the Dutch national team. And as I understand it, they are guaranteed to have World Cups through the 2020 Olympics that will take place in Tokyo.
Which is a great thing. This is an amazing event, and if you've ever been here, you know it's structured perfectly. Now they have more stands. You can see here is the track coming out. This is the first straightaway, a triple into the first turn. You can see the left side is the women's section, and then the right side is the men's section, going into some big doubles and jumping over the berm. Going into that second turn, then we have a technical third straight. This is where I think you're going to see a lot of moves being made through the races. Heading into that last turn, it's the last ditch effort into qualifying, I think. Going to a double, double, double roller and the finish line.
There's definitely a lot going on. It has been a while since we've both been on the track, but we are excited to watch round one as they are getting ready. And as you can see, there's quite a bit of racing ready and lined up. We have our first start list with Moto number 1, Corbin Schirra, Naverstad, Schmidt, Chappelle, Verhoeven, Faber, Osorio, Giraldo, and Cardoso. There is a lot of new names, as this is the most well-attended Supercross in quite some time with this new format. So I think a lot of riders are thinking they want to give it a go. Here we go, round 1, heat 1.
Looks like Navastad from the outside, but just in the inside is Corbin Schirra heading into that first turn. Navastad in second, going through the second straightaway. It is Schirra just running away with it. In second, third, and fourth, there's going to be a little bit of a fight there going into that second turn, but Navastad has a solid second place. Heading into the last turn, it's going to be Corbin Schirra, Tua Navastad from Norway, and I think that's the Colombian rider.
Giraldo looking like he's getting the third. And
Schirra,
so Schirra, Naverstad, and I think it was a tight finish with Orelstad. Heading up for round number 2. So that's Schirra, Naverstad, Giraldo, and Schmidt. So USA, Norway, Colombia, and Germany. And Corbin Schirra with a time of 37.514. He ran away with it on that one. So Moto number 2, the start list. Carlos Ramirez, Connor Fields, Demont, Franek, Pesek, Van Kamen, Yamaguchi, and Link. We have 2 Olympians in this round, and I am excited with our featured rider, Connor Fields, Olympic gold medalist, and USX rank 2016 number 34. He had a bad SX season last year, but an amazing Olympic season last year. But he's definitely sitting in the pole position and ready to win this moto. Now, Carlos Ramirez is another guy you want to keep your eye on as another Olympian. He's known for making moves. They call him the Magician, and let's see how they start. And they are out. Looks like Connor Fields has an amazing start. The Kruppe rider, Van Kamen, on the outside. So it looks like Fields and Van Kamen 1-2 right now coming out of the first turn with Ramirez in third as they head over the men's side straightaway, looking great over those doubles. They are checking out over into the second corner. Sam, what do you see?
Connor Field is just taking it away. Solid lap going through that third straightaway heading into the last turn. He has Van Kimmen right behind him and Ramirez in that third place going through the finish line.
Yeah, great ride by Van Kamen, Ramirez, and Fields. And just, you know, as an aside, Van Kamen is relatively new to the Supercross series, but he's been working with Christian Besserine, who has won some Supercrosses pre-2010, and you know, no stranger to the sport. So Connor Fields, Van Kamen, Ramirez, and Link. So I'm sure the Dutch crowd happy to see the Dutch rider making that last transfer spot out of this moto. As we are getting the track cleaned up, we are ready for the third rack with Tori Nyhog, Jerome, Villegas, Shawnee Gain, Dumi, Budelli, Sanchez, and Duber-Chagrave from Belgium. And I really hope I got that name right, but that's okay because the racing will be right in just one moment as we get up to the hill and watch them sit and get ready to go. There's a lot of nerves going on up there, Sam, as you know. What's it like being on top of that hill?
It's pretty intense, actually, especially I can see that the wind is a bit sidewind, so I think going into that gate drop, I think they're really going to feel it. Can see Tori Nyhag in the inside lane. I think he's the one to watch in this moto.
That is a fair assessment, Sammy, and you're right. Tori Nyhag with lane 1. Maybe not the best start, but definitely taking the pole position into the first corner. Looks like Nyhag and Villegas with Johnny Gain in third. So we have Canada, Argentina, and USA 1, 2, 3 as they go over the berm jump. Sam, bring us down to the finish line. Tell us what you see.
Tori's been looking strong, and I have great confidence of him finishing off in that first spot position with Argentina close in a second, and then you have Gain in the third position heading into the finish line. That's the way it's going to go.
That's the way it's going to go. The rest, as we know, the top 4 will move on to the next round, and everyone else has to hope for a better lap so that they can make the big show later on. As we get the track cleaned up, Nyhag, Villegas, and Gain 1, 2, 3, with Dumi, the Frenchman, in fourth. So that was a pretty, I would call, undercover hard moto. Villegas with a lot of power, Nyhag a lot of experience. He's an Olympic main event qualifier, so it was a good lap. But on to the next round, we have Vandenberg, Tanager, Turner, Maheu, Villard, Brett Hauer, and Volven. So a 7-man gate, and these gentlemen are up on the gate, poised and ready to go. You can see the flags just waving a bit. The wind doesn't seem to affect these riders too much, but we have the official right there saying, giving it a go. He's walking across the gate. All the men are up as we wait for the start. Round 1, heat 4. Off to a clean start. The gate drops. The base pumps. Looks like Bodie Turner had a great start, but caught a little bit too much air on that first jump as the Dutchman squeezes in Vandenberg. But then Turner with the high-low trying to contest it. Vandenberg's been on this track for a while, so it doesn't phase him too much. He stays poised, jumping into that second turn in first.
Vandenberg is pretty strong, but you have Bodie Turner in the second place, hunting him down, trying to get that first place position. Heading into the last turn, it will be the Dutchman in front, the Australian in the second, and the Frenchman in a close third place going through the finish line.
Yes, the crowd likes that one. The crowd was waiting for that one. So Vandenberg opening the cork, the first Dutchman to cross the finish line first in front of the home crowd. Turner in second with the Frenchman in third, and we know the French-Dutch rivalry in BMX goes back to the early 90s, possibly even the 80s. But Vandenberg, Turner, Maheu, and Brett Hauer, Villard, and Volhen will have to go to the last chance qualifier to see if they can get through to the big show. Next round, we have Evans from Team GB, Mastrutti from Italia, Smith, Webster, Rojas, Jacob, and Paulsen from Denmark. Looking up to the hill this beautiful sunny day, as you can see the forest just in back of the hill as we zoom in to the top. The official up there with the clipboard making sure everything is just perfect for these riders to hit that track. It's one thing about the UCI they do a very good job at prep and making sure that the track is perfectly ready every time they get on the gate. As they stand up, we'll wait for the starter's call. Round 1, heat 5, the gate drops, and it looks like Evans is just checking out down that first straight, those legs spinning fast. So we have Evans, Webster, and Smith. Evans, Webster, and Smith. Evans looking to pull away even further, almost out of the screen. Webster and Smith in tow, second and third.
Looks like you have Smith in the first place position and Webster in second. No, it's the British man in the first place heading into the last turn. Coming around, it's Evans, Smith, and Webster from Great Britain.
Yes.
Germany, sorry, in
It's
that third
okay.
position.
It's okay. Sometimes they're faster than the timing, it seems. But
Yeah, it seems like that.
Evans, Webster, and Smith strong. So Evans, the official Evans, Smith, and Webster, excuse me, and Jacob from Switzerland. And as we are learning the last two, we'll have to go to the last chance qualifier. Next round, Carlos Oquendo, Olympian and I believe Olympic medalist in London. Harmsen, McLean, Nagasako from Japan. Galyamov from Russia. Kleiboer from the Netherlands. And Racine from France. So we will see our featured rider here with a Supercross ranking in 2016 of 120. The 23-year-old Yoshitaku Nagasako. Definitely working hard, technical rider, strong person. He's like a bowling ball down that straightaway. He's really strong and solid, and really good to see the Japanese contingent out here. And they're off. It looks like Oquendo off to a terrible start, and it seems like Harmsen is the one to win into the first turn with that hole shot. The Russian jumping into third. So we have Harmsen and Nagasako 1 and 2 with the Russian in third over the berm jump. Here they go into the third straight.
Look like it's the Dutchman in the first place position, followed closely by Japan, and Russia is in the third place position going into that last turn, but it's going to be the Dutchman taking it home in front of his hometown crowd, and you can hear it go wild out there.
Yes, yes, definitely. It's always nice to lay down a good lap in front of the home crowd, and definitely helps shake the nerves off, knowing that you can cross the finish line in first and put it together in a good lap. I think Oquendo at the finish line kind of in a little bit of disbelievement, but Harmsen, Nagasako, Galimov, and McLean, Kleiber, Oquendo, and Racine will have to go to the next ground. Oquendo not happy with that. I mean, he had lane one. Which
looked like he had some trouble at the start.
It did. So we have Posey, Tremanis, Baez, Tornbaez, Ikigami, Ballerini, and Remertz. Posey and Tremanis, these two are no strangers to the Supercross format or high-level situations, that's for sure. Tremanis working with the Latvian team and, probably having a great mentor by the name of Maris Strombergs. We might have heard of him. And as we see Justin Posey in the coveted lane one position. They're off to a good start. Looks like Posey getting squeezed just a bit by Tremanis, getting that elbow in front of him. But it looks like Tremanis and Posey. Tremanis staying low over that jump into that first corner, manualing all three of those. Posey in second, but he's got to get on it because he's got some heat on him as they jump into the second corner.
Yeah, Tremanis is looking good. He was looking good in practice, so I'm not surprised right now. But Posey is having some fighting coming from the third position, trying to get through a better qualifying position. But it's Tremanis, Posey, and the Frenchman in the third taking it through the finish line for today. Yeah,
I tell you, Tremanis, that was a really clean lap, and that's the only person I've seen actually not jump into the first corner. He just kept his front wheel up and manualed all the way in. Posey, impressive run. Last year was kind of a heartbreak year for him. He did get to the Olympic trials. However, what many people may not know is he actually broke his back a year prior to those trials. So this is a great return for him. So the final for that lap was Tremanis, Posey, Turnbaez, and Baez. Remertz, Ikigami, and Ballerini will have to go to the last chance qualifier. But at least there's another chance, right, Sam?
There's another chance.
Another chance. So we have for this round Campo, Shippers, Ezekiel, Yoshi, Blanchard, Sharavine, and Kuzma. So we have three Frenchmen in this one, one Japanese gentleman, a Brazilian. So this is, I love the Supercross format because there's just so many people from around the world and so many different places. You never know how it's going to shake out. Sometimes it's brother on brother, and sometimes it's people you never even heard of next to you on the gate. But you can't count anyone out because everyone is so talented. off to another good start. You can hear the music pounding at the venue. The Brazilian getting a little bit crazy on that second jump, but makes it up, coming back into second. So Souza in second, Ventimiglia in first. Now we see some pedaling in the air by the Brazilian, and he's going to go all the way into that second corner and contest for first. Little bump and run.
Yeah, it looks like the Brazilian really wants to get that first place position. You have Campo in the second position, and there's a fight now between all four of them. But it looks like Campo wanted to finish this lap in number one, and he's going to finish it in the first place, with the Brazilian coming into a close second. Followed closely with third from the Frenchman, Kuzma, and Yoshi for the fourth.
Good lap by Campo. He was telling me that, you know, last at the Olympics in Rio, he was actually quite injured. His shoulder, I mean, he said that even though he could ride, it almost felt like his shoulder was coming out because he had an accident prior to the Olympics. So it's really nice to see him come here and finish strong. You can see the Dutchman did not have the best of luck that lap. He's riding off. His countrymen and women are cheering him on in the stand, so he will have to go to the next round. The official, Campo, Ezekiel, Kuzma, and Yoshi will move on. Sheridan, Blanchot, and Shippers will have to go to the next round, and that's a surprise that Shippers will have to do that. Start list, round 1, Heat 10, Kriegers, Tahiko, Bensick, Hasegawa, Hubert, Godoy, and Starsdins, another Latvian. So 2 Latvians in this moto, and they are making a strong push. It seems like that Latvian team is growing and growing every race we go to.
Yeah, they have some strong riders, and it's going to be interesting how they do and perform here this weekend.
Well, they definitely have the training down. Let's see. Let's wait for the start call and see who comes out first. Looks like the Latvian from the outside is pushing, but it's not going to be enough as Bensink just blasts into that first corner smooth. Those legs are spinning. We have Kriegers, Tahiko, and Bensink, 1, 2, and 3. Going into the second straight, jumping into the turn.
Coming into the second turn, in and out of it fast. It looks like Bensink is the Dutchman is in the third position, heading into the last turn. Coming out of it nice and strong. Into the finish line, you have
Kriegers, the Latvian, the Australian, and the Netherlands. Tahiko, you know, he's been putting in some good laps. I think he's scratching at the surface, getting closer and closer to those main event finals. As we can see, there's always a bit of drama on the Supercross track, as we've noticed. There's always some issues going on the track, whether someone got cut off, or maybe there was a wreck, or maybe somebody didn't quite make it over a jump. So I'm noticing that there's a lot of riders were waiting to finish the track, and it gets tight on that start hill, which unfortunately doesn't allow for everyone to do what they want to do on the track, as we see the young Japanese elite rider make his way off. So official, Kriegers, Tahiko, an Australian favorite, Bensick, and Strazdins will move on. So 2 Latvians make it out that round, and as you were saying, with their training and how they're doing lately, it's showing. So Heat 11, Kinman, Bernhardt, Kadyshev, Sharok, Zuleta, Pabijanskas, and Sciortino. Quite the round. I think Kinman will probably be the crowd favorite, him being Dutch and part of the Orange Army. I'm sure he's ridden this track a few times. But as we know, in the UCI Supercross, we cannot count anyone out. As soon as you do that, let's see if the Dutchman can make good use of lane 1. We had the Australian pop out on the outside, but he caught a little bit too much air on the first and second jump. Looks like we have Kinman and Sharok 1 and 2, with Barnhart in third. So we have the Netherlands, Team GB and Team GB 2 and 3 going into that second corner.
Yeah, Kinman's looking strong down that first straightaway, and Team GB has been strong all weekend. They have some great riders. I was looking in practice, and that's the colors to look out for this weekend. But right now, it's all about the Orange Army coming through the finish line, GB in second, and it looks like German for the third spot.
Yes. Yes. So Bernhardt. So that's a good finish for the younger of the Keenmans.
Yeah.
Yeah, start to finish. So he's definitely been riding with his brother in the team. So Keenman, Chirac, Bernhardt, and Kadyshev. So Chirac and Bernhardt, two strong riders. They're making their way up in the ranks. So that'll be good for their confidence heading into the next round. That's for sure.
I think there's a lot of young riders here this weekend, so it's going to be good to look for the future.
For sure. Heat 12, Rencarel, Garcia, Aguirre, Perronon, Rosa, White, and Knapp. And this would be Kai White, his older brother Trey White. He's actually his older brother Trey was a finalist at the World Championships in Rotterdam and made it to the podium. So this is a family of good pull down the first straight as they line up. I think we have a Frenchman in lane 1. See what he does with it. So Rencarel out quite well with Garcia, the American, in second, and the Australian just outside of him. So we have France, USA, and Australia 1, 2, 3 down the second straight on the men's side. Garcia overjumping just a bit, but he regains composure heading into the big turn jump with the Frenchman in front.
The Frenchman's coming out of the second turn. He had a great first straightaway, but Garcia is coming up, and he wants that first place to see if he makes some moves in that final turn. But I think they're going to come in nice and easy with the Frenchman in first, Garcia in second, Australian in the third place position, and that's how it's going to be.
Yeah, that was a good lap and clean one. Garcia actually, I could tell he was kind of dusting off the cobwebs. He hasn't been racing too consistently over the past year with some injury, and so he's getting his feet wet again, but a great finish. We have Rencarel, Garcia, Rosa, and the young Kai White with the fourth getting down to the next round. And as you know, the last 3 will have to go to the last chance qualifier. Next round, Heat 13, Vincent Pouliard, Cole, Rock and Roll Cole Tizar, Homsch, Labaun, Ramos, Tommy Zioli from Italy, and Fleming from New Zealand. So, as we said, this is probably the largest group of gentlemen, of elite men we've had thus far. And as we can see, there's already some new names putting in some good laps. Gates off, Rock and Roll. Cole Tizo gets spit out the back and does I don't know what over that first jump, as we have Pelluard. I didn't recognize Pelluard. He changed his uniform, but his riding style is still as classic as ever. So the Frenchman Pelluard jumping into over the pro jump into the second turn in first. Pelluard, Labaun, and Homsch, the Australian, in third.
You have 2 Frenchmen coming out of that turn, and they're technically solid. I think they're going to just keep it in that way into the last turn. 2 Frenchmen in the third place position. I think that's a rider from
Spain, the Spaniard in the third. So we don't see too many from Spain coming in the Supercross season, but definitely more than welcome. And so it's nice to see every time we have the biggest mix of countries. So the Spaniard finishing third, Rock and Roll Cole just crossing the finish line. He's not going to be happy with that. Pelluard, Labaun, Ramos, and Homsch. So Fleming, Tomozili, and Tizar will have to hope for the best in the last chance qualifier. You know, it's interesting. Sometimes when you're on that gate, the nerves get the best of you and you don't do what you want to do. Next round, Heat 14, we have Wolk, Milano, Rizvidi, Lopez, Breshnan, Bohuslavik, and Claerte.
a lot of new names out there this weekend, so keep a good eye out for some future superstars, I guess you can say.
Yes, and one of those would be Claerte. He's relatively new to Supercross. I think he might be birth year 17 years old, so he's not even 17 yet. It's just he will be by the end of the year. But he's been working hard, and he was living in the U.S. earlier on last year. So the gate drops, and it looks like Milano is fighting for the first place, but it's going to be tight into that first corner as Vidi just beats Milano out with the Swiss rider in third. So we have Vidi, Milano, and the Swiss rider in third, and jumping into the second corner with Breshnan pushing through.
Milano looks like he's in that first place position going into, getting past through that third technical straightaway, it's Vidi Milano, the Swiss rider, the Danish rider in the third place, and the Swiss rider picking up the fourth.
Yes, looks like we have to go to the time on that one. Vidi, probably not his cleanest lap. Looked like between him and Milano, they were fighting for it as the riders clear out the, through the pen, as you can see. But that was definitely a pretty wild run between both of them. A lot of lead changes, and I would only ask the viewers to get used to that, because there's a lot of moves that can be done. The official Vidi, Wolk, Breshnan, and Clerté making it through. So.
I think as we move on through the program, you're going to see that third straightaway. People are going to take their chances and kind of make the passes.
For sure. This is a pretty stacked moto we have right here. We have Amadou Mir, Quillen Isidore, Justin Kisman, Topinka, Geerling, Rago, and Espejo. So the top three on that list all are, they all have made it to big main events or big finals in their home countries or on Supercrosses. We have a world champion on the gate. We have a Supercross top three finisher, season finisher, in Amadou Mir. So this is definitely a stacked race. So let's see if Amadou Mir can take advantage of lane one. It looks like he's out okay. Keenman getting squished in the middle. Looks like Mir just running away with it, over jumping even into the first corner, with Keenman in second, Rago Richard in third. Oh, and Isidore in third, beating out the Frenchman, over jumping, and now they're going to that second corner, fighting for third and fourth.
Looks like it's the Frenchman Mir going into the third straightaway. Nice to see him back. He had a hard crash in Rio. In the second position, it's the British Army, I'm going to say, because there's a bunch of young British guys who are coming up, and he's going to fight for it. And then it's the Dutchman collecting that third place position. Yeah,
pretty unlikely of Keenman to, start out with a third place for him. So I don't know if he maybe just didn't get the start he wanted. We see we have a rider coming down the last straight. I believe he's from the Czech Republic.
I think that just shows you the quality of the riding that we have here this weekend. And I think that it's important with all these new riders that we still have those superheroes coming out.
That's right. And that's the beauty of sport. You can become a superhero just like that. So Mir, Isidore, Keenman, and Espejo will move to the next round. We'll see if Keenman can sharpen his pencil for the next round, but Mir and Isidore almost winning that one, kind of fighting Mir for it. So that was a great run. So next group heat, we have this heat. So we have White, Klashenko, Scothman, Peel from New Zealand, junior world champion, Fala, McConey, and Sear. So again, another one of those, what I like to say, undercover hard motos, hard laps. A lot of talent in this group. Fala, I think he's a two-time Olympian, and then we have Trey White, who in lane one, as we see, who's also been on the podium at a World Championships. Gate comes down. Looks like Trey's not off to the best start, but he definitely, the Russian gave him too much room, and he just pedaled right by him. So we have White, Klashenko, and Scopeman. Netherlands in third. Let's see if the crowd can help him get to the front. But looks like Trey White has a pretty good lead heading into that second quarter with the Russian right behind him.
Yeah, Trey White is looking fast, and we can't also count out the Russian. I mean, they have some pull down that first straightaway, but as you hit that first jump, I mean, Trey White just moved forward. So here coming into the last turn, it's going to be White, the Russian, moving up into the it's going to be a fight for second, though, but it's going to be White, a photo finish between Scoutman and Klashenka.
Yes, that's a tight finish, and the young New Zealand rider Peel looks like he'll have to go to the last chance. That was definitely unlikely of him, but again, I mean, he's moving into that senior elite. Oh, Peel just makes it with a fourth. So Trey White, Skoman, Klashenko, and Peel just getting by the hair of his chinny chin chin to the next round, but definitely moving from junior men to elite men is a big jump and quite the transition. So that's something to get used to. So Heat 16, Komarov, Rezende, Negard, Luki, Zaluaga, Melo, Seegers, and Grommers. So 2 Belgians, a Colombian, 2 Frenchmen, a Brazilian, and a Russian in this moto. This is definitely a good mix of Europe and South America. As the starter moves to the side to make sure it's all official, let's wait for the call. Russia in lane 1, Resende in 2. Let's see if he takes advantage of that room given him. And yes, so as you can see, if you get some room, some of these more experienced riders take advantage of it. Resende, his track speed's amazing. I mean, you can follow him on YouTube. He does some amazing things with his point of view videos. As they come out into the second turn, we have Resende, Camarade, and Lanegarde.
Yeah, Resende, the happiest man in BMX. That's kind of his name out there. And he kind of shows it on the track. He rides happy, and he's looking strong this weekend. So he's going to come for that first place position, followed by the Russian. And it was a close finish with the Frenchman in third and fourth, 2 Frenchmen qualifying through.
Yes, that moto was interesting in that Resende did not have the best start, but he pulled through. Resende, Komarov, Lanegarde, and Nuki, the official. Seegers-Grommers and Mello will have to move on to the next round. But that was an interesting lap, good mix of power and skill. As we can see in this heat, we have Van Gorkum, Marquardt, Hughes, Stindl, Da Silva, Omont, and Danilauler. With our featured rider being Jelle Van Gorkum, Olympic silver in Rio. He's what I like to call an OG of the sport. He is so professional. He's out lane 1, not the best start. It looks like the Swiss rider with the pull, but then Van Gorkum going to contest it anyway into the first corner. So he just kind of bullies Marquardt. Marquardt gave him the room, and Van Gorkum said thank you, because the OG just can stay calm and make those moves. So we have Van Gorkum, Marquardt with the Australian struggling to maintain the third position.
Yeah, Van Gorkum, he didn't have the best start, but I mean, that inside lane kind of gives you that extra little oomph into that first turn, and he's just going to take it, and he's going to run away with it, followed closely by the Swiss rider, and he's going to fight all the way to the end with the third place rider coming in as Hughes, and Da Silva for the fourth from Brazil.
Yeah, that was a good lap, because and Jelle was probably, I'm sure when he got out of the gate, something went through his head. He said, "Oh, I probably didn't want to do that." But yeah, it was interesting because the Swiss rider, had clearly had the line going into the first corner and just left Jelle with too much room, and Jelle said thanks. So as you can see, the official is Van Gorkum, Marquardt, Hughes, and Da Silva. They will move on to the next round, and the rest will have to go to the last chance qualifier. As it keeps going, Twan Van Kent, Godet, Freiswick, Yoshimura, Brunner, Juvet, and Vandervist. Quite the list of riders. Godet, Van Gent, definitely no strangers to big situations, Supercross racing. They've definitely been in main events all over the world, so this will be a great race with Van Gent in lane 1. Looks like the wind might have picked up a little bit. Van Gent, looks like we have a Dutch sandwich from lane 1 and lane 8, but Van Gent's going to take him into the first corner with a pretty good lead. Yoshimura in second with Godet in third as they go over the second straight. Everyone's hitting it mostly clean. We have an Australian jumping into fourth, but we have Van Gent, Godet, and Vandervist, 1, 2, and 3.
It looks like that Dutch sandwich is holding true going into that third turn. Heading out of the third turn, you have Van Gent, Godet for the French, and then also in the third, picking up another Dutch rider.
Yeah, Van Gent, Godet, Vandervist, and Freiswick. Freiswick's definitely, it's time for him to start putting in some finishes as well. As we can see him, he's been putting in some good shows here and there, and so he'll be getting in there as he gets more experience. Van Gent, Godet, Vandervist, and Freiswick. So those people will move on. Next round, Dodet, Lopez, Kronk, Butti, Cristofoli, Slots, and Bogart. Dodet with a crazy crash in yesterday's practice. Our world champion featured rider, second in the overall, in the best Supercross overall finish was second in the series, but with a world championship jersey, you can't win them all.
No, and he looked really strong in practice today. It didn't even look like he crashed. So he's going to be the one to watch for sure.
One of the taller riders on the circuit, already in front before he gets to the first jump, but Joris Daudet, very relaxed, smooth style. His pedal strokes are so efficient. Like you said, he looks strong in practice, and you know, that's good when you come back, because sometimes when you crash in practice, you're a bit hesitant, but not Daudet as he jumps into the second corner. Very relaxed. Daudet, Kronk, 1 and 2.
Yeah, Daudet looks strong. It looks like he's just kind of playing around. I think that you're going to see a little bit more out of him coming through the day. Followed closely by the Australian Kronk, and then in that third position coming through the finish line is going to be Lopez and Slots for the fourth.
Yeah, Daudet was definitely relaxed in that lap. I would imagine he'll turn up the intensity as the time goes on. We'll hope. But Daudet, Kronk, Lopez, and Slots, definitely they will go on to the next round. Booty and Cristofoli will have to go to the last chance as we keep on going. The Australian national chant, Sakakibara, Ospina, Groenendaal, Avril, Barry, and Navarro in this round. Sakakibara, he has a sister that races also, and they both are just crowned national champions in Australia. So brother and sister national champion duo. Sakakibara is in lane 1, and then we have the Dutch rider in lane 3, so we know the crowd will be loud during this moto. Gates off, Colombian with the wheel up. Looks like the Dutch rider with the hole shot, but Sakakibara has lane 1. The Dutch rider shuts the door on Sakakibara. He has to take a couple extra pedals. So Van Groenendaal, Avril, and Sakakibara, 1, 2, 3. Sakakibara is going to contest it, jumping into the second corner with the Colombian in second.
Yeah, it looks like that the Dutchman had a little bit of trouble going through that second straightaway and lost everything. Heading into the last turn, it looks like it's going to be a fight for first. The Australian and Colombian first and second, and that's the way that it's going to be.
So it looks like Sakakibara, Ospina, and we still have Barry and Van Groenendaal gets through anyway. I believe someone's tire blew in the last corner. That's exactly the case. Sounded like a gunshot, but it was a tire that blew. They run about 90 to 100 pounds of pressure on these tires, and they push really hard in these corners. So it
just shows you never give up. You know, it could have been the Dutch rider could have stopped, but then he wouldn't have qualified.
Yes,
so
yes.
Never give up until the white line.
Great lesson, Sam. That is so true. But definitely a disappointment, because when you're looking at a qualifying position, and now this gentleman will have to go to the last chance qualifier. But you know, that's something to be said about anything. You know, doing anything in high stakes is definitely, you know, there's something to be said for keeping your composure, and it looks like Van Groenendaal did, and he kept his composure. Even he lost it and regained it all in the same lap, and got there with Barry and Sakakibara getting through as well. This round, Molina from Argentina, Christensen, Pollard, Palominas, Van Houten, and Grazian from Italy.
We see a lot of Italians here this weekend.
Yes, it's not too typical, but it seems like their team has grown as well since last year's Supercross series. So it's exciting to see the Italians come out, and I especially like seeing them in the restaurants with their collars tipped up after the races. Molina in lane 1, known for some heat down the first straightaway, but it doesn't look like he's going to get to the first turn first, as we see Pollard. So Pollard, Molina, and Palominos, 1, 2, 3. France, Argentina, and Chile going over the berm jump into the second corner.
Pollard looked like he had a strong first straightaway, and he's going to continue that going out of the second turn, hitting that third straight. Coming into the last corner, it looks like it's going to be the Frenchman to take it home, with the Argentinian in the second. But it looks like that's going to be your top 3 finish today. Pollard, Molina, and Palominos from Chile.
And Christensen. Yeah, Christensen, unlikely for him. He does get through. I'm sure he would have wanted to finish higher up. Molina was getting a little bit out of shape in that third straightaway, but nonetheless he got through. So Pollard, Molina, Palominos, and Christensen. Again, composure is key. This track is very fast, and it's much bigger than it looks. Renault Blanc in this round. Dubois, Sebesta, Severa, Malishevkinov, Tween, Nicolas, and Popma. So full gate of men. And again, this track is bigger than it looks on TV, and it takes a lot out of you. So if you get a little crooked or you get off pace, then it definitely takes more energy to get around the rest of the track. Heat 22, they are off to a great start. Looks like Sebesta pops out great, catches a little bit too much air over that first jump, so he's going to go back to third. Looks like we have Blanc, Malishevkinov, and Sebesta 1-2. Sebesta comes back into second, regains his composure, but we have the Swiss, the American, and the Dutchman jumping into third.
Yeah, you have Blanc coming strong into the third straightaway, followed closely by Sebesta, and Sebesta's hunting. He wants more. He doesn't want that second place. He wants that first place. And then coming into the third straightaway, the Russian seems like he's going to pass for the third, and the Dutchman coming in the close fourth.
Blanc, Sebesta, 1 and 2. Sebesta had a great start, just over-jumped a little bit much, and then got swarmed down the first straight, but was able to regain composure and get that second place. As the official is Blanc, Sebesta, Malyshenkov, and Popma. Severa, Tween, and Nicolas will have to move on to the last chance. Next round, Sylvain Andre, Anthony Dean, Alex Tugas, Turkelson, Negard, Munoz, Beskrovny, and Dyke. That is one loaded moto, one heat. So A. Dean looking strong, main event qualifier at the Olympics. He's definitely had some ups and downs as far as injuries concerned, but he always comes back really fast. You want to keep our eyes out on lane 2 and lane 1. So Andre and Dean coming out of lane 2 and 1. There is Dean, shoots out. Let's see if he shuts Andre down. Andre was going to kind of contest it, but he's going to file in for second. So we have Dean, the Australian, moving it down the second straight, getting a little wild over those jumps, with Andre keeping it cool, jumping into the second corner, still filing in with Tugas, the Canadian, in third.
Yeah, it looks like Dean and Andre are having a little bit of fun. You know, at this point, it's to stay safe, and top 2, that goes on to the next round. Followed closely by the Danish rider, Tokusin. I saw that the Canadian rider was in the third, but obviously something happened in that second turn, and he didn't qualify. Tugas needs to go to the last chance qualifier today.
Definitely disappointing for Tugas. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was the second turn or probably the third straight. Great rides by Dean and Andre. Dean getting a little bit wild over some of those jumps, but I think he just has so much speed, he can barely contain it. So Anthony Dean, Sylvain Andre, Turkelson, and Negard. Tugas just missing out, and he will have to go to the last chance, which is disappointing. Next round, Heat 24, David Graf, Palmer, Ramiro Marino, Malenfant, Fox, Votava, Gargaglia, and Garcia. Marino, kind of a veteran of the series. I believe I raced him back in the day. So it's good to see him out. And I think the person we're going to want to watch is David Graf in this rack, and he's in lane 1. The Swiss rider popping straight out with a commanding lead as we go over the second jump. You see rider number 2 peeking over his shoulder, but he just can't get over enough. So it looks like Palmer's going to jump into that second part with Marino in fourth. But David Graf just running away with it over the berm jump as everyone else fights for second and third.
Yeah, the Swiss rider's in first, and he was looking another one to look really strong in practice. He's going to be another one to watch out for, with the Canadian in second place coming around that Palmer, coming around that last turn, and he's safe to move on to the 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Yes. There's a lot of people we got to get through today. But Graf and Palmer 1 and 2 as we clear out the track. This gentleman will unfortunately have to go to the last chance, but at least he gets the last chance qualifier to make the big show. So it's not over till it's over. With the official Graf, Palmer, Marino, and Malenfant. So quite the mix of young and old in that moto getting through.
Yeah, here you can see round 1. That's what we just went through for the males. Now we'll have next the women's and then the last chance qualifier. So that's the new thing that's going to happen this weekend.
Yes, round one. So after round one, the women will move on to the 8th finals. And then those who don't move it out of there will go to the last chance qualifier. So round one, heat one, we have Smulders, Curtis, Escobar, Calderon, Stavo, and Bollet. Who's your favorite?
I have to say Smulders. I mean, she's the one to watch this weekend in practice. I mean, you can tell that this is a home track. Definitely home track. And there she is. She's our featured athlete for today for the women's. And I mean, she looks strong at all races, not just, she's so consistent.
Yeah, she's consistent.
I think that's going to pay off in the long run for her, even though is a veteran athlete. She's been to 2 Olympics.
And only 23.
Only 23 years old.
But definitely very good about her track speed, about hitting all her marks. I mean, just very fundamentally sound rider. Another fun rider to watch is number 93. I'm partial to that number, is Stavo. So Smulders in lane 1, next to the Australian. Looks like she's already popped off to a good lead with Stavo next to the Australian. But Smulders into the first corner. She was jumping that jump into the first corner, but I think the wind may have an effect. So we have Smulders, Stavo with the Australian in third as they go into the second corner and then into the technical third straight.
Yeah, Smulders is looking clean already, has a clean lap through that second straightaway. She shows you now that this is her home track and she's ready to fight for that top position at the end of the day. With the Brazilian rider, I think, in the second place, and the Australian Curtis coming through the third.
Yes. So Smulders, Curtis, and Stavo with Bollet getting that last qualifying spot. Smulders had a pretty good lead on the rest of them, so she might have had a few extra laps on this track before everyone else arrived. The official, Smulders, Curtis, Stavo, and Bollet will go to the next round. Escobar, Julia Rotten will have to go on to the last chance. This round, though, we have Christensen, Priest, Aframova, Restrepo, Nagare, Saylor, and Michelson. Featured rider, Nadja Priest, 22 years old. Best Supercross finish was a 9th. Her bike is a thrill bicycle. Last year's ranking was number 16th. She does like to smile for the camera, and I'm sure she'll be smiling if she gets a top 4 or top 3 after this round.
I think the one to watch right now is from lane 1, the Danish rider, Simone Christensen. So keep your eye out on her.
Let's see if Sammy Cools is correct. Looks like the Russian jumping out to an early lead, but Sammy Cools calls it, and Christensen finds her way to the front coming out of the first corner with Aframova in tow as they head into, they got a little hung up there, and now we have somebody leaping into second place from Colombia. Christensen barely holding on.
Yeah, it looks like Christensen's in the first place. There's a little hang up in the second straightaway, which allowed the Colombian to slide into that second, but that Russian is not giving up, and she's going to fight to the finish to get that second placing. But it looks like Christensen from Denmark in that first place position, the Russian in the third, and Colombia picking up the third place, and Priest from Germany finishing it out.
Smiling into the next round.
Yeah.
Smiling into the next round. Yeah, that was a pretty interesting lap because number 1 and 2, first and second, Christensen didn't jump the second jump in the second straight. So Christensen and Aframova got hung up a little bit, and then Restrepo was able to pop in there. But Christensen, Aframova, Restrepo, and Priest will move on to the next round. The other 4 will have to go to the last chance, which is somewhat fortunate. This round, heat number 3, Judy Bao, Hernandez, Smulders the younger, Hatakeyama, Ridge, Davis, Vargas, and Grün from France. So another full rack of elite women on this beautiful day here in Papendal. Looks like the wind has died down a bit. That Tioga flag is somewhat still, just blowing gently. That's a good thing. Round 1, heat 3, elite women. As they come out of the gate, we have Smulders going to an earlier lead. Casing coming up a little bit short of that second jump, which allows for Bao to sneak in there. So that was Bao and Smulders, excuse me. So we have Bao, Smulders, and then we have the Japanese rider jumping into second place.
Yeah, it looks like the Japanese rider hit that second straight perfect, and you can see how much they can gain on just riding smooth. In first is Bao coming in to the home crowd. They're going to be cheering for her with the Japanese rider in second, and then also the smaller Smulders picking up the third with the fourth place by Hernandez.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just is coming back from an injury.
Yes, that was definitely a quiet moto for her. So it's good that Hernandez will move on, as long with Smulders, Hatakeyama, and Bao. But yes, Hernandez, an Olympic medalist, coming back from injury, so she barely gets through. So this round, Heat 4, we have Suvorova, Reynolds, Bernard, Von Niederhausen, Walker, Gonzalez, and Fleming. So the ones to watch in this moto would be Reynolds, Suvorova, and Walker. Feature rider, what do you know?
Sarah Walker.
Sarah Walker, 28. She is definitely a legend of sport of some sorts. Olympic medalist, silver medalist in London, and definitely a fierce competitor. That's for sure. So we are on hold just a bit. Up. Starter says the arms up. We are official. So let's see how they fare out. Round 1, Heat 4, Lauren Reynolds in lane 2 with the smooth jumping. She is known for her jumping. Let's see. She does not jump into the corner, but she does jump to first place, that's for sure, getting some extra pedals in that first corner. So we have Reynolds, the Australian, with the Russian in tow. Reynolds is really good about her track speed, and she makes sure she hits those jumps and gets good backside for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Reynolds and Walker, they're such smooth riders. It's really nice to watch them. And then you have the Russian in second place, as Sarah Walker is just using her skill through that last straightaway. But it's Reynolds. She's going to have a clean lap from start to finish with the Russian in second, and Sarah Walker picking up that third. And then the Swiss into the fourth place position. So it looks like Reynolds, she's on a mission too. You know, she looks smooth, controlled. She is very calculated with her riding, I feel, and it's kind of the same with Sarah Walker. So I feel they ride very similar.
Yes. Official, Reynolds, Suvorova, Walker, and Gonzalez. And to what you were saying, Sam, again, composure is key. You know this. You've been in a lot of big finals. Sometimes you don't always have to be the fastest. If you can be the most composed and ready, you'll find yourself where you want to be. This round, Heat 5, Bondarenko, Shriver, Dudot, Huisman, Garcia, Peterson, and Juteau. How was my accent?
It's really good. You're really good with the names.
I don't know.
I'm so proud of you. Yeah.
I try. It's difficult, but I try. Heat 5, round 1. Out of the gate, the Russian comes out with the wheel a little bit high. We have Shriver jumping onto an early lead, legs moving fast, a little bit too fast into that first corner, but she is doing a bang job, just keeping it smooth, heading into the second corner with the French rider and Dutch rider in second and third, respectively, as the Russian charges for third.
Yeah, the British Army is strong this weekend, and it's very impressive with the program that they have, and you can see it on the track. It's coming together. So you're going to have Shriver in the first place position. Passed by the Russian right by the finish, and then the Dutch and French picking up third and fourth position.
Yes, Bondarenko, Shriver, Huisman, and Dudot will move on. The rest will have to go to the last chance, as the Spanish rider is hoping to get out of that last chance rider. So Bondarenko, Shriver, Huisman, and Dudot will move on. Peterson, Juteau, and Requero will have to go to the last chance. Round 1, Heat 6, we have insane Brooke Crane, the Olympic gold medalist and world champion, Mariana Pajon, Ad Makina, Mayer, Stansel, Pan Am gold medalist, Petch, Moreau, and Veenstra. This race has quite the competitors, with our featured rider, Mariana Pajon. Best rank last year was 12, but as we know, her Rio was her aim, and she won that. As we wait for the call. And they're off and running. Looks like Pahone, Crane, and Stancil not in that order. So it looks like Crane is going to challenge Mariana and go into the first place with Pahone. So we have Crane, Pahone, and Stancil 1, 2, and 3. USA, Colombia, and I believe USA in third. Oh, Stancil goes down, which is unfortunate. As
here's Pahone in the first place. Looked like there was some catching up in the second straightaway where Brooke fell and she got tangled up there. But it looks like Pahone is going to take that gold bike through that finish line, followed by the French girl, Maria Pech and Morot.
Yes, that was definitely an interesting lap. I don't know what happened between Crane and Stancil. Both Americans went down in that second straightaway. Stancil seems to be okay. Crane, they're still tending to her. We're watching the Stancil bring her GT bicycle and uniform down the finish line. She's okay. Doesn't look like she's too sore. She thumbs up, telling everyone she's okay, which is unfortunate. She'll have to go to that next round.
Brookie Crane still looks like she's down, and it's unfortunate because she's had such a solid lap. She's been really relaxed and was talking yesterday to Pete about how she's just relaxed about racing these days. Yeah. So I hope she can get up.
So official Pahone, Mare, Pech, and Moreau will be the official. Veenstra, Stancil, Crane will have to go to the next round, and we hope the best for Brooke Crane. So last chance qualifier we have going on right now. They will move forward as we are, as you can see, just past the two straightaways in camera view. That we have a lot of attention on that second straight. They are tending to Brooke Crane.
So if the viewers at home don't really know about the way that everything's going to be working today, they do one lap, and the top 4 riders from that race then move on to either the 30 seconds if you're a man, and for the women it's going to be the 1 quarterfinals or 8 finals. Mm-hmm. And then the rest get scrambled up again, and they have a new event or a new round, which is the last chance qualifier. And again, they'll take the top 4 from that, and they'll move on again to either the 32nd or the quarterfinals.
Brilliantly explained, Sam. And I think the UCI did a great job and it made a great decision in this new race format, which is why there are so many people, so many more contestants, so many more racers who have signed up. I think they wanted to give the riders as many chances as possible to race since the stakes are so high. So race resumes at 3:08 as they prepare the track for the last chance qualifier. What are your thoughts on the racing so far, Sam?
It's been great. I think the viewers at home need to know too about the wind. It's been a bit like it gets windy and then it calms down and it gets windy. So if you see that some riders are flying across the track in an opposite direction, you kind of get an idea that the wind has picked up, and I think it's going to be like that all day. So if you just look at the Tioga flags at the top of the hill, you can kind of judge how windy it is, and but other than that, it's been great.
Yeah, what's always impresses me is how they immediately tend to the riders and the track. So as you know, Brooke Crane went down. They got her, tended to her really quick, got her care, got her off the track, and then after each lap they go straight to the track and they really want to make sure the track is swept, the track is race ready, and also looks really good as well. So, and as we can see in this shot, the track really does look amazing. I mean, as a rider myself, I wish I could actually get out there and ride it, but that's I think a good testament to the UCI and the crew here in Papendal is how well they take care of the track.
And the volunteers.
Yes.
For that. There's a lot of volunteers out there helping around to make it the best environment for the riders that can possibly be. And I think that's really important. As a former rider, I always appreciated those volunteers taking care of the track and not so much making it look nice, but safe. And especially when the riders are hitting such top speeds as they are these days with that 8-meter starting hill, I mean, it's important that they have a safe track to race on.
Yes, a safe track to race on in the province of Gelderland in Papendal, which is just east of Arnhem. Beautiful forests, flowing streams, with some World War II sites. This is an amazing place to be in the world, as you can see how beautiful it is. And I have to tell you, this is my 3rd or 4th time here in the Netherlands, and every time I come here, I am thoroughly impressed with how enjoyable the whole country is. It's everything's so pristine and pretty.
Even the facility that is here for the athletes, it's incredible. I mean, I spent 2 years in Switzerland at the UCI center there, and I mean, it's incredible. It's an amazing training center, and especially if you're focused on the end goal, going to the Olympics or being a world champion or whatever your goals are from year to year, I think it's important that there's a reason why the Dutch riders, there's a Dutch army, is they have a facility. They have a staff that's catering just to top performance.
And I think it's a culture. You know, I think, having talked to Bas de Wever, the BMX director and their coach, having raced Bas de Wever before as well. But it's definitely a culture of professionalism, precision. And it's the interesting thing about it is it's not too stiff. It's not too rigid. So everyone here is really doing a great job. As you can see, they're watering the track, getting it ready for the last chance qualifier. Apparently they had a pretty cold winter here, so for this track to be in this great of condition, given the weather conditions that they have had only a short time ago, is amazing. What's been your favorite part so far? If you were to what would be your favorite part of this track, Sam?
I think the second straightaway. I always love second straightaways.
That would be where you would turn it on.
I would try to, at least. I mean, me sitting here and saying it, I would totally.
But this is the
those.
time to sit here and say it because you're not racing.
I would think the second straightaway. I think it's a very important part of the track. I think for men and for women. It's where you can just either, if you're in first, you can move forward, or if you're in second or third, you can make the move so that you set yourself up right for the third straightaway. It's not always a passing, because you never want to get stuck up in that second turn and then you have half a track for people to kind of pick up speed on you. So I think it's a very important part of the track is that second straightaway.
Well, it was definitely clear during that round when we saw the elite women go that, I think literally the first heat of that first round with elite women, there was a little hiccup and then it affected the whole lap. And then as we saw with Brooke and Felicia, it affected their lap. So the second straight seems to be still crucial with the racing. I think in the men, for me, I would really want to focus on that third straightaway. That would be where I would want to make sure that I'm as fundamentally sound as possible. I think because you could probably lose some positions pretty easily there, or take advantage of other people's mistakes on that third straightaway. Because what's deceiving is hitting that big step up, as you see coming just behind that UCI, just beyond that UCI finish line banner. That big step up. I mean, that's almost as big as a traditional track starting hill. That landing, and so when you jump over that, you're kind of jumping blind. You don't see on the other side of it. So if you can get good backside on that, work your way through that third straightaway smoothly and gain speed, then it'll minimize you getting past, and you might just be able to capitalize on other riders' mistakes.
I always think you don't always have to be the strongest rider, but you always see that the smoothest riders, even if they don't look like they're going fast, I'm going to use an example of Sarah Walker here, because she never looks like she's moving fast, but she's so precise that at the end of the straightaway, she's faster than everybody else. And I think that for the men, too, in that third straightaway, it's about kind of hitting it perfectly. And that's the difference between first and third, or first and fourth.
Yes, and it happens quickly. It happens quickly when when things go wrong. So we have the photo crews there. They're enjoying the sun. Bart de Jong with his photo bib on and credentials blowing in the wind, waiting for the next round. And again, more track maintenance as this track is probably the biggest star of the event. I don't know. I think even more so than some of the riders.
Yeah, I think we're going to get started here in a couple minutes. For those of you at home watching the screen, if you've just tuned in, we are going to start soon with the men's last chance qualifier.
Yes, the last chance qualifier, which is the last chance to keep going in the show. So clearly the last event will be the finals, but with the new format change, it actually makes room for more people to race. As we recall last year, there was time trials, and if you didn't get round of 64 in the time trials, then you had to go home. So now everyone races, and then everyone gets another chance. So that's good. As we see the fans and the crowd is building as every round of moto comes. There's more and more people getting into the stands. Kids are excited, and as you saw, those kids had some looked like some cross country uniforms. You see people wearing their jerseys. The Netherlands is known for bike ridings. If you go to any of the cities, there's always a lot of bike parking, bike rental, bike sharing. So there's a culture of cycling here, as everyone in the stands is excited and stoked to be here. Sunglasses on, smiles, eating snacks, enjoying the life in Arnhem as it is. And as I was told, those colors right there, the blue, green, gold, and black are the province's colors. Those are the Gelderland's colors. I don't know what they represent. Well, I'm learning. I figure if I'm going to be here in this country, I should do my best to learn as much as possible.
Thank you for telling me that. Now,
well, you know, now when you go home, you can say, I know Gelderland's colors. But don't say too much, because then you might have to explain more. Have to explain more.
With a 5-year-old, it's always explaining why. So.
Well, don't get in too much of a habit of explaining too much to the children. So, sun is still shining. We have some clouds out, and the wind is just blowing so gently. The wind was, you're right, Sam, the wind was picking. It does kind of pick up and then go back down, pick up and go back down. And what's unfortunate about that, it is not always predictable, but it does dry out the track when we have a breeze over it. So they like to throw some water down to make sure that the dirt is tacky to minimize as much slippage as possible and take care of the track. As the fans are smiling, thumbs up, more sunglasses, and it looks like it's getting warmer out there too, as we see some short sleeve shirts and some tank tops. I know it's warm here in the tower as we're watching the race action, and
looks like they're getting ready.
They're getting ready. The
now.
Music's getting turned up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we have some riders getting up to the top of the hill. There we go. Last chance. Heat 1. Clerté, Yamaguchi, Gargaglia, Dubois, Tizar, Poulsen, and Navarro. So this is an interesting phenomenon, because the last chance, I would have to think that the intensity, because this is it. If you don't get past this round, you're done. So I would have to think that the intensity and possibly desperation is just turned up a bit more. So it's going to be interesting to see who maintains composure. That seems to be the theme for the day that I've clung on to. Who maintains their composure and gets to the next round? We have young Eddie Clerté right there in lane 1 with the black, white, and red from France. And let's see, and we see the wind has picked up just a bit as the jerseys are blowing. Out of the gate, looks like rock and roll Cole Tizar with a nice hole shot. So far, so good. Jumping into the first corner, looks like the Japanese rider takes advantage of the room Tizar left, but we have Tizar and Yamaguchi. The top 4 will move on from the last chance to the next round. So we have Yamaguchi, Tizar, and Clerté, 1, 2, and 3. Tizar having some trouble.
Yeah, Teaser looked like he got a little bit caught up on that berm jump and set him back into the third position. But it looks like it's going to be Japan in that first place position. French for the second, and Teaser going in for the third. But it's a fight for that fourth place position now.
So Yamaguchi, Clerté, Teaser, and Navarro. So 2 Frenchmen making it onto the show with Teaser and Yamaguchi. Definitely probably a bit nerve-wracking for Cole Teaser to go from first to fourth, back to third in that lap, but it is over. The official is Yamaguchi, Clerté, Teaser, and Navarro. Clerté's dad, Michael Clerté, is probably watching on in admiration and pride as his son moves on. Next round, Heat 2, Peyronon, Brunner, Fabre, Racine, Rojas, Budelli, and Grazian.
3 French riders in this one. Let's see what they can do, and 2 Italians.
Yes, yes. So that's another difficult thing when you send a team over, and many on your team is on the same gate. So the Frenchman in lane 1 in the pink, blue, and black. But it looks like he's going to squeeze through for that first into the first turn at the very least, as we have another Frenchman in third. So we have France, Swiss, France, 1, 2, 3 in the second straight with another French rider in fourth. So Italians nowhere to be seen, but we definitely have Swiss and a strong French contingent top 4.
It looks like it's those 3 Frenchmen in first, second, and now third, pinching out the Swiss rider for that fourth position. The Italians are sitting in 5th and 6th place, so it looks like it's going to be France, 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 and Swiss to pick up the last qualifying position for this last chance qualifier.
Racine, Faber, Peyronon, and the fourth rider I didn't quite get because I didn't read fast enough as we see them clear off the track. So Racine, Faber, Peyronon, and Brunner, the Swiss rider, I'm guessing from the German-Swiss area with the name Brunner, but I'm just guessing. So, last chance, Heat 3, Elite Men, Butti, Villiard, McConey, Ruiz, Verhoeven, and Tanager. So, sometimes when you don't have a group of 8 on the gate and it's 5, sometimes that's another whole host of issues because now these riders have more track to work with. So fourth place is not a safe position as they're off down the gate. Looks like the Belgian rider goes off to an early lead. The Swiss rider is going to contest him into the first corner, but doesn't quite have enough room. So we have Verhoeven, Butti, and Villiard 1, 2, and 3 in the second straight. Looks like the Swiss rider is going to try to make a move on the outside over the berm jump, and he does, with the Belgian rider going down disappointingly.
Yeah, the Swiss rider is taking a nice lead into the third straightaway, followed by the French rider. Unlucky for the Belgian rider, but it looks like it's going to be finished off with the Swiss, the French, and then a Colombian in the third place position, followed by a Swiss for the fourth. So it's unlucky for the Belgian rider to crash in the second turn, especially since he was in qualifying position.
Never good to qualify or to crash in a qualifying position. And as I said, when you don't have a full gate, there's a lot of track and a lot of room to work with. So if you have a full gate, you see the rider on the last straight making his way through. Unfortunately, he won't be going through. But when you have a lot of people on the gate, such as an 8-man, you worried about getting pinched off because it's tighter, but that doesn't always mean that it's better. And then as you see here, Butti, Villiard, Munoz, and Tanager, they had a wide open track, and so there was a lot of room for other riders to make big moves. And unfortunately, the Belgian rider crashed, and so we see some disappointment early on. So Elite Men start list, Heat 4, last chance. We have Zaluga, Remertz, Mastruti, Demont, Blanchard, and Hubert from France.
Yeah, like you had said, with the 6-man gate, it's a completely different race. You need to think a little bit more when you're riding because you do have so much track to play with.
Mm-hmm. So they're tending to the Belgian rider. Looks like his hand might be not feeling the best, or his arm. They're helping him off the track. Excellent medical crew. I actually saw them practicing yesterday on the track. They were actually staging accidents amongst themselves and rehearsing and practicing how they're going to help the riders off the track, which was really impressive to see as we see these riders on top of the hill waiting to go as they're poised and ready. Wait for the call. Last chance, Heat 4 elite men. Looks like they're off to a good start. The Frenchman flying over that first jump, getting a little too much air, but the Swiss rider blasting out to front in the first. That's Demont, Blanchard, and Remmerts 1, 2, and 3. The Netherlands in second, it looks like, with the Colombian in fourth. Looks like there's some disappointment down the second straight as the Dutchman and the Frenchman don't make it over that jump. But
yeah, it looked
Sam,
like the Swiss rider just did a brake check in front of everybody over that right before the berm jump, which kind of lost him a placing. So it's the Colombian in first. You have Netherlands riding in front of the home country, picking up that second. The French rider, Blanchard, and Italian for the fourth place. Yeah,
disappointing for the Swiss rider. I think he got hung up on the double before the berm jump, and it didn't give him enough speed to jump it. Looks like two of them did, but Zuluaga, Remmerts, Blanchard, and Mastruti make it through. Elite men start list, last chance, Heat 5. We have Fox, Derome, Duberchagrave, Garcia, Knapp, and Fleming. A little bit interesting lane choice. There will be some room in the middle of the gate, but everyone has their own strategy. Off to a good start. It looks like we have the New Zealand national champ getting pinched out of lane 1, but being in lane 1, looks like he works his way up to qualifying position in third, maybe even second in the first corner. So we have Derome, Gonzalez, and Fox, 1, 2, and 3, as they head over into the berm jump. Let's see if they get through. Looks like they're struggling. I think the wind might have picked up.
Yeah, it looks like Fox is trying to come into the first place position, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. Lost all the speed in the second turn. Going into the last turn, it's going to be the French rider of Derome, Fox for the second, and that's how it's going to end up, with the third place coming to Belgium and New Zealand Fleming for the fourth.
Good race as we get everyone off the track. Some disappointed riders, as always, in the last chance. If you're not going to get through, then. But the official is Derome, Fox, Duberchagrave, and Fleming. So 2 New Zealanders making it through in that round. I'm sure Team NZL is happy about that. Start list, Heat 6. Kleiboer, Sciortino, Sevilla, Dyke, and Nicolas. So only 5 riders. So essentially the person in fourth is a target.
Yes.
We'll call it. Clean start. Looks like we have a Venezuelan popping out right in the middle with a lot of power, commanding lead early on, jumping into the first corner. Sevilla, Dyke, and Sciortino, 1, 2, 3. So Venezuela, Netherlands, and Italia jumping into the second corner. We have Sevilla, Kleiboer, and Sciortino, 1, 2, 3 still.
Sevilla looks like he's just running away with it, with the Dutchman in the second position. Going into the last turn, it's Sevilla taking it home. Netherlands, and the third place rider is going to be Italian.
Sciortino and Nicolas with the third. So Venezuela, Netherlands, Italia, and France. So a pretty diverse group moving forward. The official, Sevilla, Kleiboer, Sciortino, and Nicolas moving forward. And unfortunately, the other 2 will be done for the day. Next round, Grommers, Ikegami, Volvend, Bogert, Beskrobny, and Pesek. So my eye's going to be on the Japanese rider and the Russian rider. The Russians have definitely shown a lot of strength down the first straight. So definitely their power and strength programming is working for them.
On point.
On point. The Japanese rider not off to a good start, but the Belgian riders going up front. What does Jason know? The Russian is off the back. So, looks like Grommers and Bogart with Volven. So we have Belgium, and France. No Japanese, no Russians in sight as they jump into the second corner.
It looks like the Belgium, Russian, French rider. No, it's two Belgium riders in the first, second position. Going into the last turn in that third position, it looks like it's going to be the Russian. And for the fourth, Belgium, Russia, and the French rider.
Yes, disappointing for the Japanese rider. He was looking decently in practice, but just didn't hold up out of the gate. The Russian did squeeze through, but the Belgians just handled that moto. So Grommers, Bogart, Beskinovny, and Volvend will make it through the next round. The other two, the Japanese and the Czech rider, will have to watch the rest of the day. Next round, Heat 8, last chance. Aguirre, Lopez, Cristofoli, Franek, Hasegawa, and Ballerini. UCI BMX Supercross World Cup in Papendal as we are ready to rock. Let's wait for the starter's call. Wrists forward, hips forward, head down out of the gate. They jump to it. Cristofoli off to an early, fast start, that's for sure, as they jump into the first corner with Cristofoli, Lopez, and Ballerini. 1, 2, 3 into the second straight over the men's side. Let's see how they look going over the berm jump and into the second corner. We still have Cristofoli and Lopez.
Looks like Cristofoli had a really good start, but being passed now by Lopez. Like we talked about before, that third straightaway is a good way to make some moves. Going into the last corner, it looks like you have Lopez, Cristofoli, and it's going to be for the third and fourth position a fight. Lopez, Cristofoli, Ballerini, and did you catch that fourth place?
Aguirre from Chile. So that's good, and Pierre-Henri Sauce will be happy about that because I believe he's working with the Chileans. So Lopez, Cristofoli, Ballerini, and Aguirre will be the official. Franek will unfortunately have to watch the rest of the day. Start list, Elite Men, last chance, Heat 9. Seegers, Fala, Yoshimura, Chappelle, Avril, and Sear. So my eye is on Chappelle and Fala. So Fala looked like he got a decent 1 and 2 out of the gate, but it looks like the outside rider is just making it happen into the first corner. That's going to be Avril. So Avril, Fala, and Yoshimura looking good down the second straight. Fala seems to be dropping back, not on purpose though, but the Japanese rider coming through strong over that berm jump. That would be Yoshimura.
Yoshimura's hunting for that first place position, and he looks like he just took it over the French rider of Avril. In the third place position going into the third turn is going to be Chappelle from France, and I would say Fala, but he actually did not qualify. It's going to be Seegers from Belgium.
Yeah, disappointing for Fala, basically second to fifth. I don't know what happened. I think his just kind of lost track speed as the track went on. Really good rider by Yoshimura, though. Really good ride by Yoshimura, the Japanese rider, going from third to first. So the official, Yoshimura, Avril, Seegers, and Chappelle getting through, with Fala just missing out. Unfortunately, he will have to watch today as well with Sear. So Heat 10, last chance. We have Zuleta, Omont, Denelaulaire, Thuin, and Shippers, and Godoy. So another Chilean. They are definitely making a stronger push this year because I haven't seen as many riders from Chile before. So again, UCI having more riders come through with this great new system format. Dutch rider out early, with a little bit of a case over the first jump, but it doesn't matter too much as he runs into the first corner in first. Shippers, Denelay, and Godoy, 1, 2, 3. Netherlands, France, and Chile, 1, 2, 3 into the second corner. Looks like the Dutch rider is running away with it as everyone else is out of the screen. So we have Shippers and Omont 1 and 2.
Shippers is making redemption for that first lap and just kind of putting on a show for all the Dutch people, with Omant in that second place position and the Colombian, I think, in that third ride. So it's going to be interesting coming through the finish line. Shippers, Omant, Vasco, and the Chile rider.
Yeah, hot chili.
Hot Chile.
Hot chili getting through. They're going to make it to the next round. Chile. I don't want to be disrespectful. Chile. And unfortunately, we have Theo Tween going to watch. But the official shippers, Omant, Zuleta, and Becerra from Chile. So I believe the winner of that lap had a time of 36. And if you remember, Corbin Sherrah's time was 35. So quite the difference. Elite men's start list, Heat 11, Sharvin, Pabijanskas, Tomizioli, Topinka, Van Hoyten, and Cardoso. So a lot of new names, a lot of different names. As we know, we were seeing the biggest contingent of elite men we've ever seen. Maybe some new stars coming out of this gate. Bad gate from lane 1, hits the gate. That's no good. We see the Australian on the inside gate, or not the Australian on the inside gate. We have the Czech rider in front. Lucas Tame will be happy about that. Topinka in front. His coach, Lucas Tame, watching on. We have someone jumping into second, but we have the Czech rider just running away with it into the second corner. Topinka, Van Houten, and Sharavin.
Yeah, the Dutch rider's in the second place position, but it looks like it's Tominka having trouble over that step up out of the first turn and getting passed now by the Dutch rider of Van
Houten.
Van Houten.
So Van Houten, Sharavin, Topinka, and looks like we have a down rider. Again from Portugal, not again from Portugal, but again, the top shelf medical team here responding to it. Rider from Portugal not getting through. So we have Van Houten, Sharavan, Topinka, and Pabijanskas from Lithuania.
It's interesting how it seems like in all of these rounds, that second straightaway has kind of been a win or lose type of situation, I think, in every single moto.
Yeah. And in Heat 12, Juvet, Bolsovek, Tugas, Gierling, Votava, Sanchez, and Stindl are going to have to manage that second straightaway, win or lose. So hopefully Tugas can make up for that last round, because he was working on a burner and then ended up getting burned. So he finds himself in the last chance. If he doesn't get out, this is it. And that's one of the bigger names that we would not expect to see in a last chance.
He'll be in the lane number 3. Young Canadian rider, showing a lot of potential. So just going to keep your eye out on him.
Last chance, Heat 12. Looks like Tugas is off to a decent start. Good pull, though, as he runs to the front real quick. So he'll be coming out of the first turn in first with Stindl and Juvet in 2 and 3. Looks like Tugas is making sure he gets backside. Point A to point B, point and click.
Had a great solid run, followed closely by the German and French rider. Clean lap through that second straightaway. Clean lap now through this third straightaway. It looks like the young Canadian rider is going to take it to the finish, followed by the German rider. And then the French for the third. That will be Juvet.
Yes, Juvet.
Juvet.
That's how I would pronounce it.
Yeah.
Juve.
You're so good with the names.
I'm
so
I
impressive.
think I just fake it. I don't know if that's correct. It's either Juve or Juvet, and I will ask him today. So we have Tugas, Stindl, Juvet, and Bolslovek from Czech Republic. And Czech Republic is a quiet, fast nation. So here we go. On to the 30 seconds. And then once the 30 seconds, we move on to the 16th. That was quite the round. So, and then for the women, we have the women's last chance right now coming up. We have some big names possibly too, because there was some crashes and that second straight nipped a few of them. And so we will, I'm sure, see some great racing in the elite women's last round. Start list, Heat 1 for elite women: Escobar, Stansel, Admakina, Vargas, Vinstra, and Grund. So let's keep an eye out on Stansel, who looks to be in lane 2, but we don't know until it's over how it's going to happen. And they're off. Looks like Stansel's off to a decent start from lane 2, getting good backside over that first and second jump. Looks like you have to make a choice. Either you're going to push it into that first corner or not, because you could. But we have Stansel, Admunk, the Russian, and in going nicely into that second corner. No mistakes from the top 3 riders, Stansel, Admika, and Veenstra from the Netherlands.
Yeah, Stensel's been riding good through practice. Hopefully she can put it together again in this and the 8th finals, but that Russian is going strong through that 3rd straightaway, coming in the last turn. It's going to be a fight to the finish, but the Russian's going to take that first place position, followed by Stensel. Netherlands were going to be in the 3rd, and then Colombia for the 4th place qualifying.
Yeah, definitely a good race by Stansel. Stansel in 2nd, Admakina, Veenstra, and Escobar will move on. An interesting aside, Stansel has not been riding her normal frequency as she went back to school, and so bombarded with homework and studying. So it's amazing she's still riding as well as she is. In this round, we have Bernhard, von Niederhausen, Peterson, Nagare, and Saylor. So interesting lane choice. No one will be in lane 1, but with a wide open track, I think some riders want to give themselves some room on the gate. They're off to a good start. Looks like the French rider taking advantage of the inside, but the wind might have caught all of them because none of them jumped the second jump. That's okay, though. They're all still up, rubber side down. We have Bernhard, Saylor, and Peterson, 1, 2, and 3. Bernhard taking it to the sky over these jumps. Will they get over there? But it looks like Peterson passing for the second. So we have Peterson, Bernhard, and Saylor, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's a fight for that 3rd and 4th position at the moment, but it looks like the French girl is going to come into the second last corner. Coming through there, it's Bernhard, Peterson, and Saylor, and it's going to be a close call for the Dutch and the Swiss rider coming in for that 3rd place. Saylor, the German, for the 4th.
Saylor sailing through to the next round. Tacky joke, I know. Official, Bernhard, Peterson, von Niederhausen, and Saylor. And just so you know, I received a text from Ariel Martin Verheeren, who says, "Tell Sammy Cools she sounds great," and I said hello. Next round, Heat 3, Fleming, Orsorno, Garcia, Ridge Davis, Juteau, and Michelson. Canadian.
Canadian.
Those are your people.
My peeps. Yes.
And the Norwegians. You're married into that.
Yeah. They're also my peeps.
Well, the world is your peeps. You're Sammy
Exactly.
Cools.
Exactly.
Off to another great start. The Canadian on the outside with a good start. On her hand blows off and she goes down. We hope she's okay. We trust the medics are already tending to her. But we have Calderon, Fleming, and Juteau 1, 2, and 3 out of the first corner. Looks like they are spreading out. They are not jumping the jumps in the second straightaway. I'm guessing the wind must have picked up just enough to keep that from happening.
Looks like the Colombian of Osorno is coming into that 3rd straightaway, trying to keep the speed, keep that lead going into the last turn, followed closely by Fleming of New Zealand and the Great British Girl. And I think that's the way it's going to end up through to the finish line.
Orsorno, Fleming, Ridge Davis, and Juteau. Let's check on the Canadian. I don't know if we have a shot of that, but as we see them clearing out the finish line, making their way to go cool down, the official Calderon, Fleming, Ridge Davis, and Juteau, Michelson, and Requero will unfortunately be watching the next round as they are done for the day. So we are done with the women's last chance qualifier. The next time you see them, Elite Women will be racing their 8th finals. They will have a little bit of a break as the men have the 30 seconds and 16ths to contend with before that. Great shot of this track, sun shining through the clouds. It almost looks majestic. Almost.
With the nice trees.
With the
and
nice trees
rivers.
and the flowing streams. Yes.
Streams.
Yes. So racing resumes at 15:53. So that is 3:53. And we've been watching. There's been some events out there. So a couple of non-jumped jumps because of the wind. It seems like, or the breeze that picks up. We've seen some of the riders go down. Brooke Crane did not show up for that last chance, so she's probably dealing with some, at least mild injury that kept her from racing this last chance qualifier. And we're seeing some new names make it through, which is nice. Shriver looking extremely strong. I said Shriver before, but it is Shriver. Her grandfather sent me an email last season, and I had to look up that email and he said it's Shriver like fever. That's so. My apologies to the Shriver family. She's looking strong, and in the men, some young guys getting through there with Kai White and Michael Clarté stepping up, because there's some, they race junior now on the world's level, but here it's open, so the juniors are racing the elites, and so that's a big jump to step onto this stage and get through and step up and race these men. So you could literally have a 16-year-old on the gate next to a 28-year-old.
Which is, it's been impressive to see. I mean, after the Olympic year, I feel like everybody thought it would slow down just a little bit, because the Olympic year takes so much stress and pressure on the athletes. But now we see all of these young guns come up, and a lot of other countries who are bringing athletes just to give more exposure to the sport itself and how to compete at a top level and how it will feel. So it's very nice to see the Italian team is here, the Chile team. How do you say that? Chilean team, yes. I guess you can say. And you see a lot of young athletes, and I think it's important. The Russian team, last couple years, have just gotten stronger, of course, but technically they've been better and better, especially the female riders. And the British Army, I mean, I'm just so impressed. I watched a race, a European round last weekend, and it was very impressive to see the British team and how strong they were. So I'm excited to see what the years will bring for them.
Yes, as we look at the Chase Bicycles banner, we always want to give props to the people that support our fine sport. UCI BMX Supercross World Cup, round 1 in Papendal, the Netherlands, in Arnhem, east. Well, Papendal is east of Arnhem in the Gelderland province. I love that. I feel like that's like a rich, historic name, Gelderland.
We were actually at dinner on Thursday, and we had a 2-minute silence at the restaurant because I guess it's very close to a World War II.
Yes, so 8 o'clock, May, what's the date today? The 6th, so the 4th. Yeah, so May 4th, it's 2-minute silence at 8 p.m., and it was for the Holocaust, which it was very, very humbling to be a part of that and to witness, a whole country essentially take part in that. So that was definitely interesting. And oddly enough, I had a conference call at 8 o'clock, and the people on the other side were just saying hello, hello, hello. I was just quiet. There's no way I was going to break my silence. But yes, definitely rich in history, and this track starting to be rich in history. One of the early Supercross venues, so to speak, Chula Vista and this place, being early adopters of this type of BMX racing and investing in these big tracks and these Olympic type tracks. This track was once a replica of Beijing, and then it was once a replica of London, and now it's mostly a replica of Rio. So I would imagine this track is going to undergo a change in the next 2.5 years or so, and become whatever Tokyo will be designed as. So it's really amazing that they've taken on such the responsibility to the sport of BMX to build such a great facility. And we also, we have to recognize being in Holland, in the Netherlands, that our great friend of the sport, Garrett Does, is in the crowd in the VIP section. He is a true OG of the sport. He essentially brought BMX to Europe. So he's a Dutch national, and he's in the crowd. And so I'd like to personally thank him for all he's done for the sport of BMX, and I'm sure he's done a great deal to help many of these riders that we're watching, this Dutch team, he's done much to help the riders' mentors, excuse me. So the sport is starting to become rich in history in and of itself, so it's kind of a fitting setting. And as we see, they are taking care of the track. That water is ever flowing, no drought here, as it was in California. But sweeping the face of the jump, the big step jump, and watering that last straight, definitely making sure this is in absolute tip-top condition for these riders to ride. So Sam, how's life in Norway?
It's great.
Yeah?
Yeah, it is.
That's it?
Yeah.
Just great. So that's a pretty big move, moving from North America, Canada, to Norway.
Mm-hmm.
And what about BMX? I know you watch BMX. What's been your favorite things that's been going on in the sport since your retirement? I know you're still involved. You're obviously here, but you're not racing anymore. But what's been your favorite occurrences over the last couple of years?
Oh, I think what I hope to see is that the riders have a little bit more of a voice when it comes to, and I kind of saw that last year with the Olympic trials race, where the riders had a little bit more of a voice, and I think that's important for our sport to grow, to continue on a good path for our younger generations.
Yeah, I was keen on that when I saw that, and it was really good that not only the riders got together and voiced their opinion, but also that the promoters responded and was able to work together. So that's kind of an somewhat unprecedented move, but it was nice that they responded, and the UCI was quick to say, yeah, let's make the changes so that we can have a really great and safe, as safe as possible racetrack. And as we saw with the Olympic final, it was actually probably one of the best finals ever. I mean, in BMX, forget Olympics or Supercross. I mean, it was just a great final. With lead changes. I mean, I think in the women's elite race, I remember on the third straightaway, they were, I think, at some point there were maybe 5 across, next to each other down that third straightaway. I think Mariana might have checked out, and then in the men, just all the lead changing and the moves, and the magician coming from like 6th to 3rd or something crazy like that. It's just amazing.
And I think it's great to watch that. That's what makes our sport so exciting, is to watch when, it was such a close finish for the 3rd and 4th for men that nobody kind of knew who got the bronze medal, and it's like you're waiting and waiting. And I remember just hanging at the laptop like, who got the bronze? And I think that's what makes it so exciting, and I wish that we can have that at every race. I think that'll be good for our athletes in the sport and sponsors, spectators.
Yes, well, the spectators are more and more coming in as we get closer to the finals. Racing in Europe, specifically in this venue, I know they can get loud once it starts getting quarter, semi, and finals time. But right now, people are enjoying the sun and this amazing facility, waiting for more BMX to happen. for sure.
Now we go to final elimination. I haven't seen that since the 90s.
Yes.
32 final.
30 seconds.
Yeah, 30
yes.
seconds.
So now it's going to be single elimination round. You want to get top 4 or better, and just because you make it through doesn't mean you're going to have best lane choice. So putting down a good lap, regardless of what place you're in, matters, because you can actually win your semifinal or quarterfinal, or in this case, the 30-second final. You could actually win that and not pick your lane first, because that's based on time.
I always like that as a racer. That the fastest. Oh, wasn't that cute?
Well, you know, BMX. There's love. There's love in the air at the BMX. People love BMX.
People love BMX.
There you go.
No, I like that as a rider, where, you know, just because you got second in a final didn't mean that you had 4th place pick. You could have had second because you had a fast qualifier. So I think that that's important as well.
Waving till they see themselves on the big. Oh, boom! Another one, laying it down. Lay the love down. We kiss it. That dude's like, cool. I'm got some love. Got some love. So as the sun dips behind the cloud, might have some goggle lens changing going on in the pits right now if the lighting changes, but for sure the racing will be hot either way. And yeah, people are having a good time. They like being on camera. They like jump up and down, say hello. I believe they're serving drinks in the VIP, so that could contribute to some of the extracurriculars. Kids in the background have their jerseys on, maybe some signatures from some of the superstars in our sport. Yeah, so for perspective, if you look at that step up, I mean, that's probably larger than most starting hills on most traditional BMX tracks.
Yes.
So to land on something that big and have it feel smooth, that means you're going exponentially faster speed than you would on a traditional BMX track.
And it can be tricky too, you know, if you don't get enough speed through that second turn, you can kind of land on top, but then you kind of lose everything.
You have to start over.
You have to start over again. So I think that second turn is going to be kind of if you set it up right, it can set you up perfect for that third straightaway. I think that you had mentioned that before. So I hope to see a little bit more of that coming into the next couple rounds in the men's.
Well, I think you're going to see tighter racing as we move forward, and they start to weed out some of the field. And if you'll notice, if you look at this picture, you can see the first and last turn are black asphalt or tarmac, and then the second corner is that white concrete. And that white concrete, as I am told, was the same surface, although a different color that it was in Rio. So they wanted to have the riders to have the feel of the concrete surface as well that would be in Rio. So that's why there's a difference in the turning surface. As we see David Graff on top of the hill, this gentleman, it definitely pushes the limit as far as technology, what his bike is capable of. He's always looking for little ways. You see he has a disc brake. Not many riders are riding with a disc brake. That piece that his wheel sits on, it's called the dropout. He had special ones made for that frame so that he could make his back end longer. So he's always looking for ways to find, not to shave weight, but to find extra speed, an extra advantage for himself. As we see the 30-second finals, the riders from here will move on to the 16th finals and so forth. And as the music gets turned up, we know that it is almost time. And just from that glimpse I saw of David Graff heading into the gray. Looks like Graf and Garcia, so we already know that the racing's going to get tighter because we have some heavy hitters. There we go. Men's start list, 30-second finals, heat number 1, Graf, Garcia, Juve, Buti, Yoshimura, and Mello. My man Mello from Colombia. That will be your start list for Heat 1. And after this, there is no more. You must get 4th or better to keep moving on to the show. So, different shot of the track. Looking at the starting hill, the wind doesn't seem to be blowing too bad, but it can pick up at any second, which only makes for more excitement. The track is ready. Everyone's getting into place. You have a great view of those concrete turns, as we talked about earlier. And our friends at Red Bull providing shade for some of the unattached riders that are more privateer type or on their own. The Tioga banners are gently blowing, but we have the riders in the gate. Starter's hand goes up, and we are official as we look at David Graf's shoe. Let's wait for the call. Off to a good start. Looks like Garcia gets pinched off, but Graf shoots out there like a bullet with Yoshimura in second. Graf down. Looked like a pretty rough crash. Yoshimura and Garcia 1 and 2 as they jump over the berm jump. Let's hope the riders down are okay. It looks like the other riders in that lap must have gotten hung up. Sam.
Yoshimura, you know, he kind of just swerved from it, but he put himself in a good position. Garcia in that second place. The Swiss rider coming into the last turn. But it looks like David Graf went down very hard. Garcia for the second. Boutier for the third. And your man...
My man Mello.
Mello for the fourth.
That was not a pretty crash. My best goes out to Graf and the other gentleman that went down. But the official, Yoshimura, Garcia, Buti, and Mello going through to the next round as we wait on clearance to begin.
Looks like the medic team is out there, going to do their best to help with David.
Yeah, if you look in that first corner, you can see some black uniforms, the medic team in black, tending to our good friend David Graf. It seems like I don't know how he got tripped up. I don't know if his pedal hit the ground when I think he might have tried to grab a couple of pedals into that corner.
I felt like he overshot a little bit.
Or yeah, it happened really fast, and it's just unfortunate. But they are over there helping him out. Looks like they brought a vehicle to aid in getting him off the track safely and securely.
Yeah, it's always unfortunate when something like this happens, especially with, I mean, he was one of my picks, at least, for podium, if not the top spot. So it's very unfortunate that these things happen, but they happen. And how would you come back from that, from crashing when you know that you're like the man?
I was going to ask you the same question. Well, actually, that wasn't my question. My question was, was going to be, have you been carted off the track after a crash? But since you asked first, you know, it's a difficult thing, not only just from an injury standpoint, but psychologically, because you work so hard to get to a point to where you're at a point to where you can come out of the gate and dominate and be in front and to be at that level. So part of the frustrating thing is working your way back and past the level you were after a crash like that or an injury like that. Let's hope it was just a crash and not an injury. But next on the start list, we have Dode, Gain, Galiamov, Molina, Lopez, and Pabijanskas. And so Molina, Gain, Dode, Lopez, that is definitely That's definitely I mean, those would be the top 4 favorites. As you see, the world champion, featured rider on that Chase bicycle, that new carbon fiber bike. World champion, 2016 world champion. He's only 26, so he is just getting into his man strength years, which is scary. So this is going to be a rough, not a rough one, but definitely a hard one for sure. I think they got Graf off the track safely, and he's being checked on as the crowd clapped for him as he went by.
Sending our best to him.
Sending our best to him, our absolute best. But right here we see Daudet, Shawnee Gain, and the Russian and Molina. So definitely, we can see that the competition's already tightening up, and we're in the 30 seconds round.
This is going to be a fast moto.
And now, do you think Daudet is going to be as relaxed in this moto?
I don't think so.
I
Not
don't
with
know.
Gain and Molina. I mean, there's some fast guys in there.
Gain had a nice 1-2. Looks like Daudet just rode right by him. Gain didn't take the opportunity to shut him down, but he's still in third. Daudet, Molina, and Gain 1, 2, and 3. So we have France, Argentina, and USA. Looks like Gain's going to try to jump in second place, which he does, even though he hangs up going into the second corner.
Looks like the world champion is running away with it with Gain in a second. Molina in the fourth with the Russian coming into that third position. Heading into that third turn, it looks like it's going to be Molina getting it back third and the Russian in the fourth.
Yes, great ride by Gain, Daudet, and Molina. Molina probably was sweating it a little bit with Galiamov contesting him, but we have officially Daudet, Shawnee Gain, Molina, and Galiamov. Top 4 moving on to the 16th. Next round, Heat 3. Kyle Evans, Wolk, Vidi, Slots, Bensink, and Remmertz. So we have 3 Dutch riders in this. So I imagine the crowd will be on the edge of their seats for this round. Sun is back out. They must know we're racing. Clean start. Kyle Evans with the low front wheel, but man, is his first straight looking good, and his legs are moving fast. His bike is actually longer than a lot of riders. So we have Evans, Benzik, and Vidi 1, 2, and 3. Oh, as Evans gets a little stiff-legged and over-jumps it, but he does regain, you guessed it, composure. So Evans, Vidi, and Bensink out of the second turn.
Yeah, I thought Evans got a little bit excited being in that first place position with the Latvian in the second, and then it's the Dutch for the third, or Danish in the fourth. So that's what it's going to look like. It's going to come in. It's going to be Great Britain with Evans, Vida, Bensink, and the Danish rider of Andreas, I believe.
Yes, that was a good lap. Official Evans, Vidi, Bensink, and Wolk. Wolk just getting in. Bensink doing his country right. Vidi, of course. So next round, Chara, Sebesta, Pilar, De Silva, and Espejo. So again, we know it's not a full gate. Our featured rider, Corbin Chara, Supercross ranking #1 from 2016. He took the whole series as they're on the gate, 2 Americans next to each other. So Sebesta's out very well, and it looks like Sebesta and Chara 1 and 2, they touched each other out of the gate, but they seem to manage. They raced each other quite a bit back home in the United States, so they both said, okay, let's just give each other some room and stay safe. But Chara's running away with it into the second corner with Sebesta in tow and Pilar in third.
Chara looks like he has a solid ride, getting the backside off of that step up with Sebesta in the second place position. It's De Silva for the third place, or Pelward for the third place. And it looks like that Sebesta crashed right before the finish line, picking up his bike, trying to make it, but just gets past with De Silva in the fourth.
That is disappointing. I think his hand slipped off of the grip. I don't even think he expected it. Tanner just kind of standing there in a bit of disbelief. You could see his chest heaving. He's breathing hard. probably more out of anger at this point than being hurt or being tired. It's really disappointing for him because he was really looking fast today. But the official is Shara, Pillard, Espejo, and De Silva, and unfortunately Sebesta did not make the cut. Next, Elite Men start list, Heat 5. Sylvain Andre, Hughes, Van Gorkum, Avril, Clerté, and Omont. So now we see the vets with the young guys. So Van Gorkum, 26 years old, second in the 2016 Olympics. The best SX finish. It would be a first. It would be a first. As one of the veterans of the class, consummate professional. Off to a start. Van Gorkum is not late this time, so it will be Andre and Van Gorkum running away from the rest of the group. Andre, Van Gorkum 1 and 2 with Omont in third as they head down the second straight. Van Gorkum nosing it in, then dropping the back wheel. Andre looking smooth as ever into the second corner with Omont in third.
Andre and Van Gorkum keeping their speed around that second turn, going into the third straightaway. Nice and strong. Moving nice, heading into the last turn. Omont in that third place position. And in the finish, it will be Andre, Van Gorkum, Omont, and Hughes from
Australia. So good finish for Hughes. Unfortunately, Eddie Clerté will have to watch the rest of the day. But official, Andre, Van Gorkum, Omont, and Hughes. So Luke Medill, I believe, working with some of the Australians. All right, start list: Marquardt, Villegas, Bernhardt, Jacob, Villiard, and Stindl. So as the base pumps, they are on top of the hill. Wait for the call. As the riders come down the hill, it looks like Marquardt's looking to get to an early start, but we have the outside rider just running up, trying to run away with it. Stindl had a great start, but Marquardt slides in there with Villegas in second and now challenging for the third. He hangs up almost, but looks like Bernhardt jumping into the Stindl jumping into that second turn in third.
The Swiss rider of Marquardt is kind of getting out front, trying to keep away from all the damage in the second, third, and fourth, and they're going to fight to the end, with the Swiss rider taking it through for the finish line, followed closely by Argentina, France, and Germany.
Yes, and Bernhardt went from third to fifth. Stindl, I believe, Bernhardt went from third to fifth, and then Stindl got in there for the fourth. Villard with the third, Villegas with the second, and Marquardt with the win. There was a lot of activity going on between second and fifth. Next round, start list: Turner, Scottman, Webster, Baez, Derome, and Sciortino from Italia. As we wait for the start, my eye is probably going to go with Bodie Turner. He definitely ramps up as he moves on through the day. They're off to a good start. Looks like Turner out in front. Not the greatest 1-2, but definitely got good pull into the first corner. So it'll be Turner, Webster, and Scottman 1, 2, 3 as they all jump cleanly down the second straight and into the second corner. It will be Turner, Webster, and Scottman.
Turner's coming in, taking backside off that step up, followed by the German rider. Going into the last straight, it's Turner, Webster, Scoutman from the Netherlands taking it through to the finish line. And that fourth place finish will go to Baez from New Zealand.
Nice show for Baez getting through to the next round. Bodie Turner a little late out of the gate, but very strong first straight. So the official will be Turner, Scottman, Webster, and Baez. They will go on to the next round as we look at the start list for heat number 8 of the 30-second finals. We have Palmer, Chirac, Seegers, Cristofoli, Papma, and Becerra from Chile. Again, interesting lane selections as some guys want to give themselves a little space up there. I can't blame them. Gate drops. Looks like Team GB fighting for the first place, and he does get into the first turn in first. Chirac, Palmer, and Cristofoli, they left him a little bit of room, and he took it. So Chirac rocking it over the berm jump with the Canadian in second and Popma in third.
Chirac looks strong going into that third straightaway. The Canadian is followed closely. Then you have a Dutch riders in that third place position. Chirac, Palmer, Popman coming through the finish line. It's going to end up that way of Chirac, Palmer, Popman, and Seegers from Belgium.
Yes, nice run, clean. So interesting ride. I believe it's Sherrick.
Sherrick, sorry.
No, it's okay. I said Chirac. I like saying Chirac because it sounds strong and he rode strong. But as we see, we have Team GB winning that one. Chirac, Palmer, Popma, and Seegers. 1, 2, 3, and 4. They will move on to that next round. As we see Trey White, see if he can follow his teammates' lead in heat number 9. We have Trey White, Ramirez, McLean, Lukey, Fox, and Blanchard. So my eye is going to be on White, Ramirez, and Fox. As we see Ramirez, bronze medalist in the Olympics. Best Supercross finish was a third. So he's no stranger to making a main and getting in the final. So we will see as they wait for the call. Off to a good start. Looks like Trey White not in front, but pedals past anyway. Looks like Ramirez is tucking in for that second spot. So we have White, McLean, and Fox. Or White, Ramirez, and McLean, 1, 2, and 3 into the second corner.
Yeah, White looks strong going into that third straightaway, but it looks like he has some company from the Colombian coming in strong, making some good moves going to the last turn. It's going to be White, Ramirez, McLean, and that fourth place is still up for grabs. White, Ramirez, McLean, and Lukey.
So Fox with a disappointing fifth. Lukey squeezing in there, the Frenchman, for that final position. Trey White, a little late out of the gate, but it doesn't seem to matter. They keep giving him room, and he has the pull to get to the front. So White, Ramirez, McLean, and Lukey for the qualifying positions. Next round, we have Tremanis, Nagard, Yamaguchi, Freiswick, Christensen, and Sheravine. Little bit of room on the gate. 6 men up. They all lined up next to each other as we wait for the call. Out of the gate, they are flying over that first jump. Looks like we have the Latvian in front. That will be Tremanis, followed by Christeman and Charavin from France. So we have the Latvian in front, riding clean with that bright yellow uniform over the berm jump. How do they look, Sam?
Tremanis is looking strong, followed closely by the young Danish rider of Christensen. Keeping it nice and clean through that third straight into the last turn. The Latvian, Danish, and Freiswick of Australia taking it through. And that fourth place position is going to be taken by France of how do you say that?
La Negarde.
La Negarde.
That's how I would say it. La Negarde.
La Negarde.
So the official Tremanis, Christeman, Freiswick, and Le Negarde from France.
I'm glad to have you here because you are really good.
I'll find out when they tell me, when all the riders tell me that I'm blowing it. But all right, next round: Turkelson, Sakakibara, Kadyshev, Peyronon, Mahieu, and Van de Grunendal. So,
I think we need to keep our eye on the outside on this one with the Dutch rider.
Yes, and it's proven that you can win from lane 8 here. It's been done twice in the main event. Off to the good start. Looks like from the outside we have Mahieu with a smoking start into the first corner. He just flew in. So we have Mahieu, Van Gronendal, and Sakakibara in third. So good eye, Sam, on that outside lane for sure, as the Frenchman peeks over his shoulder into the second corner with Sakakibara in 2.
Yeah, it looks like the Frenchman is dominating, but he shouldn't give up too much because his time is going to make it for the 16th finals. But it looks like it's the Frenchman followed by the Australian and a Russian in that 3rd place. The Dutch is going to pick up for that 4th.
Wow, so Van Kronendahl goes from 2nd to 4th, barely gets through. Kadyshev slips in there, which is good. Sakakibara and Mathieu just ran away with it start to finish. He looked really comfortable. So Mathieu, Sakakibara, Kadyshev, and Van Kronendahl barely getting through after all of that. Yeah, Mathieu looked really comfortable in that, which was nice. Next round, Blanc, Kai White, the younger White, Labaun, Yoshi, Cole, Rock and Roll Cole, Tizar, and Strazdins from Latvia. So this is definitely a diverse crowd, a little diverse moto we have here of riders, some young talent. So we'll see how they mix it up. As the gate drops, looks like Rock and Roll Cole's getting squished a little bit by the Latvian as the Swiss rider taking it to the front early on that Royal in the first. So that's Blanc, Tizar, and Labaun. Looks like Blanc, Labaun, and Tizar. Tizar looks like he's trying to make a move on the outside for second, but Blanc is running away with it into the second corner. So it looks like Blanc and Tizar and White, 1, 2, 3.
Blanc has had a solid lap from when the gate dropped. I think that Tizar is trying to make up for the first round again, trying to move his way up through to the 16th finals, but it looks like Blanc has got start and finish. The American of Tizar. Then I believe it is the great British rider of Trey White.
Kai White.
Kai White, sorry.
Kai White, the younger brother, but he's taller.
And then
they might have had to go to a
Frenchman.
photo between the Great Britain rider and the Frenchman, but definitely the official is Blanc, Tizar, Labaun, and White. So Britain and France just making it through. Strazdins and Yoshi will unfortunately be done for the day.
But luckily they have another day tomorrow.
They do.
Yeah.
But right now, we have to look at this race because it's Kinman, Posey, Schmidt, Aguirre, Tanager, and Racine. So my eyes, I'm not even going to call it. But Keenman off to a late start. Unlikely him. He made his way through. So Keenman and Posey. But you never know who can do what in these races. Off to a good start. Looks like the Dutch on the inside with Posey in second. Got a clean run in second. Keenman, Posey, and Tanager 1, 2, 3 as they start to spread out. I don't know what happened to the Dutch rider, but it looks like it's going to be a rough round if they're climbing out of the second corner like that. I think the wind caught up, and now their work's cut out for them. It looks like Posey, Tanager, and the Chilean rider.
I think that they got a second start in that one race, and it looks like that Kimam is in first place. It didn't matter. Posey's in second. You have the Chilean rider in third, and it's going to end like that. Kimam, Posey,
Aguirre, and Racine. What an interesting lap. I think, Keenman's tall and Posey's tall, so if those guys shut down in front, so the official is Keenman, Posey, Aguirre, and Racine. I think if those guys shut down, it's hard to see around them. And I think everyone just put on their brakes and didn't make it through. So that gave Keenman another shot at it. But they must just be exhausted after essentially stopping and then having to go again. Heat 14, Amadou Mir, Justin Keenman, the younger brother, and Ezekiel Sousa, Arbodelo Espina, Ruiz, and Klober from the Netherlands. So music's pumping. They are on the gate waiting for the official go from the starter. Arms up. They're stood up, poised, and we're waiting for the call. Amadou Mir with a great start. Looks like the Dutch rider had his wheelied out of the gate a little bit, but Mir has found his groove. He's 2 for 2 heading into that first turn in first. So we have Mir, Ospina, and De Souza into the second straight. we have these guys are airborne this time into the second corner. We have Mir, De Souza, and Ospina.
Yeah, it looks like Mir's nice and strong, followed by two South Americans fighting each other. Every second counts right now. It's lane choice for the 16th finals. They're going to push all the way to the finish line, but it looks like that Mir's going to take over that first place position. It's going to be a photo finish for the second, and Kimam, the younger Kimam, I think, for the fourth place.
Yes, as they clear out the track, you can see that Nick waited for his younger brother Justin to go talk about the lap, but they both made it through. So the official is Mir, De Souza, Ospina, and Kiman. They will move on to the next round. The start list, Heat 15, we have Godet, Peel, Tornbys, Sevilla, Maestrutti, and Ballerini. The sun just dipping behind the clouds, making the sky look extra shiny. Majestic. Well, that's when it shines through, as they're on the hill. Godet in lane 1. Let's see if he takes advantage. Looks like the New Zealand rider Peel right next to him, wanting to race him for it. They are neck and neck, but looks like Godet says, I have the inside. I'm taking this. Peel in second. He's the young guy. He's the junior world champion, but right now he is learning some lessons about racing in elite men as Godet, Peel, and Tornbys come out of the second corner.
Godet and Peel are fighting it out through this third straightaway. Looks like Godet is just going to have a little bit more going into that last turn. Peel in the second. Coming through to the finish line, it's going to be the French rider of Godet, Peel, another French rider actually. Tornbys.
And Sevilla, I believe. Yes, so the official is Godet, Peel, Tornbys, and Sevilla from Venezuela. All right, Heat 16. Anybody heard of Connor Fields? He's in this race. Breshnan, Barry, Rosa, Link, and Faber. Again, interesting lane choice with some space. Our featured rider, Connor Fields, Olympic gold, finishing off his year with a bang with that Olympic gold as Connor Fields pops out of lane 1, laying down the horsepower, early lead, nosing into that second jump and jumping into the first corner in first. Fields, Rosa, and Link 1, 2, and 3 as they're in the second straight. Nice style with Fields dipping it, and tilting it into the second corner. We have Fields, Rosa, and Brescian.
Fields looking confident through that second straightaway. Got a little bit of a hang up there on that step up out of the third turn, but it didn't matter. He's still flying into the last turn, followed closely by Rosa and the Swiss rider of Brechant, I think his name is. Yes.
Good memory, Sam. So Fields, Rosa, Brechant, top 3 in that round as they clear out the track. The official Fields, Rosa, Brechant, and Faber. They will move on to the 16th finals. Heat 17, we have Smith, Klashenko, Pelluard, Chappelle, Nicholas, and Van Hoogten. So, Smith has definitely been putting in a lot of effort. The American last year and this year, definitely not scared to show up and compete. But this is not going to be an easy heat for him as he has some other players. Off to a clean start. So Pelluard and Smith neck and neck, but it looks like Smith says, nope, I'm going for it anyway. They jump into the first turn. It's going to be Smith, Pelluard, and Chappelle. So USA, France, with the Russian in the second straight also fighting for it. Pelluard seems to be getting hung up. He's not going to make it over the berm jump. Smith, Chappelle, Van Hoogten hops in there, the Dutchman in third.
Yeah, it looks like Smith is running away. Nice, clean second straight, and I think that's the key for today. Keeping it clean in that second straight. Nice fast around the third turn. Followed closely by Chappelle, the Frenchman. Coming into the finish line, it looks like it's going to be the American of Smith, Chappelle, and the Dutch rider of Van Hoogten.
That's got to be disappointing for Pelluard to go from essentially first to not making it in a 5-man. But Smith, Chappelle, Hookton, and Klashenko. Klashenko had a little bit of a wild ride down that second straight. I think Pelluard didn't trust that and then didn't have enough speed to make it over the big jump. Heat 18, we have Harmsen, Naverstad, Lanegal, Dume, Bohoslavek, and Fleming from New Zealand. See the disc brake on the bike. Tech is taking over, which is great in our sport, as the Norwegian blast out of the gate, but it looks like it will be the Dutchman Harmsen in front. So Harmsen, Naverstad, and Lanegaard 1 and 2 and 3 in the second straight. Looks like we want to watch the second straight closely. Looks like everybody makes it over the berm jump safely. Harmsen, Naverstad 1 and 2.
Harmsen's looking strong, Naverstad close by him, and then you have a Dutch rider in that third place position. Going into the last turn, it's going to be Harmsen, Naverstad, Lenagaro, I think his name. Yeah, Lenagaro.
Harmsen, Naverstad, Lanegaard will get through. 1, 2, 3 as we clear out the track. We have... Not everybody makes it, unfortunately, but that's the beauty of sport. Harmsen, Naverstad, Lanegaard, and Duemy from France. So 2 Frenchmen out of that moto, so that'll be good for that country. Next round, Heat 18, Rencarel, Nagasako, Osorio, Melenfant, Shippers, and Zuleta. Featured rider, Yoshitaku Nagasako, only 23 years old. This guy is putting in some effort on that Haro bicycle. Let's see if he can get through to the next round as we wait for the starter's call. Rencarel out of lane 1. Looks like he had some good strong pedals with the Japanese rider right next to him, or actually I would say filing in that first turn. So Rencarel, Nagasako, and Shippers 1, 2, and 3. Let's see how they take this second straightaway. Looks like the wind is not an issue for these gentlemen as they fly into the second corner.
French rider hit that second straight perfectly, and you can see he won a little bit on it. Followed closely by Yoshi and the Dutch rider. Heading into the last turn, it's going to be France, Japan, Netherlands of Shippers, and the 4th place is going to go to the Colombian, Vasco.
Great ride by Vasco. Just getting in there. Unfortunately, the Canadian will have to wait till the next race. Unfortunately, he doesn't get through. But official, Rencarel, Nagasako, Shippers, and Zuleta Vasco will make it to the next round as we gear up for this race, which is Kronk, Lopez, Van der Weist, excuse me, Dubecharev, Brett Hauer, and I missed the last name because it took me so long to read the other one. My apologies. Heat 20, here we go. Looks like the Australian in lane 1. Will he pull it out? Looks like he's going to fight for the lead, and maintain. And just get it. So it will be Kronk and Brett Hauer, 1 and 2, with the Dutch rider in third as they all ride cleanly into that second corner. Kronk, Brett Hauer, and Van der Weist.
Kronk looks strong, followed by the German rider of Berthauer, and then a Dutch rider in the 3rd place. Coming through the last turn, it's going to be Australia, German, and I missed Weist.
Yes, it'll be Australian, German, and the Netherlands, Van der Weist, with Lopez from France. So that was an interesting lap because Kronk had a choice, and he could have filed in, but he said, you know what, it's not worth it. I'm just going to get in front and let everyone else deal with the drama as we see the last rider clearing off the track. The official is Kronk, Brett Hauer, Van der Weist, and Lopez. They will move on as we gear up for Heat 21. We have Dean, Ramos, Tugas, Campo, Volvand, and Homsch. So this is going to be a bit of a heater, I think. We have some vein makers and definitely some top riders from their respective countries in this group. Anthony Dean in lane 1. Anthony Dean with that low start. Him and Campo taking a commanding lead. Dean taking an even more commanding lead than Campo, but that's okay because Dean and Campo come out of the first turn 1-2 with Togus, and with Tugas in 3, the Canadian. So Dean getting a little crazy in the second straight. That's just how he rolls over the berm jump. It'll be Dean, Campo, and Tugas.
Dean and Campo side by side over that step, followed closely by the young Canadian of Togus. Going into the last turn, it's going to be Dean. He's been riding strong. Campo's right behind him, and I think they're just going to file in that way into the finish line. Dean, Campo, Togus, and Ramos.
Yes, and this group, as you can see based on just how well that lap was run, you can see that they're definitely some of the more older. The official, Dean, Campo, Tugas, and Ramos, definitely more seasoned, used to racing these big races. They all got through there very cleanly. So next round, Van Gent, Resende, Kriegers, Grommers, Brunner, and Beskrovny. We're looking up on the hill. Starter waves off and says, we're hot, we're ready. Van Gent with the Red Bull helmet. Resende was in 2, got shut down a little bit, still maintaining 3rd into the first corner, but we're going to have Van Gent, Kriegers, and Resende 1, 2, and 3. Keep your eye on Resende. He may end up in 1 or 2, knowing how he rides, but Van Gent riding very strongly into the second corner with Kriegers and Resende in tow.
I think that's how it's going to be. Looks like Van Gent is in first, Kriegers in second. Then you have the Brazilian rider picking up the 3rd place. That is Resende, the happy boy.
Yes.
Happy guy.
Happy guy. Happy guy making moves. So Van Gent shutting it down a little bit, still keeps his first place. Kriegers, Resende, and Gommers for the 4th. And that's how they will end up officially. Van Gent, Kriegers, Resende, and Gommers from Belgium. Some Belgian riders making some plays. I see that. Quietly moving up in the ranks. It's very good. Heat 23, Vanderberg, Malishenkov, Kilanisador, Tehiko, Palominos, Navarro. Gotta say, send a big shout out to CK Flash, who helps look after some of these GB riders, Trey White, Kai White, and Quilanisador. So gotta say hi to CK Flash. He's done a good job with these young men.
Very good job.
Out of the gate, we see the orange Ranger out in front. We have the Dutch national champion just easily getting to the first turn in first. That would be Vanderberg, followed by Malishenkov and Isidor. Isidor might be in trouble if the Russian doesn't hit this straightaway cleanly, but he does. Isidor in 3rd, Vanderberg in 1st, Malishenkov in 2nd. I know I said that out of order, Sam.
Vanderberg's taking it nice and calmly into that last turn. It looks like the Dutch riders coming in for the 2nd, passing the Russian rider, and it's going to be like that going into the finish line of the Netherlands, Great Britain, Russia, and Australia.
Yes, Tehiko's good, and he's been on. I noticed him last season putting in some strong finishes. So Vanderberg, official Vanderberg, Isidor, Malishenkov, and Tehiko getting through to the next round. So, you know, a lot of Australian guys, a lot of young riders that are really making names for themselves. This round, Nijhog, Ramiro Marino, Milano, Van Kamen, Bogart, and Topinka. So this is definitely, again, another old, young, experienced young rider matchup. Off to a good start. Looks like Ramiro Marino had a nice initial hole shot, but it gave enough room for Tori Nijhog to just blaze through from lane 1. So we have Nijhog, Marino, and Milano. Van Kamen looks like he might be in traffic. That's not going to be good for him, but Nijhog running away with it. We know his track speed's great. Marino doing the Nick Long thing and going left in a right-hand corner, but he still makes it happen.
Tori Nijhog looking strong, slow gait, but that didn't stop him. Coming into the last turn with Ramiro in second, and then you have the American picking up that third place, Van Kimmen.
Yes,
and
Van
Milano.
Kamen's showing a lot of heart. Milano with that fourth, but interesting, Ramiro Marino still has that initial pop. If he had gotten over a little bit, it might not have let Tori through. But the official is Nijhag, Marino, Van Kamen, and Milano. So Van Kamen making an impressive showing, coming from behind and getting into that third place position to qualify on through. I know his coach, Big C, Christian Besserine, is happy with that. All right, so we just finished the men's 30 seconds finals. The next time you will see them will be the 16th finals, the 16ths, so to speak. As we are on a slight break, the racing will resume at 16:54, so that is 4:54 GMT, I believe. And what did you think of that round, Sam?
I think it was great. I think we had a lot of good racing out there, and we can actually see that second straightaway, I think that's going to be a very important second straightaway, second turn, just to get us smooth through the third straightaway. It's going to be really important.
Yes, agreed. So, with that said, we are going to join Pete D in the pits. That is, during this break. So not only does UCI have a new format, but we have a little bit of a new format on the show, and that's Pete D in the pits, which is awesome.
All right, welcome to the UCI BMX Supercross. We're behind the scenes. We're in the epicenter of action. We're in the team zone. As you can see right here, we have all the teams. There's about 24 different teams that have pits set up. Each of those teams will have their riders, their soigneurs, their mechanics, all here ready for action to take care of the riders as they get round to racing action. So you saw those incredible racing, single elimination, a lot of fast riders out there. And right now we're going to have a chance to get a little bit from each one of these. And the first rider up that we have, you may know her. She's number 100, Mariana Pajon. Mariana, new format, you went out there, you've already raced. How is it on the track here in Papendal?
We're just getting used to it. It's a little bit windy. I just wanted to come here and feel fast, feel good again. And yeah, it was a little bit windy. It was like so challenging for me, but it was a good lap.
So this is, in the past you've talked about how this is one of your favorite Supercross tracks. Why would you say, or one of your favorite tracks at all, why would you say that?
Well, this is a really wide open track. It's good for racing. You can pass, you can do a lot of stuff. And it's good for jumping. I love jumping, so it's really fast.
So yesterday when we had practice, it was cold, but there was no wind. Today it's a little bit warmer, not much, but there's still a little bit of wind. So how does that change for you riding down the track and down the hill and down the first straightaway?
For me, it was the goal. I didn't jump the first straight in practice. I just wanted to do it on the first lap, and I did it. And it just challenging. I just want to feel like me again, and I'm doing it.
So now the format is just basically every lap is single elimination, top four move on. How, if any way, do you approach this race any different?
Well, it's not different. I go out every lap, like always, like before, just wanting to win every lap. So it's just the same for me.
And so, unfortunately, there in your first lap, you had a good battle with Brooke Crane down the first straightaway. She edged you out going in the turn. You were behind her, and then she had a crash. What did you see from your perspective?
Well, she was going really fast. I think it was a little bit windy. We were a little bit scared, and I don't know. It was a really hard crash, and I hope she's okay. It just something from the race, and I know she's going to be a good one for the next one.
So now we move into the rest of these races. What's going to be your strategy throughout the day to make your way into that main event?
Well, I want to do my best, my 100%, even if I'm not that good now. But I'm just having fun, and the challenging, the win, and everything is good for me. We'll make it bigger.
And then after all of that racing today, we come back and do it all again tomorrow. How, if any way, have you adjusted the way you approach the race for that?
Well, that's different, but we're used to it. We race nationals, and it's two days races, and it's gonna be the same. Just good recovery, really smart tomorrow, and it will be the same.
You've won here in the past, so what's going to be the key for someone to get a good lap in that main event and take the victory here?
I just wanna be confident and had a really good gate. You just go and do a fast lap, and that's it.
All right, well, that's Mariana Pajon, so it's a great perspective from her. And while we have a past champion here, Stephanie Hernandez. Stephanie, how are you?
Hello, I'm super good. I'm super happy to be again here racing the UCI World Cup Series.
So we just talked to Mariana about this track here in Papendal. For your perspective, what type of track is it, and do you like it? Or tell us what you like or don't like about it.
Yeah, actually we like so much. This kind of track is like it's a fast track, it's a big track. So like people, this is the sport, like, like jump higher and go faster, and it is really good to enjoy. Today we're having a little bit of wind, but actually it is good. Like for another's races before here, this is a pretty good time today. So we're just enjoying and doing our best.
If you don't get the perfect start and you're behind, where's going to be the best place to make a move so the fans can pay attention and watch throughout a lap to hopefully see, if you need to, make a pass for the lead?
I think on the last two straight, like a third and last straight, you can, if you make a good job and if you make a clean job, you can recover if you make a mistake on the start or something.
And then for you coming into this race, I believe this is your first race of the season. So tell us how you approach this year's Supercross series.
Well, actually, I'm recovering from an injury. I injured in the November, so my knee. So this is my first race since November. I've been training just 5 weeks. So at the moment, I'm just looking for being the top 10, just enjoying the race. And this is kind of a transition year for me after Olympics and after all the hard work we've been doing the last 3 years. So for me, it's just enjoy the race, is practice my abilities and getting better and better, because the focus for me this year will be July in the World Championship at Rock Hill.
All right, well, thank you so much. We'll enjoy watching you race each and every time around the track.
Thank you.
So next up, we can move over to some of the elite men that are here, and who better to talk to than last year's overall champion? That's going to be Corbin Shaw. If you remember, Corbin at the end of the season was on a tear, winning the last 2 rounds, and so far today, Corbin, you've been flying around the track here. So tell us about your thoughts on this track here in Papendal.
Oh, it's a good one. It's huge, it's wide open, and it's a lot of fun to ride. You're going a lot faster than most other tracks, so been having a lot of fun. It's a little windy out there. Some people are getting a little crazy, but just trying to stay comfortable and relax and progress round and around.
So we're early in the Supercross season. Obviously it's stop number 1, but your form looks to be incredible right now. One of those laps I watched you had about a 6 bike length lead after that first jump. So how are you feeling out on the track? Obviously it looks good, but what to you is going to be an important part of this track to have a good lap as you did in that earlier heat?
I think an important lap is going to be getting the first jump. Kind of went back and watched some video last night, and you really got to get on the cranks fast on the landing on that first jump. If you it's weird because usually I usually try to just pump the backside and not really pedal, because usually you're getting a little bit more speed. But I was seeing if you don't get right on the pedals, right on the backside, you kind of lose a bit of ground. So I think that's going to be key, is hitting the first jump low and getting right on those pedals so you're up front leading into the first corner.
So if you have the perfect day, it's going to be 7 laps to get with including the main for the day's worth of racing. And some people may not think that sounds like a lot, but I believe you give 100% effort each and every lap. But just describe what it's like after you finish a lap, how much time it takes you to get that little bit of recovery to feel good, to actually get warmed up again for the next race with these short 20-minute breaks in between the racing.
Yeah, definitely. 7 laps is a lot of work. I think most of the races last year, they were all 6 laps if you made it all the way through. So we got an extra lap, and with the track being long here as well, it takes a little bit more recovery. So you're going to have to get off the bike and get the tall seat on and go pedal. I would say it takes probably 10 to almost the whole break, 10 to 15 minutes to actually get fully recovered, and then you kind of turn her around and get right back up there. So yeah, I think it's going to come down to who saved the most gas. I mean, you definitely give 100% every lap, but it's going to come down to who's fit and who's got the fitness to get through the 7 laps, and whoever has the most strength, I think, going into that main is probably going to be your winner today.
So it's a good mix here of wide open track, but it still has a lot of technicality to it. So for you, what's an important part of this track to get perfect so you can continue your fast momentum after that first, or after the gate into the around the track? Sorry.
Yeah, you definitely got to make sure all your backsides are right. I mean, there's a lot of guys just hiccuping, kind of nipping the backsides I see on the second straight and kind of in the third straight. The big step up coming out of that second corner, you can definitely under jump that a lot and kind of just tap the top, and every little bit takes up a little bit of time with us and running hundredths of a second close to each other. So every little bit, I think clean backsides is going to be the key here, and try not to tag up that rear end.
And so now going back and just looking back at last year, winning that overall title, how was that a feeling for you when the season was over, the feeling of accomplishment?
Oh, it was great. It was weird setting in, like, man, I won a title, and wasn't really one, like I said, I didn't really have it on the radar, but once I kind of got in that lead, it was something that I really wanted to keep and something that I look forward to. So being able to claim that title and having it not being able to be taken away, my name will always be in the 2016 SX champion. So that was awesome. It's a great feeling, and kind of have to start that over and try and do it again.
So then you started this season off in North America, in the United States, and you've had a successful season going so far. So what, if anything, you're doing different to keep that consistency rolling throughout the entire season?
Yeah, not much different. Just trying to, like we've always spoken about before, is consistency. You want to keep your peaks, your ups and downs as level as you can. And when you don't do so well, you make mistakes, don't make finals. It's those things that'll get you. But it's as long as you can kind of put those on the back burner and forget about them, and realize that you as an athlete are a top contender, and if you always believe that, you'll always come into the races with the best mindset. So I think that's the best way to go, is believe you're one of the guys out there to beat, and believe that you're a top guy and you've put in the work, and that's really all you can do.
We've seen people from Gate 8 win at this track, from Gate 1. For you, what are you most comfortable with, as you're going to, seems right now, you're going to have the first gate pick each time you go up there if you continue your winning ways?
Yeah, I think anywhere. I mean, I'm a guy that if I don't have one, I usually pick outside of the Ram. I wouldn't be mad with lane 8, lane 6. So that's what's good about this track, is it's not one where it's like, I need lane 1 to win. And although it is a good key, because you can kind of give yourself a little more room if you ride that white line, where if you don't get the best start, that you can kind of clean up the jumps and hope to get back up there and be able to battle for the lead going into the corner. So yeah, I think basically anybody could win from any lane here. That's one thing that's pretty cool, is you don't really have to stress on getting that #1 gate pick. So, but it is a good thing that comes with winning moto. So that's going to be one thing. I don't know if I'll pick one or any other gate, but it's less of a stress to be like, okay, if you do get a bad lap, to be like, I could win from the middle, or I could win from the outside, and just having that confidence and being able to do that through the day makes the day a little easier.
All right, Corbin, it's been really exciting to watch you race and doing so well, so hopefully continue on through the rest of the day the same way.
Awesome. Thank you.
So that's Corbin Shaw, last year's Supercross overall champion, and right now, the form that he has, he looks like he's going to be able to pull off another good result today. But we've got 5 more races for the elite men, the elite women. But what we're going to do right now, we're going to take a little bit of a stroll through the pits. We'll get you some more interesting what's going on here as the riders have this break in between their laps. So right now we'll throw it back up, let those guys get into it, and we'll see what we can find around the pits here in Papendal for stop #1 of the UCI BMX Supercross World Cup Tour.
Always nice to hear from Pete and some of the best riders in the world. So Pete D in the pits, we thank you for being in the pits and letting us have a little bit of a drink break, as well as another break as well. Sam.
Yes.
What's been good about what you've seen so far?
There's been so many good things. I mean, just to see the level of the riders and kind of the consistency through it all, seeing the young guys coming up and making a fight for it. It's exciting.
It is, and it's only going to get better because the racing's going to get tighter. I was able, during that little break, to talk to Roger Rinderknecht. He's the head coach and BMX director for Switzerland. So he said that David Graff is doing okay. He said he looks kind of crazy because he's kind of scraped up, but overall, just some scrapes. And he said his helmet did a good job in protecting him. So just was a bit of an over jump, then kind of went a little sideways, and he was over the bars is what happened. But he said that Graf will be okay. So
That's good to hear. That's always good to hear. Luckily that he's going to be okay. Hopefully he can come back tomorrow for the second stop or day for the Supercross.
Graf is, well, you know, if we remember during the Olympics, he was one of the guys to go down and, oh, turn this off. If we remember during the Olympics, Graf was one of the early guys to go down in the first moto, and he ended up making it through after, I think we have more from Pete D in the pits, if I'm not mistaken. And looking forward to hearing and seeing.
Okay, we are here with Anthony Dean. Anthony, you've been on a tear so far today. Great run. Tell us about your experience so far here in Papendal for the opening round of the UCI BMX Supercross World Cup Tour.
Yeah, back here at Papendal, a bit windy, but we're used to it. It's the same every year, so just trying to cope with the conditions and try and keep it not too sketchy.
So the track, this was a super wide open and technical track. For you, what's going to be the most technical part, or the part that if you need to make a move to get into lead, where do you think you'll be able to do it?
I think the corners are pretty wide open. That's going to be a lot of passing there, and I think the second straight's pretty open, so you can probably pass there too.
Okay, so now we're in the single elimination part of the day, which is from Moto 1 now. How, if any way, do you approach the race day different?
I approach it just the same every race. I'm trying to get top 4, and usually at the World Cup it's pretty cutthroat anyway, and the racing's tight, so you need to be top 4 every round anyway. So nothing really different, just same mindset.
So last week you were in Australia racing for the national championships, flew over directly to Papendal, and we're here for the entire week. So what's it like to get those 3 weekends of back-to-back, you know, very tough elite level racing?
Yeah, I think it's awesome to have so many elite races, like these 2 World Cups back-to-back. I think we've been saying it for a few years now, and it's just great. You got 4 chances at getting a good result, and hopefully you can do good at every one.
All right, so Anthony, we hope to look forward to see you make your way in today's main event, and you'll be hopefully battling it out with our next rider to get the behind-the-scenes footage with.
Thank you.
All right, so next up we have our current world champion from the 2016 UCI BMX World Cup season on the elite men's side, Mr. Joris Daudet. Joris, been riding really strong coming into this 2017 season with a bunch of wins already in North America. How are you feeling heading into the opening round of the Supercross World Cup Tour?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling pretty confident. The start of the season was good for me. I had some good results, so I'm gonna try to keep the consistency and just have fun and try to be in the main and fight for the podium and the win.
So the track here is exactly the same as it was last year, but a lot of close racing going on so far. But for you, you've been out front. So how are you feeling on the track as far as with the conditions? Because it seems to be perfect racing conditions right now.
Yeah, it's always easier when you're in front. So I try to get a good start and then try to do what we do at practice, and then try to be smooth on the track. It's a long track, wide open turn, so try to stay ready, focus all the laps, and do my best every time.
So for you, what's going to be the most important part of this track in that main event, if you can make it that far?
I guess the start, is always the best, the hardest part, to be in front. And if you're in front in the first corner, it's a lot easier. But like I say, it's a wide open track with big corners and technical, so everything can happen. You can pass a lot of people. So we'll see at the finish line.
So for you right now, you seem to be on top form. You've won on a whole bunch of different types of tracks. You won in Rock Hill just a few weeks ago. Then you went to a flat traditional track in Atlanta and had a good weekend with a first and a second, battling it out. So what can you attribute all these great races? Because we always see riders have these spurts of being really dominant. But for you, it's been almost since last summer where you've been consistently on the podium in each and every race that you've had. So last question today, how are you able to keep that consistency up this entire time?
Well, it's always hard, you know. Consistency it's a big key for championship and stuff like this. So I just try to do my best every time, not to take too much risk, and then try to go as far as possible during the day, and then yeah, just ride my bike and have fun.
All right, thanks, George. We'll get back to the race action right now as we have the riders loaded in the gate for the rest of today's UCI BMX Supercross World Cup from here in Papendal on day number 1.
Okay, 16th finals. The men will go through this, working their way to the 8ths. We are weeding out the crowd, and the start list is Heat 1, 16th. Sylvain Andre, Resende, Keenman, Sharrock, Galmers, and Seegers. Lined up nice and tight, 1 through 6 on the gate. As we heard from the riders, the wind is somewhat of a factor, but they are used to it. So we'll see what happens as we wait for the call. Riders on the gate. And there we go. Off to a good start. Resende bumps with Andre, but Andre, it doesn't seem to faze him as he runs to the front of the pack early on. We have Andre, Sharrock, and Seegers 1, 2, 3 as they go down the second straight. Andre's feet are moving way too fast into the second corner, kicking it out a little bit in the second corner. Andre, Sharrock, and Seegers. Sammy, what do you see?
Andre is looking strong. He was out on a mission out of that first straightaway, but it looks like it's the British kid in the second place and the Brazilian coming up, Resende, for the third. And it's going to be a fight for that fourth place finish coming across the finish line. And it looks like it's going to be a photo finish between Kimman and Seegers.
Yes, the young Keeman brother fighting to stay alive. We will have to wait for the official. I'm not going to call that one. But how about Andre with that commanding first straight, and Sharrock looking consistent out there for sure. So Andre, Sharrock, Resende, and Keeman getting through. The crowd seems to like that as we get ready for the next heat, which will be Van Gorkum, Hughes, Viti, Tejico, Villegas, and Garcia. This one is a heater. Our featured rider will be Jelle Van Gorkum, silver medalist, two-time Olympian, all-around great guy, and true professional, sitting in lane 1. They're out of the gate. Looks like Van Gorkum is going to jump to the front. Gets hung up a little bit on that first jump, so he's not going to jump to the front. Looks like we have Villegas, Garcia, and Van Gorkum. So Villegas in front, the American Garcia in second, with Van Gorkum in third on his home track as they jump into the second corner.
Villegas fought for that first position going into the first turn, and it's looking like it's working out for him with Garcia a close second. Coming into the third turn, it's going to be the Argentinian man, Garcia, Van Gorkum for the third. Coming into the finish line, it looks like it's going to be those three with a Australian photo finish again.
Yes, as we said earlier, you know, these countries put these great teams out there, and then unfortunately sometimes they get grouped together and it's one or the other. So we'll have to wait for the official on that third and fourth between the Australians. However, Van Gorkum getting through, Garcia getting through, Villegas getting through. The official: Villegas, Garcia, Van Gorkum, and Tejico. Told you about Tejico. He is making his way through the ranks. Next round: Shara, Campo, Ezekiel, Vanderweist, Christensen, and Espejo. So, featured rider Corbin Shara, the Supercross champion from 2016, Olympian, all
Nicest
around
guy in the
nice
pits.
guy. Just got married actually, but a few months ago. So, looking to put some more money in the kitty for that family he's going to start. Corbin Shara is just flying into that first corner with Campo in tow and Sousa in second. So we have Shara with the Brazilian jumping into second place, giving Campo a run for the money in the second corner. And the Dutchman making a move.
Yeah, Shiraz kind of taking it away, but it's a fight, a battle for that second, third, fourth, and fifth position. Looks like the Brazilians coming into that second turn, Campo in the 3, and the Dutchman fighting for that fourth place all the way to the finish line. And again, I believe it's a photo finish.
The camera has got its work cut out for it these last few motos. How about Corbin Shiraz just continuing where he left off in the Supercross season? Just consistent starts, strong first straightaways. Campo looking really good and consistent and comfortable out there. The official will be Shiraz, De Sousa, Campo, and Van der Weijs just getting through. And I think what we're seeing in the last straight we're only going to see more of it because this is a demanding track. So Van Gent in this next round, Shawnee Gain, Bensick, Ramos, Bias, and Klashenko. So we want to watch that last straight because riders are getting tired and those legs kind of fill up with that lactic. So the fitness is going to be, and conditioning is going to be an issue as they head toward the finish line as well. A lot of mistakes we've seen happen on the last straight. On the hill, looks like Gain with a pretty good initial pop. A lot of air over that first jump, but he still seems to be in second. We have the Dutch rider Van Gent with a strong lead into the first corner. So we have Van Gent, Shawnee Gain, and Klashenko, 1, 2, and 3. They are looking good. Shawnee Gain riding strong with wheeling down down the second straightaway, but it doesn't matter as they jump into the second corner. Van Gent, Gain, and Klashenko, 1, 2, 3.
Van Gent is looking strong, but then again, I think we need to look in the second, third, fourth, and fifth. There's a bunch of guys heading into that last turn. Shawnee Gain's coming into the second. You have Klashenko in the 3. You have the Dutch rider trying to keep in that fourth position, coming across the finish line. It's going to be Van Gent, Gain, Klashenko, and Bensink for the fourth.
Yes, good ride. Looks like Shawnee Gain is waking up this year. I mean, really putting in some strong, consistent laps. So official, Twan Van Gent, Shawnee Gain, Klashenko, and Bensink will all move on to the 16th, or to the 8th, excuse me. Next round, Amadou Mir, Webster, Peel, Kai White, Rosa, and Vallard. So definitely a good mix. We have a little bit of experienced and young blood up there. So we'll see how the young guys do next to some of the more experienced Supercross riders. Amadou Mir, this is his third time in lane 1, and he usually lights it up between the first and third jumps, and he did just that as he jumps into the first corner in front on that Sun bike. Mir, Webster, and Rosa, 1, 2, and 3 as they go down the second straight. Looks like Peel jumping into third place and maybe even contesting for the second. We will see as he makes a move in the second corner.
Mir is running away with it with Peel in that second, third position. Coming into the last turn, again, look after this last turn. It's going to be Mir, Peel, Webster, the German rider. But you have a Brazilian coming up for the fourth. Mir, the French rider of Villanos. Was that it?
Yes, so Mir, from start to finish, we have a rider down. I believe it's Kai White down that last straight. Again, the last straight can be tricky as we're getting to Veer, Villard, Webster, and Peel for the official. Peel almost got himself in some trouble. He seems to catch people toward the end of a straightaway, but that leaves him outside in those corners. But he's a strong kid, and he's getting through, and he did. Heat 6, Rencarel, Luki, Tremanis, Lanegard, Posey, and Brett Hauer. Looks like this is going to be an interesting one, to say the least, with Rencarel, Tremanis, and Posey, and Brett Hauer. They are all Supercross aficionados, so to speak. They've all made some mains, and they've been on the circuit for a while. So this one's going to be quite evenly contested. I believe Rencarel will be coming out of lane 1. He's been coming out of lane 1 for all of his other laps. We have Posey with the green sleeves for Dan's comp on the outside. The Latvian right out of the center with the yellow and black. So checking on, making sure the track is clear. We got the eyes set on the hill. Riders are poised. Simon Luki, Rencarel. See the uniforms and the colors. See the the view from the start hill, the horizon, the jumps look a little bit different from that vantage point on top of the hill. You feel the wind just a little bit more as they stand up and wait for the starter's call. Out of the gate, Rencarel out okay, little bit crooked, it's okay. Looks like Posey on the outside between Rencarel and Bretthauer, I would say. With Vidi, whoa, getting a little wild in that first corner. So Rencarel, Vidi, and Bretthauer, 1, 2, 3. I think Posey might be fighting for 5th, but Rencarel strongly into that second corner.
Good start, strong to this point. Looks like you have the Latvian coming up with the second place. Going into the last corner, looks like it's going to be Rencarel, Treminis, and the German ride of Bertham.
Yes, Bretthauer in third. Tremanis almost taking himself out down the second straight. Rencarel with the win. Luki with, I believe, the 4th. Looks like Posey and the other French gentleman will be watching the rest of the day. So official, Rencarel, Tremanis, Bretthauer, and Luki, Ladnegaard, and Posey are done. Heat number 7, start list. Kronk, Molina, Aguirre, Mathieu, Freiswick, and Faber. Looks like interesting lane choice. They chose to give themselves a little space. 3 and 3, that's okay because we know it's going to be a great lap as we wait for the starter's call. And they're off, as they say. So we have the Frenchman and the Australian running to the front straight away. Heat number 7, Mathieu and Kronk with Freiswick. So we have France, Australia, and Australia respectively as they jump into the second corner. We have Mathieu, Kronk, and Freiswick, 1, 2, and 3.
Looks like the French riders are drinking something. The past 3 motos, they've been all out front, so it looks like it's going to be the French rider for the first. Kronk and Freiswick, 1, 2, and 3.
Waiting
followed by the French rider of Fabry.
Looked like Faber might have got the Chilean rider, Aguirre, at the end, and he did. So Mathieu, Kronk, Freiswick, and Faber is your official from Heat 7 in the 16th. As we move on to Heat 8 with Ramiro Marino from Argentina, Omont from France, Godet from France, Palmer from Canada, Sevilla from Venezuela, and Butti from Switzerland. Stand up and ready, waiting for the call. They all launch out of the gate, forward and down the hill, over the air, side by side. No one's running away from anyone just yet. The Canadian jumping into third place in the first corner. That was cool. Marino in front. Looks like we have Marino in front with Palmer in third. I believe in second place is Godet. So Marino, Godet, and Palmer.
Marino is looking strong first straightaway, followed by Palmer, the young Canadian, Godet, the veteran Frenchman, and in the 4th place position, it looks like it is going to be Ramiro, Palmer, Godet, and Sivira.
Yes, good run, and good job with the name, Sam.
You know, I'm trying, but it's like a tongue twist, some of them. So I apologize to everyone out there. If you can send me an email and correct me if you'd like, I appreciate that.
So waiting for the official, here it is, Ramiro Marino, Palmer, Godet, and Sevilla. They will make it to the next round. Butti and Omont are done for the day, unfortunately, but they live to fight another. So Heat 9 of the 16th finals, we have Scottman, Isidore, Naverstad, Kadyshev, my man Mello, and Stindl out there by himself in lane 7. Coming out of the gate, looks like Naverstad straight to the front. Naverstad. Looks like Isidore is in a bit of traffic in fourth. Passing maybe into third, but Naverstad, Stindl, and Scottman 1, 2, and 3. Isidore looks like he's fighting for that second place into the second corner. Might even jump into first from the outside, and he does. Isidore, Naverstad, and Scottman 1, 2, 3 now.
German Army wanted that first place. Isadora jumped his way to the first spot. Coming to the last turn, it's Isadora, Scottman, and the Russian rider, Navasta, in that fourth position. And that's the way it's going to end up. Isadora, Scottman, Katshiv, and Navasta from Norway.
Yes, Kadyshev, nice run, getting in there in third. I don't know what happened to Naverstad because he started out in front, but the official is Isidore, Scottman, Kadyshev, and Naverstad just getting in there, even though he started out in first. But he will go on to they will go into the next round. Heat 10, 16th finals. Pillard, Ramirez, Galiamov, Van Kamen, Duemy, and Racine. So, eyes are on Carlos Ramirez, known as the Magician, riding that Chase bicycle. Best Supercross finish, a third. Best Olympic finish was a bronze. Only 23 years old. His rank in last year's Supercross season was fifth, so he is very consistent and very capable. The riders are sitting up on the gate. We see those Tioga banners as they wait for the pro gate to fall. They're all in their seats, so definitely the starter has them on hold a bit. You see Zach Van Kamen right in the center, number 241, one of the younger Supercross contestants. Out of the gate, looks like Van Kamen got a nice pop, little bit of a good first straightaway as he's going to take that into the first turn and first. So we have Van Kamen, Racine, and Galiamov. Looks like Van Kamen is finding his flow, not to jinx it. The Frenchman in second. They all jump into the second corner, three abreast with Van Kamen in front.
Van Kamen staying out of the end zone. Coming into the last turn, it's going to be the American of Van Kamen, the French rider Ramirez in the third position, and it's the Russian picking up the fourth. Sorry, it's not the Russian. It's the French rider.
Yes,
Duemy.
French. Yes,
Sorry.
Duemy getting in there for the fourth. Ramirez qualifying, the Russian unfortunately not making it through. The officials, Zach Van Kamen, Racine, Ramirez, and Duemy getting through to the next round. The time seemed like they have gotten a bit slower over these rounds. I don't know if the wind is an issue or they're getting more tired. But Heat 11, we have Kriegers, Nagasako, Tugas, Sakakibara, the Australian national champ, Chappelle, and De Silva. Featured rider, Nagasako on that Haro bike. Best Supercross finish was a sixth. And we will see if he can improve upon that today. The start is always crucial, but the finish is way more important. So Nagasako fighting for the league with the Canadian, I believe, in front right now. Oh, Kriegers, Nagasako, and Sakakibara. They are fighting tooth and nail down this second straight, jumping into the second corner. So it looks like we have De Silva, Nagasako, and Kriegers, 1, 2, and 3.
Looks like heading into the last turn, it's going to be Kriegers, Sakakibara, and in the third place position, it looks like it's going to be Nagasako from Japan.
And Chappelle with the fourth. So France is happy about that. They have another one making it to another round. Unfortunately, the Canadian did not get through. Tugas will have to watch, but the official is Kriegers, Sakakibara, Nagasako, and Chappelle. De Silva and Tugas will unfortunately have to hang it up today. Next round, Evans, Fields, Shippers, Zuleta, Nick Kieman, former world champion, and Van de Groenendaal. So two Dutch riders, they are on the outside. Don't count them out, but the featured rider for this lap will be your Olympic gold medalist, Connor Fields, on that Chase carbon fiber bicycle. blasting out of the gate. Looks like Kyle Evans had 1 and Connor Fields in 2, but on the outside, my goodness, the Dutch rider Keeman just turned it on. Keeman, Fields, and Van Groenendaal with a heater on this one. Looks like Keeman is stretching out into the second corner as Fields and Van Groenendaal are in second and third.
Keeman wants to stay out of everyone's way, and he is just flying through that third straightaway. Don't count out Connor Fields because he's always a quick one, but there's a fight going on for that third, fourth position, and now I can see that a fourth place rider is coming in, and it's going to be a photo finish for that last spot, which is Evans.
Looks like Evans beat out the Dutch rider on the home turf, on the home track. Keeman, Fields, Van Groenendaal, and Evans just beating out Shippers for the last qualifying and official finish. Start list, heat number 13 for the 16th. We have Turner, Marquardt, Milano, Brescian, Lebaun, and Papma. So we wait for the starters call. Bodie Turner in lane 1. Turner in 1. Marquardt looks like he got squeezed by Turner and the German as they jump into the first corner. It will be the Venezuelan, Milano in second, Turner in front. Turner, Milano, Marquardt finds his way to third going into the second corner. Turner, Milano, and Brescian, not Marquardt.
Turner having a clean lap, going to that third straightaway. You have Milano into the second position, followed closely by the Swiss rider coming fast down the fourth straightaway, and it will end up as Turner, Milano, the Swiss rider, and the French rider of Labu.
So the official is Turner, Milano, Brescian, and Lebaune, or Lebaun. I will have to ask him his name if I can find him when I go down there. Or PT in the pits may help me out. Heat number 14, we have Vanderberg, Ospina, Malyshenkov, Wolk, Tornbizet, and Lopez. Moving on in the ranks. Ready to go. The Dutch national champion coming out of lane 1, known for his first straights. His thighs are huge. Definitely has the power. Vanderberg, Ospina, Malyshenkov 1, 2, and 3. Ospina jumping into second place as Vanderberg is running away with it over and into the second corner. Vanderberg, Ospina, and Malyshenkov.
Like you said, Vanderberg is running away from it, but that Colombian is staying quite smooth in that second straightaway and the third straightaway, followed closely by the Russian rider, and it's going to end up the Dutch rider, national champion, Vanderberg, Colombia, Russia, and the Danish rider. It's nice to see Denmark stepping up.
Yeah, he got in there. Volk with the fourth, Malyshenkov with the third, Ospina with the second, and the Dutch national champion, Vanderberg, winning that round. Next on the list, Heat 15 in the 16th finals, Nyhog, Smith, Harmsen, Trey White, Van Hoogten, and Yoshimura. Looking at the hill, we see the starter wave off. The riders are up. Tori Nyhog coming out of lane 1, but it looks like Smith wanted the lead, but it looks like Nyhog's going to take it to the front. So Smith giving him a little bit of room. I don't know why, but Nyhog takes it, and it looks like he may run away with it, but Smith is holding his own with Trey White now making the pass for second. So we have Nyhog, Smith, and White, 1, 2, and 3. Looks like they're going to take up a lot of track down this third straightaway. Sorry, Sam.
Nyhog coming into the last turn. White in the second position. Smith is coming up with a close third, and that's the way it's going to end up with Tori Nyhog, Trey White, Smith, and the Japanese rider.
Yes, Yoshimura getting in there, which is good for him. Your official is Nyhog, White, Smith, and Yoshimura. They move on to the 8th finals as we get ready for Heat 16 with Joris Daudet, Renaud Blanc, Anthony Dean, McLean, Lenegard, and Rock and Roll Cole Tizar. This one has some horsepower in it. So, featured rider Joris Daudet, your current world champion, and all around good guy riding for Chase Bicycles. You see those rainbow stripes, you know they have earned every medal. No pun. Okay, maybe a little pun. Looks like they're off to a clean start. Dean comes out early, but is contested by Joris Daudet. That is a lot of horsepower. So Daudet and Dean, 1 and 2. Number 3 would be McLean. Pretty good ways back as these 3 guys go over the berm jump. Daudet, Dean, and McLean.
Daudet is strong with Dean close behind him. This is going to be a fast lap. Coming into the last corner, it is the world champ, Daudet, Dean, McLean coming into 1, 2, and 3.
With Tizar in 4th.
Tizar for the 4th.
So Coach Tizar, happy for his son. Get to live another day. Rock and Roll Cole Tizar makes it to the next round. The official is Daudet, Dean, McLean, and Tizar. So definitely a good company to keep. So there we have it. The 16th finals are done. The next time you see the gentlemen, the elite men, they will be in the 8th finals. And better believe it's going to get even faster and tighter. And then after that, before we see the men, I think we'll have the elite women 8th finals. So we are working our way through. First round, Heat 1, start list, Smulders, Hatakeyama, Hernandez, Von Niederhausen, Stavow, and Petch. Women's Elite 8th finals. Our featured rider, Laura Smulders. She goes fast everywhere she goes, especially here. So Team TVE, Oegma, only 23 years old, so current national champion as well. And her dad's in the pits, working on the bikes, making sure the riders have everything they need, doing a great job. Starter is on the hill, checking in, as you see Smulders. So when they pull those goggles out, they're doing that to a little bit of air inside. They don't want them to fog up as they're sitting there. So you want to sit there. And what's it like on top of the hill, Sam?
Yeah, it's tough, especially in this situation where, you know, the girls haven't raced in about a couple of hours. Was their last race on the track.
Right. You're right.
And then the first time in 2 hours getting up on the hill and have to kind of put out your best, I think it's intimidating. But a rider like Smulders, I mean, she trains for this. She has practiced for this. And I think she's just a superstar all the way around. So I'm going to be looking at lane 1 because I think that's where it's going to be. And
that's
also
that's where the party's at.
That's where the party's at.
All right. Well, it's interesting because she's all business. But that's kind of the play, right? When you get to have fun when you're all business on the BMX track. All right, Hatakeyama did not get the best start, but it looks like she's jumped into 4th or 3rd place. Smulders, as Sam Cools called it, blasted out to the front with the Venezuelan in 2nd. So we have Smulders, Hernandez, and I believe Hatakeyama in 3rd, actually in 4th as they go into the 2nd corner.
Smulders looking so strong, so smooth. Then you have Hernandez in the 2nd position, also keeping it clean through the last turn. It's going to go Dutch, Venezuela, New Zealand from pitch. Bringing up the 3rd place and the 4th place rider of the Japanese rider.
Yes, disappointing for Stavow. Not not likely, not normal that she wouldn't make it out. But we have Smolders, Hernandez, Pech, and Hatakeyama. So as we've seen, we have one of the biggest entry fields. So there's going to be some upsets, unfortunately. So next round, Pahon, Christensen, Shriver, Escobar, Orsono, and Peterson. So eyes are on, I'm guessing, Mariana Pahon. 25 years of age, racing BMX since she was 4 years old. That's sweet. Best Supercross finish. Well, she's been a champion. And she's the current Olympic gold medalist, riding for that GW gold bike. Now, she's not on her bike, so I wonder if they're checking on something mechanical there. You know, every now and then these riders, tires can get flat. You can get up to the top of the hill and not realize it, but it seems like they're loading up. So,
and you know, she's such a great rider, but not just that, she's also a great person. I mean, she's so kind and she's supportive of all the girl riders. You always see a smile on her face, and it's really nice to have such a good ambassador for BMX for us. And I think she does a great job. So thank you, Mariana Pahon. Have to say that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does a good job. She's a good ambassador, right?
Yeah.
Right now, I'm guessing what she's looking through, even though we can't see her eyes, I'm guessing she's looking at where she wants to go in the first turn. Or as BMX legend Greg Hill would say, has her eyes focused on the penny in the first corner. Out of the gate, Pahon, not with her traditional great start, but definitely a great first straight as Pahon and Shriver jump into the first turn, 1 and 2. So Pahon and Shriver, 1 and 2, with, I believe, Christensen in third. As they go into the second corner, Pahon getting a little style into that second corner. So Pahon, Christensen, and Shriver.
Pahon running away with it, looking that gold bike is sparkling going into the last turn, followed by the Danish rider of Christensen, and the Latvian rider has now moved into the third position, followed by Shriver, the great British rider. So it's going to be Pahon, Christensen, Pedersen, and Shriver picking up the fourth. Good job, ladies. The sun has come out. The wind has kind of calmed down, so I think you can see that the second straight is flowing a little bit better for the girls. They're not messing up.
Yes. The next round, Heat 3, Bondarenko, Huisman, Afremova, Smolders, Ridge Davis, and Donzales. So we are clearing off the track. The Colombian rider, unfortunately, walking her bike, so she won't get through. As we're back to the top of the hill, looking at these brave women. The Russian in lane 1, the Dutch rider, Smolders, in 2. Out of the gate, looks like the Dutch rider came out just a bit crooked. That didn't help her out too much, so the Russians taking it to the front early on as they they ride into the first corner. Dutch rider finding her way back to third. We have Afremova, Bondarenko, and Smolders as she's getting contested for fourth. The Russians look like they're running away with it just a bit in the second corner with Huisman in third.
Bondarenko is leading the pack with 2 Russians in first and second and 2 Dutch in third and fourth. It looks like that's the way it's going to end up. Bondarenko, Huisman for the second, and for the third position it's going to be taken by Russia again, and Smolders, the small Smolders, for the fourth.
Yes, so 2 Dutch, 2 Russian out of that moto. So we have officially Bondarenko, Huisman, Afremova, and Smolders. Great race, ladies. Next round, heat number 4 in the 8th finals for elite women. Admakina, Stansel, Mayer, Restrepo, Moreau, and Juteau. So 3 French women in this round. I wonder what are the odds that they will all make it out. We'll find out. As we look at the top of the hill, there's a slight breeze. Looks like Stansel had a great start and going straight to the front. Good pump down the backside of that first jump. The Russian, unfortunately, goes down in the first straight, so it looks like we have Stansel, Mare, Restrepo, 1, 2, and 3 in the second straight. Stansel is looking like she's finding her groove once again, looking very strong. Stansel, Mare, Restrepo, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, Stansel took a couple of rounds, but it looks like she's finding it. The French rider of Mare is coming nice and strong into the last turn, followed by the Colombian coming through the finish line. It's going to be USA all the way. Stansel, Mare, the Colombian, and Moro.
Good ride by the Pan Am champ, Felicia Stansel, and college student. Felicia Stansel takes that officially with Mare, Restrepo, and Moreau officially making it on to the quarterfinal. Next round, Heat 5 in the 8th final, Leith women, Lauren Reynolds, Curtis, Sarah Walker, Nadia Priest, Carrillo, and Fleming. So we have some players in this moto with our featured rider being, look at that big smile of Sarah Walker, 28 years old, consummate professional, true class act, Olympic silver medalist in London. This ought to be a great race. Lauren Reynolds, composed, always fast around the track, great track speed, good on the jumps. They're out of the gate. Reynolds not off to the fastest start, but she has some room to work with. Walker straight to the front, right out the middle. Nice ride into the first corner. Walker carving that turn low to hit the women's straightaway. So it's going to be Walker and Reynolds, 1 and 2, New Zealand and Australia. As they jump into the second corner, it's Walker and Reynolds. What do you say, Sam?
Walker is looking stronger every time she rides this track. Talked to her yesterday. She's feeling good and ready for this race. Coming into the last turn, it's Walker, it's Reynolds. Those are the two riders, key riders that you're going to most likely see in the main. But it looks like it's Walker, Reynolds, the 172 rider, and also the German rider of Priest picking up the 4th place position.
Official, Walker, Reynolds, Curtis, and Priest. So the two Australians get through, and the German rider of Priest makes it through. So there we go. I think we have this next round, Bao, Suvarova, Dudu, Bernard, Saylor, and Vinstra, and looks like they gave themselves some space on the gate based on the readout and what I see on the camera on top of the hill. So as you can see from that view, unfortunately the French rider comes unclipped. She comes out of her pedal. Looks like the Russian straight to the front, but not just yet as she is edged out by Bao. Judy Bao with Suvarosa and Bernard in 2 and 3. So Bao taking a lead, making it happen going into the second corner with the Russian right behind her.
Bao having control of this race from start to finish with the Russian close behind her. The French rider sitting in 3rd, going into the last corner. It's going to be the Dutch rider of Bao, the Russian rider, and that's the way it's going to be with a fight for 3rd and 4th going across the finish line. Bao, Sorovova, Bernard, and another Danish rider.
Vinstra. So that's good. We have a couple of names that we don't normally see going through. So Vinstra making it through. Bernard, Suvarova, Bao, that's the official. I think Saylor might have been expecting to get through, unfortunately. But here we are, done with the 8th final. So the next time we see the elite women, it will be the quarterfinals as we take a small break. Get ready for the 8th finals for the men.
What did you think of the racing? Men and women?
Well, I like I like how it gets tighter as it moves on. And what's interesting for me is the conditioning of some of the riders, and not just physical conditioning, but I think their mental and psychological conditioning, because you can see the ones who react well to stress, or the ones who stress when they're stressed. Some of those mistakes made down the last straight could be due to just getting tired, legs getting pumped or lactic, or it could be just they're feeling panicked, and there's the finish line's coming up and they want to either make that pass or not get past, and some of those mistakes happen. So it's important to be mentally and physically conditioned, and obviously, as we all know, I'm biased towards the mental conditioning. As far as the event being run, though, I mean, they're doing a great job getting this done efficiently, staying on schedule. Obviously, we can see back at it, watering the track, making sure that it's in tip-top condition. So I don't think I have a favorite thing yet, but I think that's about to come in the races.
Mm-hmm. I think the setup that they have I find it interesting, because you can see that it's weaning out more and more, and it's going to be nice to see these 8 finals coming up, how it's going to, I think it's going to be stacked. There's a lot of good riders out there, and there's maybe a couple that stand out, but then there's a lot of them that are kind of in the same, arena. So what you said about mental conditioning, I totally agree with that, because some of the riders have been here since 9. They warm up, they practice, they cool down, they rest, they start at 2, and now we're going into it being, almost 6 o'clock in the evening, and it's a lot of mental stress that they kind of have to deal with throughout the day.
Yes. And forget the day. I mean, let's face it, when you're going to a race, and some of these riders don't race as much as others may, like, for instance, in the United States, a lot of these riders are already coming off of 2 or 3 weekends in a row. But a lot of times that mental game you play with yourself is happening the week prior to the race or the night before the race, and then your mind likes to play tricks on you in a stressful situation. So it's really a testament to how mentally tough a lot of these riders are, when you see how easy they make it look to get around a track like this.
Yeah, because it is not easy to get around a track like this. It takes a lot of skill, a lot of preparation, and then the final step to put it all together when that gate drops, to have a solid lap through to the finish line.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or more importantly, a qualifying or winning lap.
Yeah.
So UCI doing a great job providing a great race environment for the riders. The music's playing. They are taking care of the track. The sun is still out. I believe it gets dark here at like 9 o'clock or something like that. So we have a lot of daylight left as the racing moves on. What was your favorite part about racing for you, Sam?
I think the biggest part, as an athlete at least, is kind of how you deal with situations. It's not like you're going to have the perfect day every single day, and how you kind of can figure out a way to still be the best that you can be. Maybe in the moment you don't realize, but as you reflect after a race and think about, okay, what was the positives and negatives and how can I change it? At least now, since I'm not racing, but I'm in a different life, I kind of still have the same habits. How could I be better or do something better, have a good reflection on it after the moment has passed, but how to make it better for the future. And I think that's the one thing that I took from racing, and now it's on an everyday level. So I think that was important.
Wow. You went deep. That's good. I appreciate that.
But so what about you? Because, I mean, we've talked the past couple days and about when you started racing, and
That was a long time ago.
a long time ago. But also, you told me, you said something that, 10 years. Tell the BMX world what has changed from your 30s to now.
My concept of time has changed. So, as a younger racer, things I felt took a long time. When I was waiting for something or a season. And then as I got older, time seemed to move a lot quicker. But more importantly, I took advantage of my time much better as I got older and learned to be a professional, I should say. Learned to truly be a professional. So that was an interesting insight, just kind of traveling through this racing life. And then, as you said, when you take these lessons learned outside of racing into the quote-unquote real world, it definitely you definitely have some advantages for sure. Time is really sped up since I finished racing to now, but I think my favorite part I have a lot of favorite parts about racing, but personally my favorite part of racing is I loved two things. I loved coming out of the gate, especially when I was at my best or when one is at their best. I loved that feeling of when people would drop out of my periphery, like on the second or third pedal. That's a good feeling. And then I loved coming out of the first turn in first in a semi or main event. I loved, that was probably my most favorite feeling, racing. Now, with racing, I think, as we have this view of this track and this hill, I think my favorite part to speak about with riders is that walk up the hill before the semi, before the main event, because that's a walk. We know that walk. It's kind of like that solemn walk, and then, and there's a mood about it, and there's an air about it, and it's a very special time, behind the gate before the semi or the main event.
It's a hard feeling to find after you're done competing, that, when you're at your best and you kind of, just by the way you walk your bike up the hill, you kind of show riders I'm here. You're fighting for second, not first. So I get that. I understand that. I'm with you on that one. Yeah.
And it's a special conversation too, right? And that ritual. I like routine, but I love ritual. And I think that that's what we're kind of getting at when you kind of get into that. We're going deep on the break, but when you get into that ritual of that flow of when you're in your best and when you're doing your thing. So that's a fun thing to see, and to see, to be on the outside and watch the riders do their thing between the laps and between the motos, which is really cool. That Pete D was in the pits earlier on, so we kind of get a little taste of that. But right now though, I think, usually when you so we're in the eighths for men and the women are going straight to the quarters. So the women are probably going to start to get into that mode a little bit heavier. And then the men, I think now that, there's been some surprises, but I think now we're going to see some intensity and some more heat by everybody.
Yeah, I think it's important for the men. If I was racing in the men's class, which, that would never happen because I'm not a man, but what I can see is that I would really prepare to be aggressive and strong down that second straightaway, because that's been kind of the movement area. If you make a mistake, you pay for that mistake. And if you're not there, you can't capitalize on the mistake that somebody else might have made. And you want a good, solid position going into that second turn. So if I was a man, I would focus a lot of my energy on trying to prepare to make that second straight, kind of setting it up perfectly to put me through that second turn nicely.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, as with anything, momentum is huge. And so losing momentum, it's a setback. So you want to fight for your setups. And that's something that when I'm working with somebody, I always say is fight for your setups, whether it's behind the gate, on the gate, the next moto. Look at the crowd there. seems to have built up just a bit. I think the crowd's recognizing that it's about to be on. But yeah, fight for those setups. And the thing is, you're constantly doing that around the whole track. So each jump gets you ready for the next. Each turn sets you up for the next straightaway. So making sure that you're as clean as possible, you're hitting your marks, you're also adaptable, you know, because stuff happens. You might have somebody grab brake before a jump, and so being focused enough and open enough to make the decision to pin it or move or adjust or avoid or pass. So a lot of fun stuff in this BMX world that we can take outside and beyond. But right now we are looking at this great track at this great venue, Papendal, just east of Arnhem in the province of Gelderland in the Netherlands. The UCI BMX Supercross World Cup, round number 1.
Those are the provincial colors.
That's it. The
blue,
provincial
green,
colors.
yellow, and black,
Yes.
which I just learned today.
We will look this up at some point, or maybe someone will text us, and then we will be able to provide that as well. Made in Arnhem. I like that. I actually have a coffee maker that's Dutch made, and it's the best coffee maker
Yeah, you were saying
ever.
that yesterday.
Yes. So coincidence, but when I got the package, it was so perfectly packaged, and then they talk about the process of how they make it. So I believe precision and quality is a cultural value here in the Netherlands, and it shows. Now here's the view from the top of the hill, and the interesting thing is you don't see after the kink, after the drop. So that's
Where do you go?
That's 8 meters high, and you were on the hill, and the next view, hopefully they'll show a view of, eventually of, you know, behind the riders. I mean, you only have a few inches or centimeters between handlebars of the next person, so it's not as much room as you think when you're up there, and you know, that coupled with the stress or excitement, you know, kind of makes things seem a little bit more drastic than they really are. But you see the step up there, how it's really squared off, so you want to make sure you get full backside, because landing on top, you just kind of bounce. But
Then you're starting from a new starting hill.
Starting from a new starting hill, which is not nearly as fast as the original.
No.
So.
And now we're getting down to the point where every mistake can be costly.
Yes.
They seem like they're enjoying themselves.
Yeah, they're enjoying themselves. Have some people waiting, making their way to get some snacks and stuff in between on the breaks. But I believe, I've been told there's some riders heading up the hill. That's what I've been told. I believe that to be the case. Crowd getting pumped. Papendal, BMX Supercross. Fists are pumping. People are enjoying the sun. It was actually relatively cold yesterday during practice, so. And I'm seeing some activity on top of the hill, and it's not just the Tioga flag blowing. So they turn the music up. That's the cue, and here we are. Men's 8th finals, fighting their way to the quarterfinals. They are going to be fighting their way to the quarterfinals. Men's 8th finals stacking up right now. First, 8-man gate, Heat 1, Daudet, White, Marino, Malishenko, Mahyu, Yoshimura, Naverstad, and Keenman. Wow. That could be a main event in and of itself. So, featured rider, Joris Daudet, your current world champion on that chase bike, 26 years old, and looking very strong today, as they are on top of the hill, ready to go as we wait for the call. Starter checking with his mic to make sure the officials are ready. Riders are seated. There we go. Riders are up. You see there's not that much room between riders on that gate. They're off. Looks like Daudet starting strongly with Maheu just outside of him. Trey White kind of got spit out the back. Being next to Daudet, you want to have a good start. So it's Daudet, Maheu, and Marino. Number 3 in that third place position. That's good for him. Jumping into the second corner, we have Daudet, Maheu, and Marino.
2 Frenchmen in the front. Daudet looking strong with Marino in the third, Navasta in the fourth place. Going into the last turn, it's going to be Daudet, Maheu, Marino, and Navasta for the fourth.
Yes, Navasta looking speedy on the Speedco. We have Daudet, Maheu, Marino, and Navasta, top 4. And unfortunately, Keeman did not make it through. Looks like his hand might be hurt. So he's making his way. The official, Daudet, Maheu, Marino, and Navrestad. Next up, Heat 2, 8th final, Dean, Ospina, Sakakibara, Resende, Milano, Labone, Ramirez, and brother Nick Keeman, former world champion. So I think, and he chose lane 8. He's won here before, but our featured rider is Carlos Ramirez, the Colombian. They call him the magician because he makes moves. He makes things happen out there on the track. It doesn't matter where he starts. So we keep an eye on Keeman from lane 8. And then obviously Anthony Dean in lane 1 looking very strong. So this is full gates. It's going to be some tight racing. And these riders are going to be doing everything they can to get a clean start. They're out. Dean, signature low first pedal start, but Keeman just handled it down the first straight. Dean getting a little bobbled on that first jump, jumping a little crazy. Sakaki Bar is just like, dude, I got to get around you. So he jumps into second place. Dean looks like he's in trouble, but Keeman is making it happen.
Keeman is looking strong out of lane 8. He was out on a mission, followed closely by the Colombian rider of Ramirez, Sakakibara for the third, and picking up the fourth place is Resende.
Yes, Resende making moves. He's got a talent like the magician. He can come from behind, but the official is Keeman, Ramirez, Sakakibara, and Resende. Dean disappointing. He keeps his front wheel low on his gate starts, but he was a little late, and then he bobbled in the first jump and just kept going backwards. It's unfortunate because he's fast. Heat 3, Vanderberg, Nijhog, Sherrick, Godet, Vanderweist, Kadyshev, Bretthauer, and Luki.
So some stacked motos. It's always fun to watch.
Especially when you're not signed up. So we have the Dutch rider in 1 with Nijhog in 2, but Nijhog getting some good backside over that first jump. It looks like we're going to have Vanderberg and Nijhog 1 and 2 with Bretthauer in 3rd. Bretthauer riding amazingly consistent today. So Vanderberg, Nijhog, and Sherrick actually amazingly consistent today. 1, 2, and 3.
Looks like Vanderberg's in first, followed closely by Nijhog. We have a great British rider coming into the third, which is Sherrick, and then you have Daudet in the third position, and that's how it's going to end up.
Yes, Vanderberg, Nijhog, Sherrick, and Godet. Sherrick looking very strong. He's kind of just quietly just nailing down those positions. The official, Vanderberg, Nijhog, Sherrick, and Godet, they will move on to the quarterfinals. It's getting real right now, that's for sure. Next, Rack, Heat 4, Turner, Kronk, McLean, Smith, Shawnee Gain, Racine, Faber, and Bensink. We have a lot of Australians in this moto. The American of Gain, he's on the outside, I believe. So it's the first time he'll be starting out there today. Smith shutting down one Australian, but stuck in the middle. Looks like Turner taking it to the front early on. Shawnee Gain out in third, just behind Cronk, I believe. So we have Turner, Cronk, Gain, and Smith jumping past Gain, and Smith is going to keep it moving with a nice carve in the second turn.
Aussie, 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 first and third. It's going to be Turner into the last turn. For the second place, it's going to be Smith, Cronk, the Australian, and the Dutch guy trying to make a move into the finish line, but he's too late, and it's going to be McLean from Australia. 3 Aussies qualify through that round. Aussie, wow. Aussie, Aussie.
That's impressive. So the official is Turner, Smith, Cronk, and McLean. Shawnee Gain got dove on in that last corner, and it didn't happen for him. The other 3 riders will have to keep moving. So Heat 5, Villegas, Kriegers, Van Gorkum, Mir, Evans, Severa, Belliard, and Dumi. Another burner, another heater. Yelly Van Gorkum, featured rider, that Mabo box logo on his jersey. Dutch Army. They're out. Looks like Van Gorkum got a pretty good pop and a good shot into seeing some daylight in the first turn. So it's going to be Van Gorkum and Villegas 1 and 2 with Evans in third. Let's see if they can stay consistent this top 3 into the second corner. But right now it's Van Gorkum, Villegas, and Evans cleanly over the berm jump.
Van Gorkum looking strong. Villegas coming in and followed closely by the British Army of Evans picking up that third position coming into the last turn. That's how it's going to run. And in the fourth spot for the final qualifying will be the French rider of Dumi.
Nice run by Van Gorkum, crossing the line, asking the home crowd to give it up, saying, yeah, I'm doing this for you. So the official is Van Gorkum, Villegas, Evans, and Dumi. 8th finals. Next up, Ezekiel, Rencarel, Isidore, Tehiko, Scottman, Nagasako, Chappelle, and Rock and Roll Cole Tizar in lane 8. Featured rider, Yoshitaku Nagasako, 993, riding the Haro bike. Looking to get to the next round, and I'm imagining the main event. So let's see if he can make it happen. Off to a good start. Looks like Isidore going straight to the front, legs moving fast. He's found a comfort zone of sorts. They've taken a nice line in that first corner. So Isidore, Rencarel, 1 and 2 as they jump into the second corner. I think this track suits Isidore's size. I mean, it's good to have the long legs and a lot of leverage on a big track like this.
Yeah, he's looking strong, followed by Chaplin in the second, the French ride. In the third, also a French rider coming through the finish line. It looks like it's going to be Isidore, Rencarel, Chapella, and the Japanese ride.
Nagasako making it through. He likes being the featured rider, I think. Definitely the official will be Isidore, Great Britain, Rencarel, Chappelle from France, respectively, and Nagasako from Japan getting through. Good run, and we still have more to go. Next rack, Andre, Fields, Campo, Palmer, Vander Gronendal, Volk, Peel, and Van Kamen. Wow.
Wow.
Featured rider, Connor Fields.
Golden boy,
that's
Connor
right.
Fields.
Oh, golden boy, the number 11. They say that's a lucky number, but he works hard for his luck.
He works so hard.
Andre and Fields coming out together. Looks like Fields gets pinched by Andre, and looks like Campo. So it's Andre, Campo, and Van Gronendal. Fields may be in trouble. I don't see him in the view just yet, but don't count him out. But Andre taking the lead. Van Gronendal, Fields in third.
Andre's looking strong, had a good second straight, followed by the Dutch rider. Looks like the Canadian rider has moved up to the third, but it's going to be a race to the finish line. Fields in the fourth position, followed closely by the New Zealand, but it looks like it's going to be Andre, Gronendal, Fields, and Palmer
Fields
from Canada.
Almost got in trouble. Peel was making a run, but the official is Andre, Van de Gronendal, Palmer, and Fields. Good ride by Palmer. Just quietly got in there and got that third. Keeping it real for Canada. Meanwhile, in heat number 8, we have Schirra, Van Gent, Garcia, Freiswick, Tremanis, Klashenko, Brechon, and Webster. Featured rider Corbin Schirra, last year's 2016, or 2016 is last year, Supercross champion, number 24, newly married, smile on his face, quiet and powerful, Corbin Schirra. All right, so they are out of the gate. Looks like Van Gent off to an early start, but it gives Corbin Schirra and Garcia enough room to work with in the first straightaway because they drop in 2 and 3 respectively. So Van Gent, Schirra, and Garcia. Garcia looking like he's making some ground up, but I don't know if he'll get around Schirra. Meanwhile, Van Gent is checking out.
Van Gent showing off in his home crown, followed by the 2 Americans. Garcia's making a play for that second position, but it doesn't look like he's going to have it. It's going to be Schirra, Tremanis in that fourth, bringing it up. That's how it's going to end. You have Van Gent, Schirra, Garcia, and Tremanis for the fourth.
Yes, good ride. You know, this is now, I think, I think that some of the Dutch riders were kind of just laying dormant for a while because they seem to have stepped it up this round. But Van Gent, Schirra, Garcia, and Tremanis is the official call for that. And there you have it. The next time we see the elite men will be the quarterfinals. And that's really when it starts getting dramatic. Elite women quarterfinals up right now. They are on the gate. They are working to get to the semifinals. Just 2 more laps, and they could be in the main event. Heat number 1. Smolders, Bondarenka, Afremova, Stancil, Curtis, and Restrepo. So, featured rider Laura Smolders, no big surprise. Last year's Supercross champion, only 23 years old. She will most likely maintain her poise. Stancil, not the best start, squeezed out by the Russian, but then the Russian doesn't make it over the second jump. Smolders checks out, jumps into the first corner. Not on purpose, but Smolders, Bondarenko, and we have the Colombian in third. I don't know what happened. I think something may have happened in the first turn, but we have Smolders, Bondarenko, and Restrepo, 1, 2, 3.
Smolders keeping it clean down the first, second straightaway. She's having it pay back, but that Russian is coming on strong, going into the last turn. Bondarenko with a clean second. They're going to be safe towards the next round, followed by the third place of the Australian Curtis, and Colombia picking up the fourth for that race.
Yes, disappointing for Stancil, as I'm sure she saw herself making it going in the first corner, but there was some drama. The officials, Smolders, Bondarenko, Curtis, and Restrepo, they will be moving on to the semifinal.
Yeah, looks like the Russian is still down on
Next
that
up,
second.
we have Bao, Suvarova, Walker, Shriver, Mayer, and Vinstra. So my eye is going to be on Bao, Walker, and Shriver. Featured rider would be Sarah Walker. She is the New Zealand national champion. Her best Supercross finish was a first. She rides an Avanti bike, and she is an ambassador of sorts for the sport of BMX in New Zealand and worldwide. So looking at bow number 388 on the hill. The camera pans over to Suvarova. And as you see, there's not much distance between the riders. So if someone comes out a bit crooked or off timing, then the elbows can definitely get in the way of one another. Sarah Walker looked a little late out of the gate, but seemed to make it happen over that first jump, getting good backside. So we have Bow and Walker and Shriver, 1, 2, and 3. Shriver leaves the door open, though, and gets dove on. Now she's in trouble from Suvarova. So Sarah Walker passing into front, passing into the first over Bow, and the French mare is in third. So we have Walker, Bow, and mare.
Walker keeping it clean like she always does, passing through that second straightaway into the last turn. It's going to be Walker and Bow first and second, Mir in the third place, and the Russian is picking up the fourth place position, and that's how it's going to end. Walker, Bauer, Mir, and Suvarova.
So, good
Thank you,
race
Jason.
by Walker. I mean, not the best start, but just muscled through and still won down that first straightaway. So, Walker, Bow, Mare, and Suvarova is the official. They'll be moving on to the semifinal. As for this one, it still remains to be seen if Reynolds, Hatakeyama, Hernandez, Pech, Priest, or Moreau will go on. Featured rider, Nadja Priest, only 22 years old. Her best Supercross finish was a 9th. She is the current German national champion. As we look at the top of the hill, it's interesting. One flag seems to be blowing more than the other, but that doesn't matter because it's go time. So Reynolds, lane 1, Hernandez in lane 3, Olympic bronze medalist from Rio. As we wait for the call. They go down the hill. Doesn't look like Lauren Reynolds got her best start, but Hernandez did, and she shot out straight to the front. Reynolds still found her way to second, though. So it's Hernandez, Reynolds, and Pech, 1, 2, and 3 as they go down the second straight. Hernandez seems like she might be getting caught by Reynolds, but Priest jumping into third in the second corner.
Hernandez looking like her old self, followed closely by the Aussie ride of Lauren Reynolds coming into the last turn. It's going to be Venezuela of Hernandez, Reynolds, Pitch, New Zealand, and then Priest coming up the fourth, but she has some competition coming up behind her, and it's going to be a finish line, but she's going to take it, Priest.
So Priest with a little bit of drama, gets into third, ends up with fourth. She gets through anyway. The official is Hernandez, Reynolds, Hatakeyama, and Priest. Unfortunately, Pech and Moreau are done for the day. Last quarterfinal, heat number 4. We have Pahone, Christensen, Huisman, Smolders, Bernard, and Peterson. Featured rider is Mariana Pahone. She has a beanie on in the picture, but I'm guessing that was taken when it was cold out. Riding the GW bike. Best Supercross finish was a first, and she is the current Olympic champion as well as the world champion. Mariana Pahone looks like she's off to a decent start. Looks like the Dutch rider came off of her pedals in the first jump. Mariana Pahone taking that gold bike to the first place in the first corner, followed by Christensen and Huisman. So we have Pahone and Christensen, 1 and 2. Pahone 1, Christensen 2 in the second corner.
Pahone looking strong, followed by the Danish rider, trying to make up some ground. Then we have the Danish rider going into the last turn. It's going to be Pahone, Christensen, Huisman from the Netherlands. And then we have a French rider in the 4th place position, which is Bernard.
Yes. That was an interesting lap. Did you see what happened in the first straight, or with
it looked like she unclipped off of the Smulders. Looked like she unclipped off of the first jump and had to pull brake.
So as we see Smulders just climbing up the hill, we get our official results, which is Pahone, Christensen, Huisman, and Bernard from France. They will move on to the semis. It's an interesting day of racing in that. So here we are. The next time we see the elite women, they will be in the semifinals, fighting to get to the main event, to the final 8 on the gate. The next time we see the women will be the semifinals. But it's an interesting day of racing in that there's some riders that are coming back from injury, and some riders that are essentially, just surprising, maybe not themselves, but surprising others who might not have seen them as regularly, like a Sharak or an Isidore, so where they're kind of coming into their own. So. And that's happening in the women's as well, where, Hernandez and Stansel have, Hernandez is coming back from injury. Stansel's been doing the school thing and, getting back and finding a rhythm again. So it's making for a very interesting race atmosphere. There's the crowd. We're on a little bit of a tiny break before the men come up, but there's the crowd, and looks like they're going to go probably grab some French fries, some frites, and have more of a good time here. So Sam,
Jason,
do you like to make predictions with racing, or do you just like to watch at this stage of the game?
I think I love to watch practice. I was always the rider who would sit in the stands for the whole practice to watch everybody, and you can tell a lot of how people are riding. It's not necessarily that they're the fastest down the hill or they do everything the smoothest, but it's more consistency. And if you see consistency through practice, it usually then turns out to be in racing as well. If you see somebody who has one fast start and then they hit the gate the next round, typically you can kind of think like they're not going to have enough consistency to kind of pull it off. So I have predictions in my brain just from watching practice yesterday and seeing the riders. So, and it's kind of held true to this point. We're not done yet. There's still a lot that can happen. For the men, they have one quarterfinals now, so you don't really know. There's 8 people on a gate, so something can happen. Somebody can pull brake, and you can just hit them, and then your day is done. See you tomorrow. So, yeah, I have predictions.
Well, I won't ask you predictions, but who has impressed you today in both fields?
I think for the men, I won't say impressed, but I'm kind of impressed by the fact of seeing Connor Fields and Joris, coming off an Olympic year and still being so strong.
That energy, bringing that energy.
Yeah, having fun and enjoying what they do. It's not like after the Olympics they put their hands up and were just, okay, I'm done for 2 more years. So I really like to see that, and I like to see, again, it was the same for the girls with Smulders and also with Mariana.
Yeah, that's actually a really great observation in that, in theory, you have a big year, you win a world championships, you win an Olympic gold medal. No one would actually blame you for taking a longer break, that's for sure. But to come back, not even come back, but to continue on and go about your business and have fun with it and still bring the energy and intensity and race well at a high level, that's definitely, that's a commendable and respectable respectable thing.
And I think that's a good thing also for sponsorships, you know, to know that you're going to sponsor an athlete who's not just a part-time athlete. They're there every year, ever racing. They love what they're doing. And I think that's, as a sponsor, I would think that that would be something that I would look into for having certain riders. But what are you most impressed by?
What or who?
Who?
Ah, now you're going to put me on the spot. I will have to say, I think the Sherrick kid from GB. Really impressed with him. I'm impressed with Van Kamen. He didn't get through, but but I definitely see a lot of maturity in his riding. With the women, she didn't get through necessarily, but Shriver just showing a lot of strength down the first straight, good track speed. And actually Stansel, because she did take some time off, and she really started to wake up. She got hung up a little bit by something else, but overall I think that those would be in my head the standouts that I'm impressed with this weekend. Yeah,
I'm very impressed about the British Army, I guess you can say. And I had said it already, you know, I watched last weekend the Euro round, and it caught my attention to see how many good British riders are out there. And if they can continue that environment of training, how good it's going to be in the future, because they're young.
Yeah, and hopefully we see them race more, maybe more Euro rounds, or maybe they race in the States more. That's the one thing I wished I'd see more of is Team G racing more, because the good group of kids and guys, men, women, girls, and so it's I think the more racing, it's just better in general. Which the BMX Supercross format, which has changed, which is good. It's led to more racing, and I think people, definitely the racers, want that, and I think the fans like it as well, especially the BMX race fans. We get to see our favorite riders out there more often, and there's more opportunities to be a BMX superhero if you're a rider.
I'd like to hear from the athletes, but I think that they enjoy to ride a little bit more as well. Or to race. You know, it's one thing to ride, like we could do time trials and they're riding, but I mean actual compete, because then a different type of athlete kind of appears.
Yes. And yeah, you can only do so much in the gym and on the bike, and before, at some point it's like you ask, are you a are you a good exerciser or a good trainer, or do you want to be a good racer? Do you want to be a good racer, or do you want to be a champion? Do you want to be a champion, or do you want to be a legend? That type of thing.
That's deep.
That's how we raise the bar.
You're going
deep with that. That's how we raise the bar. Well, we have time to go deep.
Yeah.
BMX, all those long plane fights, doing those sprints by yourself. That's all you have time to do is think about these things.
So if you're at home and you're a 14-year-old woman, let's say a girl, and they're watching this and they just heard what you said and they said, I want to be a legend. I want to be a gold medalist. What's the first thing you would tell them? If that girl comes to you, Jason, I want to be a legend.
I want to be a legend.
What do I need to do tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I would say, well, let's start today. Starts today. I think when someone has that, what I would actually push back and say is that what you really want, or would it be nice to be? Because there's a difference, and there's a difference between it'd be nice if I was world champion, it would be nice if I was an Olympic gold medalist. The question is, do you really want that? I mean, there's plenty. Like I say it all the time. It'd be nice if I won the lottery, but I don't play it. So ultimately we do what we really want. And so if you really want to be world champion, if you really want to be legend, then the question is, what are you doing to get that or to be that? And those are big questions. But I think, I would imagine at some point in your career, probably early on, you answered that question. And you set out to work to just go do it. And it was day by day by day, race by race by race. And so the steps is focusing on the step, the next step, whether it's that sprint or that lift or that next race, that moto, the red light. So you can really pare it down into very simple, executable things that you can do that are within your control. And you improve upon those day by day by day by day, and you keep showing up, then your possibilities increase.
Mm-hmm.
Did I answer your question?
That answers my question.
So that's what I would say to the 14-year-old.
To the 14-year-old girl.
Looking at this track, this beautiful facility, UCI BMX World Cup in Papendal. There we go. There's our majestic scene. That's the right sun, cloud,
Angle.
sky. Yes, sky angle. As we see them taking care of the track, sweeping it up, making sure it is perfect for the riders. I would imagine right about now some of the elite men are queuing up or about to queue up behind the hill for that walk we talked about. You know, candidly, my experience with the quarters at world championships and big events is sometimes the quarters is more difficult than the semis.
Yes, I can agree with that.
That's happened several times in my career, and I've heard some of the current riders speak of that, in which the quarters are just more difficult because of who's in them. So usually, not that that's always the case, but it can be the case. So there is an interesting phenomena. So elite men quarterfinals are up. We have some quarterfinalists on top of the hill getting ready. They are all vying for a top 4 position to move on to the semifinals. We all want the chance to race the next round. Heat 1, quarterfinal men's. Andre, Turner, Ramirez, Sakakibara, Resende, Rencarel, Naverstad, and Sherrick. So a good mix of young and experienced. Featured rider, the magician, Carlos Ramirez, on that Chase bicycle. Best Supercross finish was a 3rd. He's looking to improve that today. He is a 2012 Junior World Champion, so he knows how to rise to the occasion. He knows how to have that bulletproof focus, that calm under pressure. And then when the gate drops, can he rise to the occasion? And load in the gate, and as you see with the men, there's even less room between riders as there was with the women. So you definitely want a clean, strong start. As you see at the top of the hill, waiting for the call. Andre and Turner was our view. Looks like Andre did not have the greatest start, but he had the greatest first straight out of those 8 men. So he's in front with Rencarel, his countryman, in 2nd, and Sakakibara and Turner in 3rd. So we have France, Australia, with Ramirez looking to make a move in 5th.
Looks like Andre is being strong, trying to hold his ground. He has people coming after him. French guy in 1st, Andre. Then it's going to be another French, Rencarel, Aussie for 2nd, and for the 3rd. The Brazilian, trying Renendez, trying to get in there.
Wow, that was an amazing run. And frankly, what a confidence booster for Turner, because Resende usually does not get past in the last straightaway. So the official, Andre, Rencarel, Sakakibara, and Turner Resende and Ramirez didn't make the moves, so it wasn't enough. Next up, Daudet, Evans, Palmer, Shara, Matthew, Tremanis, Nagasako, and Nyhog. Now you know when you see Nyhog in lane 8, that's a stacked race. So featured rider Corbin Shara riding that daylight bicycle, doing it for the Huvard family and crew, and obviously his wife at home, and all of Tucson, Arizona, and the USA. Corbin Shara looking to get to the next round and possibly the main event. He's next to Palmer, it looks like, on the gate as they all get loaded up. Camera is on Shara, U.S. national champion. Palmer next to him. Next to Palmer is Evans, and in lane 1, the world champion ×2, Joris Daudet. So this could be a main event in and of itself as we wait for the call. Daudet getting a little slippy on that back wheel out of the gate. Shara taking it to the front. Daudet getting pinched just a bit, but Palmer looking nice into that corner, in the first corner, come out in second. So Shara, Nyhog, Tremanis. Shara with a little bit of an overjump, and Palmer with a little bit of an overjump now, but they're taking up space. Meanwhile, Daudet finds his way to third.
Shara and Nyhog 1 and 2 with Daudet in the 3. Pushing on to into the last turn, it looks like Terminus getting in that 4th position spot, but it is going to be Shara, Nyhog, Daudet, and Terminus.
Wow.
For the 4.
I thought that was Palmer, but you were right. Thank you, Sammy. I'm glad you're here. So official Shara, Nyhog, Daudet, and Tremanis. Nagasako, Evans, Palmer, and Matthew are done for the day. Next up, Heat 3. Vanderberg, Villegas, Smith, Kronk, Godet, Fields, McLean, and Dumi. So Fields, the featured rider, did not have his most stellar of laps last run, but maybe that's what he needed to give him that extra bit of intensity and focus in this round. So he will not be coming out of lane 1, but don't count him out. They're off. Looks like Smith and Villegas bump out of the gate. Fields gets a lightning fast start and puts it to Vanderberg, the national champion, on his home track. So Fields, Vanderberg, and McLean 1, 2, and 3 over the berm jump. Fields, Vanderberg, McLean 1, 2, and 3.
Fields keeping it a clean lap, being closely followed by Vandenberg. He wants some more. He wants that first place. He wants that first pick. It's going to be Vandenberg into that first turn. Fields, McLean, 2 Australians, but it's going to be a fight all the way to the finish line. It's going to be Vandenberg, Fields, Kronk, and McLean for the 4th.
Heartbreaker for Godet. He was making a charge at the finish, but just wasn't enough. The Australians are looking strong this weekend. Official Vandenberg, Fields, Kronk, and McLean. I think, I don't know if there was some strategy in there, but we'll see come semi-time. Last quarterfinal for the men, we have Van Gorkum, Van Gent, Isidore, Garcia, Van Gronendal, Ramiro Marino, Chappelle, and Keenman. Everyone in this group has a great start, including our featured rider, Jelle Van Gorkum, doing it for the Dutch national team. Silver medalist in lane 1 next to his compatriot Twan Van Gent in the gate. Looks like they're out, and Van Gent has a bit of an edge. Isidore in that top position in second, but he's got 2 Dutchmen behind him. He is not safe, so we have Van Gent, Isidore, and I'm going to say Keenman. Isidore goes down, high sides on Van Gent. Now we have Dutch 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, 3, and 4. Dutch, Dutch, Dutch all the way. Coming into the last turn, it's going to be Van Gent, Kim, and Van Gorkum. But we have a chase. Garcia's coming up and wanting us some more, and it's going to be a photo finish. Van Gent, Kimmen.
Wow, what an awesome race. I don't know what happened. I think Isidore might have high-sided or his pedal hit. I'm not sure. Van Gent must be feeling good after that round. That is a hard one to win. I'm not sure if Van Gorkum got it. I think Garcia might have got Van Gorkum at the line. We see Van Gorkum doesn't look too pleased. I think he's waiting to see the official. He doesn't think he's made it, but the timing is tight. So the official is Van Gent, Kieman, Van Groenendaal, and Garcia puts out the original OG of Van Gorkum, which is unfortunate. Great for Garcia. That was a good race. And sometimes when it gets tight like that, I mean, Van Gorkum didn't do much wrong. It just got tight, and he couldn't, he didn't have enough room coming out of that last corner, and Garcia had more room and so was able to get a little bit more momentum. But as we can see on that photo finish, I mean, it is literally just, the naked eye couldn't see it. We have timing, and so good thing that UCI has invested in that. So the next time we see the men will be the semifinals. There are 16 left, and we are getting down to the final 8. So the next time we see the men will be the semifinals, and it's going to be great racing ahead. So Quillen Isidore making his way out of the track area. It's disappointing for him because being in second in that semi was, that's saying a lot given the company he was keeping.
Yeah, he was so close, and I think they just touched, and his energy was going in a different direction, and then he just ended like that. But luckily, there's a new day tomorrow for him. We're excited to see him. He did great racing, and I'm looking for Isidore now. I'm looking out for him because
you're a fan.
I'm a fan, but the British team, I'm a fan of all of them. So
all right.
Whatever they're doing there, keep it up.
Well, Grant White and Liam's not even here. Liam Phillips isn't even here. So that's they're definitely putting in the work in Manchester for sure. So the sun is still shining, and we cannot wait for the semifinals. I don't think Pete's gonna be in the pits anymore, as the riders are definitely zeroing in on what they want, those who are left racing. Beautiful track view, the VIP section with that in that white area with the crowd, and we have our photo media here with Jerry Landrum, and everything is so official. The photo bibs and the team bibs, and very professional here at this race. Sun is shining. You can see that concrete turn made to feel and ride like the Rio Olympic track, which was made of concrete as opposed to the black tarmac that you see on the last corner. Definitely a little bit different of a feel. And then that big step up jump.
Looks like the wind has died down just a little bit in that last turn.
So the semifinals are next, women and men. People in the crowd. That kid has an ice cream and it looks super good. We don't have ice cream up here, do we, Sam?
No, we don't.
It's okay.
Afterwards.
Great view from the top of the starting hill as the riders begin to queue up. See Judy Bow shaking those legs out.
See the country tents there on the left-hand side.
Yes. Looks a little like Disney-esque, but yes, all the teams, the country teams and trade teams. So interestingly enough, this gentleman sweeping the track was a elite racer at one point. Very good for the Dutch team. So I love how everyone is into the sport, stays in the sport. So next up, Elite Women semifinal. We have 16 women left, and only 8 will make it to the final. Heat 1, semifinal number 1. Sarah Walker, Smulders, Bondarenko, Stephanie Hernandez, Mare, Lauren Reynolds, Hatakeyama, and Nadia Priest. Top of the hill. Sun is definitely shining. There is Nadia Priest.
From Germany in that lane 8. Looking out into the open. She's getting ready. She needs to make her way down that first straightaway. Then you have the Japanese rider, Hatakeyama. 122 bike. Moving on to the 21 ride of Lauren Reynolds, the Aussie girl. She's been one to watch today, I believe. Strong down that first straightaway. Then you have the 777 bike of Mare from France. Moving on. Then we have the 469 bike of Hernandez, Venezuela.
That's a fun picture.
Yeah, it's really fun. 8-9, the Russian of Bonarenko. She was looking solid in practice, so hopefully she can put down another good lap. The 110 bike of Lauren Smulders, the golden girl here in the Netherlands, right beside her good pal, Sarah Walker. They're fist pumping it. The 96, she's smiling behind that helmet.
Full face.
I think it's going to be a good, solid race. Look into that first turn. I think it's going to be packed into that first turn.
Ah, you think it's going to be some traffic in the first turn, huh?
I think so. You know, Bondarenko in lane 3, she's had some solid first straightaways, but then you have Smulders, who lives here on this track, probably sleeps under the starting gate, so...
Well, they're up, and we're waiting for the call. So far, so good. It's early on. Sarah Walker a little off to a late start. Looks like Smulders straight to the front. Jumps into the first corner. It's the first time we've seen that in the women. So we have Smulders, Walker, and Bondarenko. 1, 2, and 3. Walker found the space she needed and got into that first turn. She's in a great position. So Smulders, Walker, Bondarenko, 1, 2, 3. Looks like Reynolds in 4th.
Jumping that first triple into the first turn really paid off for Smulders. Sarah Walker in that second position and Bondarenko in the 3rd. Coming into the last corner, Priest in that 4th position, but it's going to end up the golden girl here in Papendal. Smulders for the win, Walker, Bondarenko, and Priest for that 4th place finish. Good job.
Priest is very excited about making that main event. Hernandez and Reynolds not in the main. That's definitely disappointing for them. They're used to being in the main. The official is Smulders, Walker, Bondarenko, and Priest with some upsets by Reynolds and Hernandez. So just goes to show you anything can happen. Next up, second semifinal, Heat 2. Mariana Pahone, Simone Christensen, Huisman, Suvarova, Bao, Curtis, Restrepo, and Bernard, as Sammy gives you an up-close and personal introduction of each. I say contestant, racer.
Racer.
Yeah, I like contestant.
I do too.
It's a bit of a game show. It's a bit of a game.
Yeah.
Not a game show, but definitely
But a game, yeah. I think you need to be smart. Lane choice. There's the 108 bike of Bernard from France. Looking strong. See if she can make her way to that inside. Followed by the 107 bike of Restrepo. Sorry for that. From Colombia. The 172 bike from Australia, Curtis. Moving over to the 388 bike of Bao, who has been racing so well today. I'm excited to see if she can make herself into the final. Then we have Russia, the 41 bike of Suvorova. Sorry about that. 2-9, another Dutch rider, Hoosman, into gate 3. She's smiling, she's excited, she's gonna give a good show to these people in the crowd. The 210 bike of Christensen, Simone from Denmark. She's going to put down a solid lap trying to make it to that final. And then the golden girl, all of our favorites, Mariana Pajon from Colombia. Gate 1, world champ, gold medalist, ×2.
And world champion, I think, ×2. Let's see how this shakes out. Looks like Pajon is answering, rising to the occasion. Jumping into first place early on with Bao in second. They both leap into the first corner. Pajon, Bao, Christensen 1, 2, and 3 down the second straight. They're kind of checking out as third and fourth is working to keep up. Pajon, Bao 1 and 2 with Christensen in third.
Pajon and Bao getting the payoff for jumping that triple into the first turn. But it's going to be the gold bike of Pajon into the last turn. Bao, Christensen in the 3, and we have another Dutch rider in the 4th trying to hold off the Russian, and she will. Coming through the finish line, it's Pajon, Bao, Christensen, and Hoosman. 2 Dutch riders in that making it to the final.
Yeah, that was a good, clean race. I'm liking how the Pajon and Bao decided to jump that triple into the first corner into the semi, and it really paid off. The official, Pajon, Bao, Christensen, and Huisman. And unfortunately, Suvorova just missed the final by 1 position. As we see the women make their way off the track.
Looking like they're walking a bit stiff.
Yes, yes.
Long day, acid in the legs. But Bao is excited to be going into that final. She's been riding good.
Yeah, very good.
Solid.
So the question is, do we see more women jump into the first corner, or we see the same players? We're going to see Christensen possibly leap into that first corner, jump that triple?
You know, I think she did it in practice. There was only a couple girls who did it in practice, and I can see that the wind is kind of being a little bit kinder to them.
Yeah.
And in order to, I'm not going to say in order to win, you need to jump it, but in order to be a contender, you need to be able to jump that and make the right moves to put yourself in the right position.
Yes, and I think there is a bit of a tailwind. If you look at that flag at the second corner, it's blowing in the same direction as the first, mostly. So again, to be aware of that, and you said, it was interesting, we were talking about the game. You said, I think you have to be smart. So to be aware of those conditions, have the presence of mind to say, okay, the wind's in my favor, I'm going to hit it.
But I think even if the wind isn't in your favor, you still need to take those chances because, you know, risk with reward.
Yep.
I think that's so important, especially for female riders. It's like, do you want to win? You need to do everything in your power to win, and that means jumping, side win, front win, back win. It shouldn't matter. If you want that title, you need to go for it.
That's the Sammy Cools that shows up to the gate, everyone. Did you hear that?
We're used to.
Well, no, it's still there. It's disguised as a mom, but you're still the racer.
Yeah, of course. I think what you learn in sport, you automatically take into your everyday life, or you should, because
you better.
yeah, you know, you learn so much being an athlete about yourself, about people, how you want to, it's like going to a job every day. You need to push yourself. You need to excel. You don't want to sit still. You want to move forward. And that's so important. Don't stand still. Keep on moving forward.
Yes, but stay still and keep watching the show because we have 2 more semifinals and we have the main events coming up. And if I have to say it, because I have to say it, Gelderland is beautiful.
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful. So, we are in the evening right now. The sun is in the perfect spot. The wind is blowing just right. The men are still waiting to race their semifinal. As we see the world champ strolling about on his bike.
Mentally preparing, I would assume.
Yeah, preparing, breathing, pedaling.
What did you think about when you were back in the day, when you were before your semi, you're one of the top contenders? What was going through the mind of J. Rich?
By that time, especially at a World Championships or a big international event, by the semi time, it was one thing, maybe 2, but it was one thing. And I had this whole ritual about how I would ride around between and how I would actually sit on my bike, and my posture and my breathing was very specific. And my breathing was very specific, in through the nose, out through the mouth, and I actually had a very specific thing that I would say. It would change race by race or season by season, as we see Tori Nyhog kind of double checking on things and getting warmed up. But I would have something very specific to say to myself and sync it up with my breathing. And usually it was something positive. But when I say positive, that would work for me. And then the other thing was something that I knew I could do, execute, that was in my control on the track. So I just gave myself one thing to do out there to simplify it.
Yeah.
But the breathing is, for me, that was the big thing, is controlling my breathing a lot. And actually, my teammate my teammate back in the day, Derek Betcher, kind of give me crap about it, the way I would sit down and kind of ride around the pits. But there we see Connor Fields. All the players are making their way to the show. Corbin Shara. And we see they're getting their stuff ready. So I'm sure they're all having a conversation with themselves in their head. So the Australian rider, McLean, riding very clean. So I'm sure Luke Medill is happy about that. He's working with a group of riders. Wade Boots working with a group of riders, and they are all very impressive. So there we go, the seat post change. So watching these behind the scenes thing, these views looking directly at the USA tent, Norway tent. See Jamie's staff right there, Wade Boots, and then Bodie Turner and Sakaki Bara right next to him. So again, it's pretty.
A lot of Australians.
See the Aussies getting ready, doing the fist bumps. Sakaki Bara working off some great momentum. He just won the Australian National Championships. Bodie T getting ready for that semi. He likes to keep the energy light, keep it moving. So I think he grew like an inch over the summer, which is crazy. Yeah. Nothing like a growth spurt at 22, but we'll take it. And then the VIP section. More importantly, these are all of our friends. You see Garrett Does smiling, the gentleman with the mustache, classy-looking guy looking at the camera with the salt and pepper hair and the glasses. That is the godfather of BMX in Europe with the lanyard and the mustache. So thank you, Garrett Does, for all you've done for the sport. This guy in the black shirt, I don't know what he's doing, but he's having a good time. And that's the VIP section. So I would imagine a lot of people in that section help make this race possible. And there we see elite men heading up for the semi.
49 of Tori Nyhog.
Yeah, see, some have their helmet on, some have it off. And, you know, it's interesting. Keenman has lane 7, looks like, and Nyhog at 8. So there's a lot of strategy when it goes to selecting lanes. And you select lanes, so you get to see who selects based on history and when you're up there. So semifinals. Elite men queuing up right now. All vying for that coveted 8-man final main event. But yeah, when they get on the gate, you know, if you're paying attention a bit to the races, so I'm thinking Tori picked first, knowing that Keeman would go outside, and also knowing that Keeman has a really good start and good pull.
Can follow him in, you know?
Maybe. But definitely couldn't hurt.
No.
You know, so you always want to play to your strengths. All right, first semifinal start list. Corbin Schirra, Vanderberg, Renkerel, Fields, Turner, Van der Gronendal, Keenman, and Nyhog. They're setting up. These gentlemen have put in a lot of laps over the day. Tori Nyhog adjusting the box number plate, squeezing at the camera. That's his signature move. Olympian, Pan Am Games gold medalist. Next to him, Nick Kiman, crowd favorite. He has won here from lane 8 before. Next to him, Van der Gronendal. Thumbs up. He's going to wait to put his goggles on. He wants you to see the fire in his eyes. And the 747 about to take flight, Bodie Turner. Keeping it light. Next to him, Connor Fields, Olympic gold medalist, USA. Definitely has his eyes on the prize. Number 4, Renkerel. He's been quietly consistent today. He's looking to get in that main event. 192, Vanderberg, the current Dutch national champion in lane 2. A lot of power in those legs. And in lane 1, the current, or I should say defending Supercross champion, Corbin Schirra. So we're waiting for the call. Looks like we're official. Off to a good start. Looks like Vanderberg got out great. Schirra's kind of in the back. Nyhog on the outside in third, but making a move into second. takes Kieman's place, gives room for Fields in third. So now we have Vanderberg, Nyhog, and Fields 1, 2, and 3 with Shara off the back. Looks like Turner is fighting with Renkerel.
Vandenberg looking strong. Nyhog and Fields 3 and 4. Going into the final turn, I think it's going to be a mix-up. There's 5 going in there. There's Bodie Turner trying to get that qualifying position. But it's going to be the Dutch champion of Vandenberg, Nyhog, Fields, and Turner for the 4.
Wow, what a great lap. Disappointing for Corbin Shara. I think, you know, Torrey Nyhog is very good at finding and making room in the first corner, and he's not a small guy. So Vandenberg, Nyhog, Fields, and Turner was the official. But I think when Nyhog made that move and pushed Kieman out just a bit, it kind of hung Corbin out to dry. And then, you know, Fields was able to capitalize that, and Turner with a nice last straight push. All right, semi number 2, elite men. Sylvain Andre, Van Gent, Daudet, Sakakibara, Tremanis, Kronk, Garcia, and McLean. We'll take you up close and personal with the players in just a moment. You see Nick Kieman making his way out of the track area. Disappointed, I'm sure. As we look up to the hill, the first 4 have been decided to make the main event for elite men. This will be the second 4 to be decided. So number 215, McLean from Australia. Number 187, Garcia, calm, cool, and collected, keeping it chill. Next to him, Kronk from Australia. Again, another Australian making a push. Next to him, number 5, Edzis Tremanis from Latvia. Fundamentally strong, very fast. Number 77, Sakakibara, the Australian national champion, looking to find his way into the main event. Next to him is number 33, Joris Daudet. He's been in this position before. Twan Van Gent, number 148, looking to make the main event in front of his home crowd. And in lane 1, Sylvain Andre from France, winking to the crowd. That's very French of him. They like the winks. Oh, like kind of a charming thing, but you know. Ready to go. Let's see who wants it. Let's see who needs it. So Van Gent out cleanly, making room for Andre to pull up into second with a little bit of an overjump, but he has the line. But Daudet jumps or passes into second. However, Andre is holding him off. Van Gent running away with it. Van Gent, Andre, and Daudet. We drop a rider in the second corner.
Van Gent going strong with the Andre and Daudet in second and third. And then we have the Australian ride of Sakakibara. Thank you, Jason, for that. But it's going to be Van Gent, Andre, Daudet, and Sakakibara.
So we lost Garcia in the second corner, but what a great, strong ride by Twan Van Gent. Andre, Daudet, Sakakibara. Andre, Daudet did not, so that's a very interesting. The times are fast. It looked like Andre and Van Gent were on the same second. Andre and Van Gent were on the same second, but it was interesting because you had 4 people who were accustomed to being in front. Mm-hmm. And only one person was in front, obviously, and so I think that was Andre and Daudet's first time not being in front in the first corner, so that made for some interesting racing. But they held their composure, and they got to the final. So the Elite Women's Final will be at 7:05. The Elite Women's Final will be at 7:05 or 1905. So 8 minutes for the Elite Women Final. The UCI BMX Supercross World Cup in Papendal, as we see Jarrett Garcia make his way off and out of the track area. Disappointed, he seems fine. USA Team Reiko, Team Reiko, she's amazing. Taking care, looks after the athletes, makes sure all the bumps and the bruises are squared away. The fine medics that are doing a great job here at the Supercross. What did you think of the semis, Sam?
I thought that was great. Yeah, it was very exciting. And like you said, the last one, fast times. Van Gent, you know, I can see he has some fire in his eyes. He's not here to play around. He wants to be the best. Sylvain Andre's been riding strong all day, and it's kind of nice to see him putting down some good solid laps. I feel sometimes when he races, he gets a bit unlucky. And so now I can see, like, he's in the final. Joris Dudet, strong. Sakakibara, I'm going to apologize to you because I've been tongue-twisting your name all day. Sorry to your mom and dad. I'm trying, but you've been solid as well. So it's nice to see those riders and some riders that I don't really know, but I can see them coming out. The Dutch, the Australians, the French have been strong all day. Not to count out, of course, homeboy, Tori Nyhog. I'm going to shout out to his mom and dad who are probably clinging to the computer screen at the moment. And I can see also Connor Field's mom and dad doing the exact same thing. So hello to those two.
Yeah, I feel like the Tori's parents may be here.
Okay.
That
wouldn't surprise me.
That wouldn't surprise me either.
Because they like to come to some races.
Yeah. And yes, Sakakibara. When you just have to, you know, you just got to kind of give it a
Sakakibara.
Sakakibara.
You know, tonight I'm gonna practice it in the mirror. So tomorrow I'm gonna be on point.
There we go.
Because I know there's some people out there probably like, she needs to learn these names. But you did, I have to shout out to you because you did such a great job with the names.
Oh, thank you.
229 riders.
That's a lot of riders.
That's a lot of riders.
That's a lot of riders. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. But, you know, I get my inspiration. I mean, if you think about it, we may not have announced very much, but we've heard a lot of announcing because of all the races we've attended.
Yes.
So, you know, you take a smattering of Redmond, you take a smattering of, you know, Linda Dorsey, you take a bit of all Lenny Baticki. I'm going way back, but all these great announcers over time, and you know, you just put in your best effort.
Yeah,
I think what would they do?
Sorry?
I said, what would they do?
Yeah.
Not your priest.
The German rider, I think she surprised herself a little bit as she was coming across the finish line. She was just like, did that just happen? So shout out to you. Good job. Good luck in the final. There you have the women's final. They're getting ready. They're going to be up here in a short 4 minutes. You can see the sun is still out over this beautiful track here in the Netherlands. It's my first time here. I never raced here, so I think it's a beautiful track, beautiful facility, great volunteers. So shout out to all the volunteers, the medic crew, the UCI crew. There you have the Dutch golden girl, Laura Smulders.
Yawning, ironically enough.
Yeah, but I think she's going to take that away.
So that's another interesting thing because, you know, a lot of times people think it's, you know, you're charging yourself up like you would see a football player before a play. But, you know, these race days can be long and they're huge efforts. And that is a fact that yeah, you could be fighting off being sleepy. Not tired, but sleepy.
Yeah.
And, you know, that coupled with the stress and the excitement and all that does a number on the adrenal system. So we see Ruby Huisman, everyone's waiting, you know, helmets on, goggles are getting cleaned. So everyone has a different physiological response to the events that transpire. But make no mistake, Smulders is yawning, but I wouldn't count her out.
No, I don't think that it's more physically tiring for her, but more, like you said, you know, yesterday, hometown, home crowd, you know, want to prove kind of a point. And there you have Mariana Pajón with a smile, as always, with that golden bike. I'm proud to say that she is one of the faces of BMX, female BMX, because she does a great job. So shout out to the Colombian.
Yes. So waking up the fast twitch. German Medina, her coach, walking just behind her. UCI Supercross, Papendal, just east of Arnhem in Gelderland, the Netherlands. So we see the Gate of 8. Smiling Sarah Walker Pajón. I think they are happy they're in the main. That's another thing. I mean, I think sometimes while the object is to make the main, there is a bit of levity sometimes after you've gotten out of the semi. There's a piece of you at times where you're just a little relieved that that's done and now you can race the main.
I always thought that the semi was the most stressful, because when you get to the main, it's the main. You're at the final. Anything can happen. You put yourself in the right position, you can walk away on the box.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's like a sense of relief.
It is. But I can also say, from my own experience, that the times I was truly there to win, I didn't feel that sense of relief until I won.
I agree.
So,
yeah.
So I think there's that fine line, you know, with that, you know, you release that pressure valve just a bit early, and that intensity is not there when you want it. But everyone has their own way, that's for sure. And, you know, and being human and being real, you know, I'm just seeing some smiles on those ladies' faces, and it's a big accomplishment to get to the main event. And I think for some, you know, someone like Sarah Walker, who's dealt with some injury and hasn't raced as consistently as she would have liked to over the past year or past few months, that, you know, she is happy to be in the main. So here we are. This is your start list for the Elite Women's Final. Smulders, Pajón, Walker, Christensen, Bondarenko, Huisman, Bao, and Priest. And Sam Cools will give you an up-close and personal introduction in just a moment.
Yeah, you know, I was talking with Sarah Walker because we were just talking about her, and she was telling me that this is such an important race for her in order to qualify herself for the World Championships. So, you know, even though it's the start of the year, some riders, this is all or nothing just to qualify themselves. So, Sarah Walker, doing a good job. Keep it up. Let's qualify so that you can go to the USA for the 2017 World Championships. So here we have plate 53. We have Nadia Priest from Germany, lane 8. I can just imagine she has a smile on her face. Nervous twitch in the foot. Moving on to Bao. Judy Bao. She's been riding so well today. 29. Ruby Huisman, lane 6, riding for the Dutch Army. 89, the Russian, Bondarenko. She has a smile. She's happy to be there. Look at that. She's been riding. She has a good pull down the first straightaway. 210, Simone Christensen from Denmark. Gate 4, the Doctor. Gonna try to move her way up and And the smiling face of Sarah Walker. She's going to give you a thumbs up from New Zealand. There we go. There it is. The 100 bike, the Golden Girl, Mariana Pahone, gate 2. She's going to fight to make herself first into that first turn. But we have one of the favorites, Lauren Smulders from the Netherlands, gate 8. I'm going to think that there's going to be 4 girls that have a possibility to jump that first triple. Let's see.
Let's see. They're off, and let's see who got. Looks like Bao on the outside with a great start. Pahone as well, with Smulders in tow behind Pahone. Smulders makes the move. Pahone says, I'll let you have that for right now. But Smulders and Pahone 1 and 2 into the second corner with Bao in third.
It's going to be a fight. You have Smulders in first, Pahone in second, Christensen in the third position, and it's going to be a fight. But it looks like Christensen's going to try to make her way up into the last turn. She gets that second position, but it's the Russian with the old school high-low moving over for that second place. But it's Lauren Smulders, the Russian, Bonarenko, Bao, and Christensen for the fourth. Wow.
Wow.
It's like the old school ABA days with the high-low move over.
Yeah,
that's exciting.
That was classic. Bondarenko with taking advantage of the other two fighting. She goes for the third with the high-low. Dale Holmes will like that high-low. But Smulders with a great race, diving in the first corner. I got to say, Pahone looked a little bit timid. Didn't look like she rode as aggressive as normal, but that's okay because Smulders once again victorious here in Papendal as she waves to the crowd and gets the love.
I think
definitely something to be proud of. This is a big win.
Yeah, the big difference was you could see Lauren Smulders. She rode with confidence all day long, and I think that's just what maybe Pahone lacked just a little bit once she got high-load into that, or passed in that first turn by Smulders and kind of lost her speed down that second straightaway. But today has been all about Laura Smulders.
Yeah, and Bao with a great performance as well, third place.
And Bondarenko.
Yeah, the surprise Bondarenko just staying in it all the way to the end and saw the opening and took it. So hats off to all these women who rode a great lap. And it's really nice to see the smiles on the faces of the crowd and the riders, knowing you laid it all out there. Smulders talking to a compatriot. She's all smiles right now as she's her and Bao and
Bondarenko.
Huisman. So getting photos. So we have the chaperones waiting, chaperoning as we pan to the track. Your official results: Smulders, Bondarenko, Bao, Christensen, Huisman, Pahone, Walker, and Priest. Again, Bondarenko taking advantage of the battle between Christensen and Bao. Pahone, very unlikely move. Okay. All right, so looks like we have Pete D in the pits, or actually Pete D in the winner's circle, ready to do an interview. Let's hear it from the riders themselves.
Elite Women's winner, Laura Smulders. Laura, an incredible racing all day. How did you win today's main event?
Well, unfortunately, I didn't have that much of a great start in the final, but I was behind or just next to Mariana, and she left just that much room for me into the first turn. So, well, I got her in the first turn, and from there, of course, I know the track, so just kept my inside closed, and I had a pretty smooth lap and won it. So, great feeling to win the Frills World Cup this year.
So once you were able to pass her, what was going through your mind? Because you've won here twice before, but an incredible crowd was cheering on the whole lap.
Yeah, the crowd helps, of course. It's awesome to ride in front of them. They're always really cheering you on and just gives that much extra. And well, I saw the little gap in the first turn, and when I went for it, then I just knew I had it and just kept it smooth from there, and I knew I was going to win. So
an incredible way to start the 2017 Supercross season, just as you finished it off winning that overall title, winning all those races. How does it feel to come back, put a stamp on the beginning of a new year?
Well, we had a really good winter preparation with the whole team, and I felt really confident going into this race. Won 3 Euro rounds before, all the races I did, so another win here today. Didn't lose any lap, so feels awesome.
Well, congratulations on the win once again.
Thank you.
Okay. Didn't lose any lap. That does feel awesome. As my buddy Greg Romero says, winners are grinners.
Solid day for her today.
It was an amazing day for her today. Amazing day for her today. And man, I love how aware she was in the moment when she was talking about, I saw the hole and I took it and I knew I had it, and then just to stay on task throughout the whole track. I mean, that's high level mindset. That's definitely champion thinking.
Yeah, she went through the steps with you of she saw the opening, she went for it, and at that point she knew that she was going to win today. So it's been an incredible day for her. Congratulations to Smulders for that win, Bondarenko the Russian, and Bao for the third.
I know, it was such a great race. And it's funny, I mean, my phone's even blowing up right now after that race. My phone's blowing up, and people are trying to FaceTime me as I'm in here. As we see Judy Bao accepting the third place, getting the flowers, getting the award, smile on her face. It is just really nice to see.
Yeah, she seems very satisfied with that.
It's so good when it's over and you put it all out there and you get a great result. And we see second place, Yaroslava Bondarenko with that amazing move in the last corner.
She would do well in ABA. Old Supercross, I remember, or Super Camps.
Fundamentally sound, fundamentals.
Yeah, great
There's nothing
job.
wrong with the fundamentals. And then, of course, the winner,
Laura Smulders. And you can just hear the crowd cheering for their hometown girl here in Papendal, Netherlands. The first stop of the UCI BMX Supercross World Cup.
Well, there you have it. That's top three. Smulders, Bondarenko, and Bao. So it looked like there was two Dutch women, one Russian woman. The world of BMX is truly a world of BMX. It's awesome.
I think the Russian might have made history. I don't know if there's ever been a Russian to podium at a World Cup event, especially for a female.
Nice pull, Sam. I believe you're right. So now the pressure's on the men next time they hit the track. So we have the elite men coming up. We have a cast of characters, very strong, determined, focused characters. What do you think? You don't have to make predictions, but just what do you think? I mean,
No,
Van Gent, Andre,
I think it's a
Vandenberg.
great group of guys, and each of them have proven today, as you can see here, that they are able. They're able to win.
Yes. So the final: Van Gent, Andre, Vandenberg, Daudet, Sakakibara, Fields, Turner, and Nyhog. So while all of them are able, I believe only 1, 2, 3 on that gate have actually won a final. I believe. I could be wrong, and I'm sure my Facebook feed and my Twitter feed and my Instagram feed, people will tell me that I'm wrong. But that's not to say that those riders don't have wins, but I'm talking about a World Cup Supercross final. So we will take you up close and personal. Looks like I can see from here that our Canadian friend Tori Nyhog is chosen lane 8 again, which he has. Number 49, Tori Nyhog from Canada. Squeezes the camera lens, shakes it out. Lane 7, number 747 taking flight. Bodie Turner with that great pass down the last straight in the semi to get in the main event. Next to him is the Olympic champion, Connor Fields. Next to him, number 77, Robert DeVille would like that. Sakakibara, Australian national champion, newly crowned Australian national champion. And next to him is Connor Fields' teammate on chase, Joris Daudet, the world champion. So he's finding himself in lane 4. He was coming out of lane 1 and 2 all day. We have the Dutch national champion, number 192, Vandenberg. Lot of power, a lot of wattage comes out of those legs. Next to him is Sylvain Andre from Cavaillon, France. He's grown up to be quite the elite pro. And next to him is Twan Van Gent, who just laid down one burner of a semi. Lane 1, Twan Van Gent.
He's had the fastest time to the first and second turn today, so I think he's going to be one to watch for.
Yes, definitely waiting for the call. The race to watch. Out of the gate, looks like Sylvain Andre got out decently, but Connor Fields and now Vandenberg just pulling away. So with Nyhog coming around and staying tight for that second place, fighting with Andre, we'll see if any of them get hung out, but Vandenberg is just making it happen. He is checking out. Looks like Andre's behind him. Will Andre make a move? Turner in third now.
Vandenberg nice and strong through this third section. From the outside is the Frenchman Andre coming through. Van de Gorkum in the third, but it's going to be a race to the finish. Who's it going to be? It's Andre coming, Frenchman coming through. You can hear him scream.
So the camera says it's a photo finish, but Andre's feeling like he won it. So, and either way, I mean, after that effort and that type of ride, it's definitely worth celebrating either way. Those gentlemen laid it all out there. Andre, strong finish. Vandenberg, strong start and finish. Andre's just celebrate. I mean, these are big wins. You know, these World Cup races. You know, they're like World Championships relived. I mean, everyone's here, the best of the best. This has been the biggest field thus far. So Sylvain Andre, it's official. He is the winner today. Stop number 1 in Papendal. Well deserved. Consistent all day. Rode strong. And
he fought Tori through that first turn. They were elbow to elbow stuck. Fought through that second straightaway. Kept his speed in the second turn. And he pushed hard. Backside, backside, backside.
Yeah. So just worked on what he could do all day. Stayed on task, and here he is. It's a satisfying feeling when you set out to do something and it happens. So, and the sportsmanship between Andre and Vandenberg, and it's really nice to see this level of professionalism and camaraderie amongst these riders. So, Vandenberg put in a great effort all day. He's going to go give the crowd some love
He had a great first straightaway, great gate, pushed hard down that first straightaway, just couldn't hold off the Frenchman.
So Andre congratulating Twan Van Gent. Twan definitely still breathing hard. I think he's saying, I'm gassed. Still managed to get a top 3. So I think out of all the podium positions, there's 4 Dutch riders out of 6 podium positions. So that's quite an amazing feat for sure. And you see Vandenberg talking to somebody in the crowd, receiving the love from the crowd and paying his respects. And I got to tell you, I'm sure the way his legs are feeling, it's probably not that easy to ride in the grass right now. But making the effort for the kids and the fans is really the other thing that this sport is about, outside of traveling and training and racing. But to really give love to your fans and your sponsors, that's an amazing thing to do. So much respect to Vandenberg.
Yeah, he had a solid day today. He should be proud of his effort. And he's probably thinking, I can do this. And there's tomorrow.
And yes, I can do this. And really, as simple as that thought is, it's a powerful one, isn't it?
Yeah.
I could do this. So all the kids wanting to get a piece of the national champ. Okay. So I believe Pete D is in the pits. Pete D from the pits has gone to the winner's circle, and he is going to interview our winner.
Winner Sylvain Andre, the Elite Men's World Cup, stop number 1 in UCI Papendal. Sylvain, tell us about the race, because it was incredible just from the start, but all the way to the finish.
Yeah, I was really tight in between Twan and Dave, and we hit with Twan with each other until the second jump, and then I got the inside line and Turry come all the way from the 8th, and we almost crashed together on like a roller. And then I was behind Dave, and I knew I could do something. I was really quick on the track today, but I was out of gas too. But down the third straight, I was carrying more speed, and into the last straight, I was like, okay, just keep it clean, and it'd be more tired than you anyway. So yeah, felt great.
So preservation all the way to the line, you passed them, and then you found some more energy because you rode halfway around the track. And why did you go over there?
Because I went over there because there was my girlfriend Eva and all my friends who came all the way from south of France, like 10 hours drive to watch me. And yeah, you want to share the win with the one you love, and it's incredible to do it here because in Europe it's almost home. It's not all the way in Argentina or something. So yeah, I can't be more happy for that.
So you've been on the circuit for a long time. This is your first win. You've had a lot of opportunities, but today you were able to do it. How does it finally feel to take the big win here?
It feels great. It would have felt a little better last year, you know what I mean? But definitely no Frenchie have won a World Cup, even if Joris has been the champ for a while. But it feels great to win a race and win a World Cup almost at home. It feels just awesome.
Well, congratulations on the win, and we look forward to seeing you back on the track tomorrow.
Yeah, but I'll be tired. I tell you, the thing is like about the new format with 7 laps, it's a long track and you got to pedal to get the inside of the next one. So it used to be tiring and it's just exhausting right now, but I grab myself a beer and I'll be all right.
All right, well, congratulations once again.
Thank you, Pete.
Wow, there you have it. The winner spoke, and that was touching. That do it in front of the people you love. That's really cool. So it's nice to make it happen, especially his friends driving 10 hours to come watch him race, and then he can give him the gift of the win. So the official Sylvain Andre with the first, Vandenberg with the second, Twan Van Gent, that's the podium. Then you have Turner with the fourth, Sakaki Bar with the fifth, Nijhog, Fields, and Daudet round out the men's final. Sam, my goodness, what
That
a day.
was some intense racing, and I wish we had kind of a playback for that final for the men, because it was I want to watch it again. It was so exciting, and this is what I love about BMX. I love that it can start with one person and end with another person. So congratulations to all of the winners today. And it's great feeling to know that tomorrow is a new day and we're going to do it all over again.
Yes, yes, we are excited to be here, and for sure, I mean, what an awesome day of racing. I think Silva and Andre touched on the new format and how it's a different commitment as far as energy level and what's expected, but I think he's going to enjoy his, I think a lot of people are going to go have a beer and then after the ceremony and come back. But there's your third place winner, Twan Van Gent. Winners are grinners. Third place is a good effort. I'm sure he probably wanted the first. I know he was thinking I can do this too, but definitely, you know, the great sportsmanship. He sees his teammate right there, Dave Vandenberg, accepting the second place, and he caught a little bit of his breath as the sun is shining in his eyes, and he's Sylvain Andre congratulating the second and third places as he is there to claim the first place prize.
So happy for him. I mean, he's been on the circuit for so many years. He's been so close, and then finally he just was able to put it all together. So congratulations to Sylvain and Andre. Hopefully that beer can give you some good carbs and you'll be ready to fight tomorrow.
I'm pretty sure he's going to fall asleep pretty soon after he finishes it.
I believe so,
but definitely these three put on a great show. All the elite men and all the elite women put on a great show today. The perseverance, it was a long day, and even Twan and Sylvain still reliving the moment. A lap is only 36 seconds, but you can talk about a 36-second lap into eternity. So that's why we line up on the gate, is to find out what happens. So there we have the official standings after one stop. Laura Smolders, Bondarenko, Bao, Christensen, Huisman, Pahon, Walker, and Priest. They, along with Reynolds, Suvarova, Hatakeyama, Restrepo, Bernhard, Mayer, Curtis, and Hernandez. So the points are early on. It's wide open. But right now, Sylvain Andre has the lead with Vandenberg, Van Gent, Turner, Sakakibara, Hayek, Fields, and Daudet rounding the top 8. And then we have some ties with 9, 11, 13, and 15, respectively. Kronk, Renkerel, McLean, Grunendahl, Sherrod, Tremanis, Garcia, and Kieman. So that will look different after the next event, which is tomorrow. Stop number 2, which is right here in Papendal, east of Arnhem, in Gelderland, the Netherlands. Sam, what do you think?
I think it was a great day of racing.
My
and
goodness.
I'm interested to see how tomorrow's going to be with the new format, how the athletes are going to feel, if they're going to get recovered, or if it's going to be a total new gate of 8 in both men and women. So it's going to be exciting to see.
It will be exciting to see, and we'll be here to see it, and we hope to see you. And please contact us. Let us know what you think, because the fans, we love doing this, and we want to put on a good show for you. So it was a great day here. We're looking forward to tomorrow. I may have to buy the winners a beer tonight. I may have to do that. They deserve it. UCI BMX Supercross stop number 1 is done in Papendal, the Netherlands. I'm Jason Richardson, and on behalf of myself and Sam Cools, we will see you next time.
Riders ready, watch the gate.